and for some reason, I don't know why that happened again. Okay, I'm back. Microphone's working. Let's do the intro again. Let's start from the top. Welcome, everybody, to the CCT. We're getting started here with the best of 5 grand finals, and hurry, getting into it, we've got Team T up against Twisted Minds, and this is where, Twisted Minds actually maybe not the team that a few people are expecting here, because Just Better did look just better in the first time they matched up here, winning 2-1. And then in the lower bracket semi-finals, Just Better went down 2-0 for Twisted Minds. So maybe a little bit of surprise there in the lower bracket run, do you think?
Overall, I'm not sure, because just a month ago when I was watching them, they were just not looking so hot, and then the Greek boys, the thing is that there was only 4 Greeks, right? And then they cannot fight if they're not all together, so they brought in Desire instead of Astral, and they look like a completely different team. So I really don't fault Twisted Minds from losing versus them at the start of the playoffs, but it just made so that these two teams have never met throughout this tournament, if I saw correctly. Yeah, that's true. So that actually makes it really fun to see how they're gonna match versus each other, because you never know really how it's gonna work out until two teams clash, because they should be of similar strength, but Team T has just been looking, I guess, cleaner throughout the playoff.
Yeah, Team T, like you say, actually in the groups here went 2-2. Who did they drop against? I think it was they got okay, so they forfeited up against Dragons, and then they lost up against Nemiga. Nemiga, one of my favorites to go on, maybe win the whole thing, but they went down to 1 move in the first round, and then dropped out to Liga there in the lower bracket first round as well. So even though I thought they were going to do really well, and obviously then Liga got knocked out by Just Better. Yeah, a few surprises for me coming through these brackets. I thought we'd be seeing Nemiga, Liga going a little bit further than they did. I thought, Dragons maybe not going right to the very end, but I thought they were going to look like fairly good. But again, going down to Twisted Minds, who are in the grand finals now. So yeah, just surprises overall. How did the groups treat you? Did you see anything you're a little bit surprised coming into the playoffs? How the teams played?
Not really. I mean, when you look at teams like this, they're all of relatively similar caliber, especially the teams that made it to the playoffs. So it was always hard to tell who is actually going to win. I think T, they were called, was it Hard Base Team? Yeah, that's what they were called during the group stages, only at like June 27 to June 28 they rebranded. I think when I saw the lineup, I was like, these guys are gonna rock. And then when I saw them playing, it was, they're okay. But then they hit their stride, really. And I think that's the most important thing, because they leveled up. These guys are not to be underestimated.
No. And yeah, that's what I was saying throughout my castle group stages when we saw them in the playoffs. That I think I got one of the playoffs there as well. That similar to Klim Sanic, and I think we spent the entire weekend going on about this point. Similar to Klim Sanic, those players were always around the tier 2, tier 3 level in terms of the quality of the matches that we were playing. But they get together, they get this new roster form, they get themselves into a good position, they spend time grinding it out, they don't break up when things don't go their way, and all of a sudden they're heading to TI, they're qualifying for lands, they're making plays and they're making moves, and it's going to be, hopefully something similar for Team T now, not Hard Base, that, maybe the players, they weren't gelling on other teams, they've come together now, they're going to be able to get themselves through into some really good positions. That's kind of what we want to see, these newer teams making the push to through the qualifiers as well, and contesting teams like Koji and Secret and, NGX and teams like that might just be on the cusp, that they can maybe then look to leapfrog and take those slots away from those teams.
So overall, people, I don't know if this is true, because I personally have never played with Soneko, but people say that when he's your captain, that he is very strict, that he wants everybody to do good, to do better, right? So if Soneko, throughout his career, considering how knowledgeable and skilled he is, would find a team that can disregard their egos and just listen to him wholeheartedly, I think that would be a very, very scary team. And so far, I mean, Team T is looking good. So I'm kind of hoping that these 4 players can listen to their captain, and that he's going to be able to create an awesome team. So far, with the way things have been developing, that might just be happening.
Yeah, and like I say, hopefully it is the group of players that are group. I mean, both sides as well. We're going on about Team T, but on the other side as well, Twisted Minds. They've come together. They've been going through a little bit of a roster shake. I think Mind Control may be standing in for them again today.
Yes, I think so.
So yeah, we'll see. I know Mind Control officially on a different roster, but not a lot going on for him, so he's able to play that standing at the minute. And he was with them for a while before he did move over rosters. So hopefully this is something that Twisted Minds. I think this is kind of the thing, right? That Twisted Minds, they've had so many roster issues. It's not down to the quality of the players, it's just down to the stability issues that they've had to chop and change. They've had players leave them, they bringing new players in, trying to bed them in, and they can't play. And then you get these the stand-ins coming in that the players, it's a really good team if they can get some consistency going. And I've been talking to Neff, and I think that's what he's saying the major issue is, only briefly talking to him, just getting glimpses into it, because between the screams that he puts into Discord. But yeah, it feels like there just needs to be a little more consistency, because they are great players here on the side of Twisted Minds. And if they get that consistency down, again, they could look to contest qualifiers, look to these bigger events, look to events like this, getting themselves into more grand finals, and really make a push of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that'll always lacking in tier 2 teams, right? These players don't have to be less talented than the players that are best in the world. It's just that something is missing, and it's very hard for us, not knowing the players, not knowing the little intricacies, how they work with each other, or how they work in general, to understand what the reasoning is behind them not being at a tier 1 level playing the big international lands. So every single one of these players right here on our screen is capable of playing at the highest level, and there's always something missing, which unfortunately we're not gonna have that deep of a insight of what's going on unless there's some interviews, but very rarely do people open up that much or can even read the situations themselves.
Yeah, and like you say, these players, they're all great players here. We get the head-to-head between Snako and Shad for the last 3 months. That's a bit of a difference there on the matches played here between the two. But it looks like, being able to keep it even on the stats here, Snako, maybe less is more for him, coming out a little bit more even on that win percentage.
What the hell is with a position 5 KDA of 4? Like, what the hell, Seneko? Just leave some kills. Leave some kills for your teammates, buddy. I mean, this is a comparison between a carry and a position 5, and then when you look at the KDA, it's kind of similar. So, props to Seneko. Of course, he has been playing with the Team T and very good players in it, so they've been having a lot of success, as we see, almost 70% win rate. So, obviously, he's doing good.
Yeah, and looking at it, we'll see how they are going to play today. Like I say, Team T coming through in a good position, coming through the upper bracket here as well into this best of 5, so they're going to have the confidence coming in. But Twisted Minds making this run all the way from lower bracket round 1. Dragons, one move just better, Sibe. Those are some big teams to come through here to get to those grand finals, and having to face all of them. The only one they didn't really face here is up against the Enemiga and Liga, who were on the other side of the lower bracket round 1. So it's big scalps here being taken from Twisted Minds, so they've got to have some confidence coming into this one too. And just looking through, what are you expecting here in terms of the heroes being played as well? I'm looking through Twisted Minds, a couple of Broods, a couple of Svens here as well. It's not just the heroes that we've been seeing. They are starting to branch out, and those heroes looking a little bit scary. So are you expecting to see a couple of these, I don't want to call them out of meta, because they are being picked up more and more, but kind of like fringe heroes here for the side of Twisted Minds?
I think it's a very real possibility. As meta is developing, so are the number of heroes increasing that the teams are gonna go for. We see this Jakiro, right? He has been making his appearance in the scene. We are seeing more and more Broodmother being picked up by teams, mostly on the carry role. So why not? I mean, it's gonna happen. You cannot ban everything when the meta is developing like this. It's very hard for teams to ban, right? Because you have heroes that everybody was afraid of last week, and now you have heroes that everybody is afraid of this week, and you don't know what the hell you're gonna do. Your pubs are slightly different from your scrims. Your pubs are slightly different from your official matches, and then something goes through that teams are definitely not going to be too happy about it going through. But this is why it's a best of 5. So I think in this best of 5, unless one of the teams completely overtakes the other one, it should be all of the heroes mashed up together. You lose versus a Brood, then you ban out the Brood. You lose versus a Jakiro, you ban out the Jakiro. You lose versus a Weaver, then you ban out the Weaver. That's kind of how things are going to develop, and it just so happens to who gets the first game is going to be getting some of their very comfort heroes being completely removed.
Well, we'll see how that one is going to go as we get ourselves into the draft. The Batrider and Enigma being banned out here by Twisted Minds. On the other side, the Sven and the Brood. So yeah, those two heroes that I was thinking Twisted might look to pick up here as a bit of a surprise pick. They know, Team T, they've scouted this one out. They've looked at the boards, they've gone through the Dota buffs, and they're saying, yeah, okay, these two heroes are pretty scary. Let's give them a bit of a wide berth here and taking those out straight away. So it does mean that, like you say, there are going to be heroes that get through. So we'll see Tiny TA, Chaos Knight. What support do we see? We're still seeing the Witch Doctor from time to time, but like the Clockwork is in there as well. So yeah, we'll see the Jakiro like you were talking about. We'll see what actually gets through here because there's only 3 bans left.
Yep, really not a lot to work with, but this Enigma needs to be removed, right? Every single team that I watch that has a capacity to move the Enigma to the support role and has a very good Enigma player in the offlane is so scary now in this meta. It is insane, and this is a meta where Rubik is relatively popular, so just goes to show how strong this hero is laning stage wise, how easy it is to itemize when you can just farm push, you can do whatever the hell you want with this hero. His laning stage is actually quite strong as well, so I'm a big fan of it. And considering that both Zibe and Eki play a ton of Enigma, it's in pubs their most played hero, it has to get rid of.
First pick Hoodwink here, so they're going to let through, what's that, Dragon Knight, TA, CK, the Tiny and the Weaver get banned out. The Beastmaster is going to be going in there as well. But those are some big picks to let through here. And going for that Hoodwink, I don't think that was at risk. And yeah, the Darkseer, how did I forget about the Darkseer? Dude, this hero is an absolute, it's a menace. There's no other way to describe it. The Darkseer, they get some great vacuum walls. And it feels like the fights are taking place because of, even though the map's been extended, it feels like there is more and more choke points to try and fight around, more objectives that you do need to be looking towards, and this Darkseer is taking full advantage of that.
I'm kind of wondering if heroes that are naturally very, very good versus the Darkseer in lane, like a Bloodseeker, Juggernaut, are gonna start getting picked up. So Darkseer got indirectly buffed by the Lifestealer getting nerfed. That was kind of the go-to, because even with the Radiance, you're not too afraid of a Lifestealer illusion, and overall in the laning phase, he can do whatever he wants versus this hero. But now that nobody's really picking it up, Darkseer has become this first pick that everybody wants to get. So I'm liking it, and I'm looking forward to in the future, and maybe even in some other tournaments, I don't know if it's going to be happening here, people find at least laning solutions to the Darkseer, because he does pretty well in most of the lanes.
Yeah, and we'll see how it's going to play for them. Like, looking at the Darkseer, like you say, the Bloodseeker and the Juggernaut, not in the best states themselves. So I wonder if that's something that teams maybe they do play around, but I'm a little bit worried to do it. On the other side as well, the Nyx Assassin could be banned out. Yeah, trying to ban out the hero that goes well. We've seen the Nyx Assassin, the rise in popularity of the past week or so. Here, this hero, especially with the Darkseer, is looking incredibly strong. The Ench ban out here as well. So I wonder if Twisted Minds to go back for a Spirit Breaker here to pair with the Darkseer now that Nyx is banned out.
When the Nyx was changed, I was wondering if Ice Rock got hit with some nostalgia and wanting the Nyx to just one-shot people. I mean, we didn't get a Nyx one-shotting people type meta for 10 years, I would say. It was maybe when Invoker Exhort was super popular, and then Nyx would go around the map and you would have the Sunstrike follow-up. And now we have this Dagon Nyx that is completely back. Those are some very quick picks. So on one side, we get a Spirit Breaker, which is great to go with the Darkseer in general. But then we get a response on the other side where they pick up a Clockwork, which is pretty solid versus both of these heroes. It's very hard to charge away. It's very hard to leave the cogs with the Darkseer, and a Wind Ranger, which I assume you are going to be putting in the I actually think it's a flex. It's a complete flex. I know that Knight plays it, Mikey plays it, but I don't think Zibe plays it. He probably does not. So I would assume that this is a flex between them. I need to check who has been playing it more on their team.
Yeah, like you said, can be flexed between the 1 and the 2, and pairing it with the Clockwork and the safe lane, like you say, up against the Darkseer, up against the Spirit Breaker, if that's going to be the full off lane coming out already here for Twisted Minds, I can see that being the Venge coming out here as well. Yeah, I can see that being the safe laner. If not, maybe they look for something like the Gyrocopter for the safe lane, still that ranged hero that can do damage from a distance and do a lot of damage as well.
I would, so the one who has played it in the playoffs thus far has been Mikey.
Yeah.
So I am expecting him to pick it up. Smiling Knight tends to be a little bit greedier from time to time, but it doesn't have to be the case. I mean, when you pick up a Clockwork, you sometimes do expect a range position 1, and I mean, Wind Ranger would do relatively okay. Versus that, a Venge pickup, that could be a core, could be a support. We have been seeing a lot of a rise of the core Venge, and now we know that it is going to be a core Venge with the Jakiro being picked up as well. Jakiro pretty solid at leaving the cogs, right? You just right click him once and you're out.
Yeah, don't know. Again, I don't like the Venge position 1. If that's what it's going to be and it's not the mid lane or something like that, I just don't. I don't like it.
Why not?
It goes back to watching pros play it at TI6, and I think it had like a 30% win rate, something like that, when it's being picked position 1. But it doesn't have the flash farm capabilities. It has to go for...
It's been 8 years.
Doesn't matter.
Let it go.
No. No, because I'm watching history repeat here. It doesn't have flash farming capabilities. Its ultimate is useless outside of the swap is nice, but you can't use it offensively. You have to swap yourself out defensively. You take so long farming up the Ag Scepter early on, when the meta at the current pace, is these position 1s getting involved 10-15 minutes, and the Venge is just like, yeah guys, I'll be there in a minute. Just let me get my first big item that is completely useless, because I have nothing. I die and I have no value. I still hit like a wet noodle. I don't like it as a 1. I really hate this hero as a position 1.
Okay. I didn't know that you felt so strongly about the Venge. I thought the only hero that you really do hate on was the Troll, so I apologize, Rob. Yeah, Venge sucks. Like, you've already lost Twisted Minds. It's most likely gonna be a carry. I doubt they're gonna be sending it to the mid lane. It's just something that wouldn't make sense to me.
Yeah, we'll see how they play it, but yeah, I don't like it. And again, maybe they have an idea how they want to play it. Maybe it's going to be like that false carry here, where you prioritize getting the farm on your mid laner. You look to let them be the win condition, and the Venge is that kind of bait. But yeah, for the most part, I'm not a fan. Everything else in the lineup, great for Twisted Minds. Maybe they win it despite the Venge pick. But on the other side, the Ember coming out early here, so it looks like it is going to be that carry Wind Ranger.
TA is in the pool, and you should ban it out right now, T, if you want to win, because the other side, TA would perfectly match up their lineup, right? You have everything to buff her. You have so many stuns around her. Then you can allow this Venge to act as a position 2 just from the safe lane. And I mean, the TA does well versus an Ember Spirit in the lane, because Ember Spirit is a very low armor hero, so you come close, you might be going through the refraction charges, but she's gonna smack you across the face, and you just need to run. You cannot stand your ground, you cannot fight her.
Yeah, we'll see what it's going to be here this span. They're taking the time over it. 1 minute 30 seconds left on the reserve time. Probably, yeah, I mean, you don't want to use all of that one, because you do want to talk through your next pick here as well. Try and use that extra 30 seconds that you get from the that next pick phase. So yeah, we'll see what it's going to be for them here that they want to ban out. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they ban out the Monkey King. Nyx is gone. There's a lot of these mids being taken out. So on the other side, what are they looking for next pick? So they're looking for an offlaner here. Maybe something potentially like the Underlord still in. Yeah, Underlord to deal with the Surge of the Darkseer, the charge away from the Spirit Break. You get those traps down. I wouldn't mind that generally. Really nice front laner here as well for the side of T.
No, definitely not. That would be a nice one, and it is something that Zibe does play. There it is, nice call. It is also a hero that lanes relatively well versus a Venge Jakiro. Sure, they're annoying, but you have a lot of HP. And they ban out the SF. Yeah, I'm okay with that ban as well, as he really does crush the Ember Spirit in lane. I still think this is a TA pick. I'm just not sure how confident Zantic is in playing it, but I would think goes so well with their lineup, even though there's a lot of overtime damage on the other side.
I wonder if they go for a Void Spirit here. I like the TA pick, but up against the Clockwork, you've got the Dissimulate to get out of the... Never mind. Just straight up Timber Saw here. Okay, and that's... Is that going to be the mid-Timber? I think it is, right?
Yep.
Coming into it? Yeah.
For sure, a mid-Timber. So this is going to be... Shad is going to have to be a bit more greedy on the Vengeful Spirit. I can't say I love this, right? This Timbersaw really needs to snowball. This entire Twisted Mind lineup needs to snowball. And then Venge, she comes, as you said, wait guys, my first item. If she comes with that Aghanim Scepter and you already have a big advantage on Twisted Minds, it can work. But this is the type of lineup that really can backfire. So I'm looking at it, and it's gonna come down to you. If you are a safe lane of Twisted Minds, you need to make sure that this Hoodwink is not getting any kills, that you're not messing up your laning phase. Because if the Hoodwink gets level 6 fast, make sure that a Xantic dies once or twice. Twisted Minds are in a lot of trouble. So I can see this Twisted Minds lineup work, but in general, Team T should have the means to deal with everything that their opponents have.
Yeah, and looking at the lineup, I mean, personally, I'm going to go for Team T. I just don't think the Venge does enough here, especially if it gets to those mid to late game fights. And yeah, like I say, it just takes too long to come online as well. So I'm leaning towards Team T. Hurry, T. Twisted Minds, T. Hurry Minds.
I think T. I'm casting with the British guy, so I think I cannot go up against Team T. He's gonna toss something at me, so I don't wanna mess with that. But yeah, I do think they have a decent lineup. I think they have ways to deal with everything there is on the other side. And Twisted Minds, this type of a lineup that they're running, does require for you to do first 20 minutes perfectly. There's a reason these are not tier 1 teams just yet. They're solid, they're strong, they can sometimes play their best Dota, and if they do on Twisted Minds, they're gonna win. But with just 1 or 2 mistakes, this type of lineup can really fall on its head.
Yeah, and we'll see how it is going to play out as we get ready to get into game number 1. Is a best of 5, so we're going to have at minimum 3 games here between the two teams to see who's going to come out on top. And again, you always like to see these best of 5 go the distance, because that's how the games evolve. That's how the matches evolve. That's how we get these little mini metas coming out. The competitive, the teams playing against each other. It's just really nice to see it go the full distance. And there ain't no games before this one, no lower bracket finals. There's no decider matches, nothing like that. So both of these teams coming in fresh. No reason for them not to go for the full marathon here of the full 5 games.
Yeah. So if you are seeing that you're gonna win 3-0, you're like, yo. The viewers, they didn't get much Dota today. Let's just make it a full best of 5, though. Of course, probably not gonna be happening. If somebody gets an opportunity to win this in a 3-0 fashion, they're gonna be doing exactly that. But look at that, Team T are going for a late smoke, and they are actually gonna catch the enemies off guard, from what it seems.
Yeah, Shadow. Are they going to be able to get on top? Is there anything to slow them down now as well? The cogs don't actually latch here, so it looks like the kick coming through, but the Venge will be away. But yeah, the way they played that one, I'm surprised they didn't put Eki on the front lines for the slow. But they showed Eki in the mid lane here without a smoke. He dropped it behind the tier 1 tower, then he went back, picked it up, as MC will be able to get that bounce rune. Looks like it's just going to be the 2 for 2. As is he not going to go for that one here? Mind control art, going to leave it over to Pablo. Yeah, Pablo will be able to pick up the Watcher, will blind that Watcher, and then pick up the other bounty rune.
It's always nice when you're a core. You have your support, right? You have your slave, personal assistant, whatever you want to call them, that's gonna be doing the walking for you. Why would you walk when there's a position for it to do exactly that?
Yeah, you want to be getting to the lane. You want to be finding that farm. You want to be hitting the creeps as quickly as possible. So you just say, yeah. Personal assistant, I think, is their preference. So, you go pick up that. I mean, you're going to be on the way anyway. It's not like you're going to be farming up, missing out on anything. So, just go for that.
Yeah, sure. As we are going to be looking at both of the side lanes here, and it's going to be interesting, right? On paper, this bottom lane should be a little bit harder for T. But that's where the Hoodwink comes in, right? With some shenanigans, shoving out the wave, securing range creeps. If Eki can play this lane perfectly, it's going to be good enough for the Dire side.
Yeah, and on the other side as well, I think you're playing at a distance. The wind range shouldn't be too much at risk of being hit by those iron shells. A big power spike by MC. Seneko, if he gets some early boots as well, be able to get up into Mind Control's Pavlos' face, drop those cogs, stop the surge, stop that charge away here for the Spirit Breaker. It might be enough to get a couple of quick kills in this lane. I don't think it's going to be super aggressive. We're looking at it saying, oh, it's going to be like 5-6 kills in the first couple of minutes, but definitely is that opportunity to get something on the board for them in that lane. And on the other side, Mind Control has that iron shell coming out, so shouldn't be too shy about getting up for the farm. Doesn't even need to really risk himself as long as he can get these pull-throughs.
I've been a big fan of looking at Jakiro do immense amounts of damage with the Liquid Frost, so I can't wait to see just how much they are gonna able to fight versus that one, because it's not easy. But also mid lane, the Ember was dropping low, so you always have to be careful versus this Timber. So you might not be a universal or a strength hero, but this guy packs a punch.
Yeah, and if you're looking at this mid lane here as well, your M Spirit being that the melee hero is supposed to be in a range here. Is Aki taking a lot of damage? There is going to be the Bushwhack coming through here. Oh, do they have enough? Wave of Terror will be used. An Aki magic missile. Do they have enough to get the kill? Firestorm's going to come out now as well on top of him with the Blood Grenade, but he's going to get the regen from the tower. Aki, got to be careful here. Getting really darn low. And Hanskin looks like he's not going to be able to finish off that kill.
I think for a second he thought he was gonna die, so he just turned around. Okay, let's catch Hanskin. He needs to die faster, and then of course all of that overtime damage did stop. But Jakiro being level 2, level 1 dual breath is just not a strong spell. So once you're like level 4 and this is Jakiro, if you go 202, it's the amount of damage that you do with just the 2 spells is gonna become unbearable for T.
Yeah. Yeah, quickly back to the mid lane as Mikey's. I was going to call it the Mikey lane then, which be half true. Yeah, you are that melee hero, so you've got a little bit of harass that's going to come out from the Timbersaw with the chakrams, but on the same time, you have those Sleight of Fists, you have the Searing Chains, you have the Flame Guard as well, so it's not easy for Xantic either. You can see both heroes in this mid lane taking a lot of harass.
Yeah, you only do pure damage. You cannot go through the Flame Guard, so overall it is gonna be hurting Xantic. But that's why versus an Ember you get 1 or 2 points in reactive armor, and the region should be able to offset any kind of attempt on your life. So overall, I'm expecting this to be a farm lane until we see a level 6 on Timbersaw, and then he has some kill potential. The thing is, Ember is the type of hero that when he gets level 6, he just very rarely dies.
Yeah, and we'll see how that one's going to play out. I mean, I've seen some amazing Embers and Timbers actually for the past few days, so we'll see just who's going to come out on top. Like say, oh, top lane. Speaking about the top now as well, charge coming out to Seneko. Does he have those cogs to drop? Because MC gets low. There's no power shot, and it looks like from the side lane, Pablo's going to come in. Does he get the kill into this one? One bash, it might be enough. Does he have the cogs? He doesn't. Power shot going to be off the mark here, and the Clockwork not going to be able to get the lockdown. Did he have the cogs?
No, he used them earlier for mind control, and they just came off cooldown just when he was dying, I think, before the last right click of Pablo connected. So unfortunately, he doesn't get it. Ember is dropping low.
TP's gonna come in, getting that bottle refill coming in from Seneko here. So Mikey, yeah, like you say, Xantic doing a lot of damage, but he has a shared tango. He's gonna get some regen from that. Now bottom lane looks like Hanskin's gonna be taking a lot of damage again. The Bushwhack comes through. Flame, is it gonna be enough on the Firestorm?
No.
The flames? No. Okay.
He had the 9-stick charges, so the kill was never really going to happen. He was trying to bait him in a bit deeper. The thing is that Venge doesn't really turn things around all that much, and with the Jakiro, when you're that low, you just have to run. So right now, Zibe is going to be able to do whatever the hell he wants in this lane. And really, when we look at it, every single hero is farming out of their freaking minds. I mean, Darkseer is the only one that's getting kind of shut down, but even he has 24 CS.
Yeah, and you look at it, oh, there is going to be the 14 denies coming out on the Wind Ranger here. Jibe slowed in this bottom lane. Are they going to be able to get the kill? He's going to drop that Pit of Mars, but slowing down here, it might just be enough to Hanskin to do the damage to chase down underneath the tier 1. Looks like the dual breath is going to be enough now as well. Shad's trying to get in range. The Firestorm comes out. Hanskin's
no way he lives.
Jibe, does he live through this one? The ticks, it's not going to be enough.
And he wasn't even forced to use a tick of a healing salve to survive. He gets the full salve into him and the kill as well. 1 versus 2. This is, oh boy, these are the types of plays that really come to bite you later on, because Hoodwink is now in the mid lane, and okay, the Jakiro will be TPing in there as well, so we might start seeing a bit of a fight for those power runes.
Cogs comes out onto the Spirit Breaker here. We'll see if they're going to fight out of this one. Seneko gets himself the haste. Going to be able to get the chase down into Pablo. Pablo tries to get that charge away, but it's not going to be enough now. And yeah, Pablo, well, there is going to be the rotation from Atlantic, but again, the haste rune from the Clockwork means he can just easily move himself out of danger. That's a lot of damage onto the Spirit Breaker. They can't aggress onto this one. And a really good steal for the Clockwork there as well, just making sure he got that rune.
Yeah, neither of the mid laners get it though, so that's fine. Spirit Heroes though, until you are level 7, level 8, so that's the second, third power rune, you don't really utilize it all that much, but the Timbersaw would have loved to be able to run to one of these side lanes and get the kill. Speaking of side lanes, Zibe is in trouble again.
Yeah, they're going to be able to go. Magic Missile comes out. Wave of Terror will be here. Jibe, does he survive through this one this time? He's got himself the double braces, so it looks like he's going to be A-okay. And even maybe looking to... Oh, do we see the snipe on the Wisdom Rune here on the other side of the map? Looks like the fight is going to come through. They have a lot of damage, and they might be able to get the kill to Eki. Eki gets low. Does he try and deny himself to the neutrals here? No, Anzantic does get the kill. Seneko going to be the next one to go down. It looks like Anzantic just making sure he secures that Wisdom Rune. Will pick it up, so not give it over to the supports. Jibe doing the same on the other side.
Very nicely done by Twisted Minds. I mean, understanding that these supports are squishing and actually can't stay next. Smiling Knight, he is in trouble. Has nothing to stop the charge, but at least he's speedy.
Yeah, no, level 5, no Shackle coming out here for the Wind Rangers, so that could have been a little bit of danger. This is going to be danger now. Well, Chakram comes through, and Xantic gets the kill. The Whirling Death and the Chakram doing a lot of damage, and Smiling Knight just stuck around a little bit too long.
Huge mistake from Smiling Knight. That's something that you should not have allowed, especially with Timber being there. Sure, he helped kill the supports, but his rotation, well worth it, but still giving a lot to your Ember Spirit. But now when you give him this skill, it is an amazing rotation that Twisted Minds are gonna be super happy about. I think when he was TPing to the top lane, he never expected to get this much out of it.
No, really did hit the jackpot there, as we see Shad just continuing his farm at the minute at the top of the last hit, so being fairly uncontested here with the pulls, being able to get over to the side camps there as well with the Wave of Terror. That's I guess the nice thing about the Venge. He's got that 3 points of the Wave of Terror. He can throw that onto the small camp below the tier 1 and just farm that up that way there as well as it pulls, so it stacks itself. And we might see another fight coming out here. Clockwork, does he want to get close? MC, Atlantic, Pablo all around here. MC only level 4. Tower. And level 6 already onto the Underlord. The Underlord's going to be able to get that double grab here with the Pit of Mars coming through to get the kill onto the Jakiro. Yeah,
he can't leave.
Tier 1 tower going down. Axantic, he can't get himself away from this one. The group up, there's going to be the swap here, but Axantic, the Searing Chains, they get the lockdown. Shad coming in. Got to get himself away from this one. Eki with a Bushwhack coming up in 1 second now. Should be able to get the lockdown, and we'll be able to Smiling Knight with the focus fire. He gets his revenge, and all of a sudden this fight, it turns on its head. Level 7 on Jibe, and Mind Control only level 5. No wall. That wall might have been enough in the fights, but it wasn't there here for the Darkseer.
So now you see the Team T, they had a really good plan when they went to the top lane for that Wisdom Rune. So they deliberately wanted to pull the Timbersaw away from the mid lane. Why? Ember Spirit is solid at pushing the mid lane tower because you usually have the Blightstone, and he does have it in this game. But what the Ember does really well is that he's very hard to kill. Thus, he can play very aggressively and force people to rotate to the mid lane, which is what they did now. And him being the strongest hero just made such a big thing happen. Also, bottom lane, well, that's a clean kill.
Really nice setup here, but it is going to be 4 heroes that executed onto that one, so it is going to mean that the Wind Ranger's getting free farm here. The Ember Spirit's going to be able to rotate back into mid, bully out Shad just a little bit here, level 8 to level 6, so yeah, we might see a rotation onto the Ember Spirit, but while this is going on, the Wind Ranger complete free farm, maybe even a tier 1 tower from this as well.
Yeah, Mikey can play just so aggressively. Very nice dodge on the Magic Missile. He can do whatever the hell he wants, and now he gets 2 cores into the mid lane, and immediately he's hunting bottom.
Yeah, you see the TP coming out from Jibe now as well. They're trying to go into Pablo. Pablo could he get himself away from this one. Taking tower shots, that Bushwhack up in 2 seconds. So Pablo is looking for the charge 6 seconds away from that one. The Bushwhack's going to connect. Firestorm over the top, even the Pit of Mars, just to make sure. And Xantic does get that shield rune, but a good couple of kills here. In fact,
They're
Mikey...
not done. Yep.
No, he's hunting for that Jakiro here. Gets caught in the Ice Path. Sleight of Fist won't connect, but Hanskin out of mana. Mind Control still not level 6 here. Again, no wall to come out for him. And Mikey wants to chase that Flame Guard. Is active. Looking to chase down now. And again, the Fiend's Gate comes through. And Hanskin Firestorm onto the Jakiro. Do we have the lockdown coming through? All the spells being used here. Remnant for the Ember Spirit. Does he want to try and go for this jump? The Bushwhack will connect. Try and go for this one. Charge onto Mikey. Mikey, no, the Pit of Mars. He's going to be able to jump himself away. Can he carry on going into Shadow? And again, this big commit. Even the Wind Ranger through the Twin Gate. They want to fight this one out.
Jibe going to get low. Hate onto himself. So that's very smart.
Eki, Bushwhack comes out. Shield rune here for Atlantic, but it's not going to stop the stun. Still trying to chase down, but Eki, fairly quick, will be able to get himself away. Ember Spirit jumping in onto this one here with a full heal from that Fountain. Does he get the kill? Pablo's going to get low, but it looks like Mikey just stunned up from that charge long enough here. MC might be the next target. And again, Zantic trying to come in with that shield room, but 3 heroes around here. Mikey, how much does he want to commit onto this one? The hook shot's not going to connect here. Might still be able to get the kill. They do get the root with the Searing Chains coming through. MC, he doesn't have the mana now. He has the bottle charges here, Mikey, but won't have enough mana to get that Slider Fist out onto MC. So MC, mind control. Does he survive through this one? Yeah, he does. I mean, there's still 3 heroes here. Mikey, though, might have gone a little bit too deep. All 5 with this charge coming through. That's an overcommitment from the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, trying to kill a Darkseer is very ambitious when you don't have 4 points in the Sleight of Fist, and especially he came back not with full mana. I think that was the main thing. He came back full HP, but the mana was kind of half, and it took all of it to get MC low, of course, not get the kill. So unnecessarily aggressive, but it is T that are kind of dictating the tempo of the game, which is what you want, right? It allows you to do whatever the hell you want on the map. And if you look at it, your tier 1 towers are untouched and you've taken down all of the enemy tier 1 towers. So you're going to be the ones that are going to be controlling the game, which is something that we talked about it. Twisted Minds would have wanted to do.
Yeah, speaking about the end, there's going to be the hook shot coming in now, and it will latch this time. Cogs push back. There is going to be the runaway from the Clockwork, though. Doesn't want to overcommit. It's Zantic on the back line, so it looks like T. This is just kind of the thing, right? You were talking about these teams not completely being on the level of other tier, you're on the tier 1 level, but and yeah, we spoke to players that have said you have to do the little things right, and this is kind of, I think, where T maybe just need to try and improve you on the. They're getting aggressive, maybe just a little bit too aggressive looking for these kills. And you can see there this time that they do back themselves away. So played there from the Clockwork, just making sure that he didn't give up a kill for free, even after a good hook shot in.
Not gonna lie though, the way the Team T are playing, this is of a very high level. What they're doing right now is applying pressure, and no matter how strong of a team you are, no matter how much focus you have, at some point this pressure will break you, right? And the Ember Spirit is just so good at doing it. They have very mobile heroes around the map. If we could look at the net worth of the heroes, that Wind Ranger has been untouched, so we can look at it. She's at the top. Once she starts joining with the Maelstrom, people are just gonna start dying.
Yeah, I think this is the difference. It's only about 1,000 gold at the minute, but what's the Venge going for item-wise? The Venge is going straight to that Aghanim Scepter after the Dragonlance here. That's not going to accelerate the farm at all. It's going to be a nice survival tool, but again, it's at 4,200 gold. They'll only give you a second life, and yeah, they might be able to go again. Clockworks and Echo trying to close the gap with the Pit of Mars as well as the Piggy Pole here. The battery's still right on top of Shad. Shad's trying to do the best he can. Charge going to come through, and yeah, you look at this one now as well. The Fiend's Gate really nicely played. Really great bushwhack there as well. Wall this time has been dropped. Are they going to be able to do enough to back him as well? Jibe Suneko going to get low. Jibe's going to be taken down there as well. Maybe again a step too far. Not having the back of a Mikey. He sees this. He just turns and walks himself away.
Oh, nice response from Twisted Minds. That was perfect, really. And Mikey was just a little bit too late. Eki in a lot of trouble, too.
Yeah. Power Shot comes through. Pablo Shackle's not going to connect anything. The Focus Fire will be here. Trying to get at least something from this one. They do get the kill onto the Spirit Breaker. They save Eki's life.
Now you chase.
Do they have enough here? There's no Fiend's Gate for Jibe to get right into this fight. They're trying to go at Zantic. He might be getting caught out. With those Searing Chains, he's got the Chakram, he's got that Whirling Death to come through as well. Mikey taking a lot of damage from this one. Eki, Ice Path, he does actually catch out onto Mikey. Mikey's got a run to jump himself away too. And it looks like maybe now, see, do they just want to give this one up and just relax a little bit?
I don't think so. You relax and you allow the enemies to shove out the waves, then the Spirit Breaker is hunting and you don't really see what's going on. This way you're keeping tabs on your opponent. So I think they're quite happy with what is happening right now. Twisted Minds, they don't really have that much strength in the later portions of the game. If you kill the Timber Saw a couple of times right now, they've been trying to do it but unsuccessfully, then you will break the game apart in your favor. So I think that's what T are constantly trying to do. Just in the previous fight, they underestimated the tankiness of the Vengeful Spirit. Very, very hard to bring down. Double Bracer, Ogre Axe, and the Dragonlance. That's a tanky hero if I've ever seen one.
Yeah. And we'll see if they continue here on the path to that. Obviously, Shad going to be able to get that Aghanim Scepter. That's what he's going to be going towards. And yeah, I mean, T, again, it was a nice fight to start off with, but they came in, they had the first 3 initial heroes. By the time they reacted, all of Twisted Minds, they were all there. And then it was kind of Mikey running in. Like I say, you got the call coming through from the Wind Ranger here as well. But the initial burst coming through from Twisted Mind was enough to turn that fight. So yeah, if they are going to go for it, I'd like to see the Fiend's Gate, them grouping up all at the same time and make that initial push.
Once charge. He's hard. He's hard to catch. You're too deep.
Hookshot comes through Pablo. It might have been a great bait mate here, as there's going to be the wall being dropped, but only Suneko going to be caught in it now. And Mikey might even be able to get this arcane room. It's going to be really good for the Ember Spirit to pick up. Having those lower cooldowns here for Mikey in the middle of a fight like this one, yeah, he's going to be absolutely loving those. So we'll see what they're going to do with it.
Pro tip, do not charge an Ember Spirit, right? You have a 6-second downtime to get lucky so that you can actually bash him. It almost never happens.
Yeah, and I think it was actually cancelled out by the hookshot though, wasn't it? So
yes, but he wouldn't have gotten the charge anyways. So it's weird, right? At that point, I think he's like, oh, he has 1 more second, I'm gonna charge him. And even if you do it, it's super deep. I mean, he understands. He needs to pull away.
Yeah. Oh, Mikey, though, is going to take some harass in the mid lane. Do they have enough here with another strike? There's good the Bushwhack coming through. Connect on to the Timber Sword now as well. But Mikey, yeah, with the Ice Path.
No!
They have enough for that kill. It looks like they want to try and go for a little bit more. Do they want to try and push onto this one? As Zantic, he's got that Timber Chain over the other side of the map now as well. Eki tries to dodge off, and the Chakramate won't connect. Into the trees here. Will and Death onto Smiling Knight, trying to move himself away from this one. A lot of damage here coming through from the Timber Sword. So we'll see Adzantic, Cogs will be dropped. He's going to be bounced back as well. Do they have the Pit of Malice? They do. They have the lockdown onto the Timber Sword. Adzantic, he's not going to be able to get himself away. Smiling Knight gets a clean kill from that, and they might chase for a little bit more.
You can see how Twisted Minds wanted to utilize the Ember being dead because that's the space creator for T. But the thing is, that's the aggressive kind of fight creator for T. In terms of defensive capabilities, when you put down the Pit of Malice in a good spot, as it was done earlier, the enemy team cannot connect, and you have the focus fire to kill anybody. I mean, nobody is surviving this spell. There's no way. And considering that the Wind Ranger is the top of the network chart, might stay there until the end of the game. You're just gonna continue bursting everybody down, and that is a big thing, right? Ember died, sure, strong hero, important for T, but the Timber is so much more important for Twisted Mind.
Yeah, and we might now see Pablo. Power Shot doesn't connect here. Rocket Flare will see him, though. Does he want to go for the hook shot? Hook shot's going to be baited out for Pablo. Got those quick feet as the Spirit Breaker. Just moves himself away. Has that really nice turn time as well. And yeah, just gets himself out of the range of a hook. So it might just slow down the aggression here. Smiling Knight is looking to still farm here. In the mid lane, Venge on the top, the Timber Sword. So maybe not thinking he's in too much danger, but has to be careful still. So yeah, just backs himself off to the Ancients.
So the Venge is approaching the Aghanim Scepter. So the big timing for Twisted Minds is actually coming, right? A time where you are gonna have a frontliner that you are fine with him dying, and then the rest of the team can turn it around. We didn't really talk about the Wombo combo, Ice Path into a Vacuum. So this is the only spell that you don't have to combo that perfectly with the Vacuum, right? Because you can Ice Path and then Vacuum people into it. It's very easy to execute. Then follow-up charge, Chakram, and of course the other heroes doing damage as well. So with the Venge, you're going to be able to create that chaos for T to lose their positioning and to get pulled into an unfavorable position. So I'm really hoping the Chad is going to start playing very, very sacrificial, because his team needs him to do so if they want to get ahead.
Yeah, and on the other side as well, yeah, we'll see how that one's going to play, if that's going to be the initial jumps coming through here, with the pipe coming out for MC as well. That's going to be nice coming up against a lot of the lineup for MT, so I don't think that Mind Control's going to mind frontlining this one out, while the rest of his team, trying to get these farm because Venge, he's still going to be 800 gold away here, or in fact, MC, I said that about going to the pipe, but it's not going to be out yet, and there's going to be a lot of damage coming through with a Macropie here, Suneko, but the focus fire onto the Darkseid, do they have enough? It looks like they're going to be able to get this kill. Charge comes through once again. Pablo, though, he's just put himself at risk. The Pit of Mars is out as Zantic. There's going to be the Nether Strike coming through. Do they have the time and damage to get these kills? And the Vengeful Spirit still has that swap, but might still be a risk here, as the hero starts to group up around. Suneko, he gets up another Cogs, traps 2 heroes in the shackles. Was that power shot? Adzantic's going to get low. Charge cancels off once again. Adzantic's going to go down here. Mikey, he might be the sacrificial lamb, but it's just going to be absolutely everybody from the side of Twisted Minds. They take them all, and T, they're going to be able to get Smiling Knight out. This is just a clean fight here for Smiling Knight. 20
minutes in, we get the first rampage of the best of 5 grand finals drop, so we can start being super happy. The thing is with I'm starting to see a pattern here that might make it so that the late game actually goes towards Twisted Minds. I mean, sure, Mind Control is a Darkseer, but we're gonna have to hold that thought as he's being focused fired.
Yeah, and it looks like Sharpshooter's going to miss, and Smiling Knight still walks himself into the Ice Path here. Can he get the Surge away? Looks like Smiling Knight goes right when the Darkseer goes left here, or maybe just the Wind Ranger saying, okay, it's a little bit too much exposure time there, just need to get myself away, can't really commit to that kill.
So the thing that T are lacking is constant output of damage on a single target after the focus fire has been used. And we saw it in the previous fight, right? They completely overwhelmed them, killed the important hero, and then they couldn't finish it. Smiling Knight took a long time to actually bring people to heal. So I think that could be an issue coming forward, especially once the Venge gets the Aghanim Scepter, when you can get that early hate onto yourself, survive for a long period of time if they don't use the focus fire, and if they do, then nobody else will have to die, and Twisted Minds will be able to turn around a fight. So I'm waiting for a time when December Spirit will start doing a lot of damage, or maybe the Hoodwink, but it does give the opening of like the late game between 35 and 45 minutes where Twisted Minds might actually be tanky enough, no matter what items you have on the other side, to survive a fight for a long time and actually win it in the end.
Do you think that's where then the win range goes for the focus fire cooldown at level 25? Usually you see the win run can't be dispelled, but for this one, like say, if you're saying there's going to be a problem with a single target focus damage, so getting that focus fire down to 12 seconds after a kill, or having that 18-second reduction after a kill, is that something you think they need to go for here in this game?
Sure. That's why, I mean, you don't look at that to, oh, we are gonna use this to win, right? You try to win beforehand, but right now they're in a Roche and they're not killing it fast enough. The scan was used.
We'll see if they're going to be able to get here in time now as well. The cogs have been dropped. There's going to be the Timmy Chain coming in now as well. Pablo,
he's going
to have that BKB as well here. Can he get the kill? Smiling Knight. He's going to have the Aegis. Really good pit of Malice coming out now as well. Traveling on to Shad. Shad, can he get himself away from this one again? The focus fire has been used to get down that Roshan, but it looks like Shad going to be chased down. Rodovatos comes through. They get the kill onto Shad. They take down the Clockwork from this. Clockwork's going to be buying back now as well. Smiling Knight has that Aegis away from the wall as well. We'll see what he's going to do. And again, the focus fire coming up in 10 seconds here. Can they get the chase down pit of Malice into the shackles? It looks like they might be able to get another one here. You have that illusion coming through from Shad once again, but they're going to try and focus down onto Mind Control. Mind Control, can he get himself away? He is going to be taken down. The focus fire is back up. Charge comes through. Pablo onto Smiling Knight. Can they take this first life down here for Smiling Knight? Smiling Knight, he has that BKB still for if he goes down, and once he comes back up, going to be able to pop that one. And it looks like he is going to be taken down eventually. Do they have enough to fight this one through here with the 3 heroes left? Or the 4 heroes with Avenge. And it looks like they're going to be able to get the chase down. Power shot now onto the Jakiro. Jakiro going to be popped by the Wind Ranger. And with that BKB, the Shackles latches onto Atlantic, but it doesn't latch onto a Triton. Focus fire now as well. The Cogs come through. Atlantic can get himself away from this one, even with the reactive armor. It's not going to be enough. They get the kill. Smiling Knight takes him down. The Venge respawns just in time, it looks like, to be taken down once again. Swap out, Smiling Knight, charge coming back through. Pablo is low. Gotta be careful of the Gleipnir! Oh, he didn't mean to do that, it looks like, but he still gets the catch. And Pablo Bushwhack is going to be here. Power shot going to be channeling that once again. Doesn't connect onto Pablo. It doesn't look like MC is back. So it looks like Team T just going to back themselves away.
3 for 3, if I'm not mistaken. No, for the mind control died as well. I mean, you did take the Aegis on the other side, so on paper it is 4 for 4, but things are starting to look scary for T. Smiling Knight is the only one doing damage, and I think Mikey, in these fights, needs to make sure that he doesn't die rather than do the damage, because he's the only constant output of damage on the side of T that is going to be able to finish people off when you do not have a focus fire. So things are not too bad for Twisted Minds, even though on paper they're losing every single fight. They are keeping the goal lead in check. And I think fairly soon, the fight where they are turning the game around might actually happen. Underlord went for this Rod of Athos. I think that in general was a mistake. Zibe is dying, and they need him to stay alive. They need him to have these auras, because you already have so much lockdown on T. I don't think anybody's escaping the Pit of Malice. Anyways, Cogs, Bushwhack, Shackle Shot, Chains. The Athos was overkill in my mind.
Yeah, and he is going to go back for that pipe here on the Underlord, but no. I mean, he's got the mech, he's got the mana boots, but no combined Greaves just yet. The pipe's going to come through. Do you expect him to go Crimson after that, or is there something else you want to be seeing build here?
Greaves. I'll look at the mid lane.
Oh, wall comes through here. They're going to have a lot of damage, but it's going to be the push away with the Cogs. Seneko, he's going to fall. The Fiend's Gate comes in now as well. Pit of Malice is going to be here. Jibe, he gets right back to that Ice Path once again. Like I said, that Vacuum is here. A lot of damage onto Jibe. He's going to fall. Smile Knight, he's got the BKB. Can he get himself away from this one? But it looks like Twisted Minds to start doing a lot of damage from this one now as well. Eki's going to be charged out. Can they get the kill onto Eki? Eki, he might just fall here. Yeah, the damage coming through. And it looks like it's going to be Mikey coming out next. And this is going to be, like you say, the fight. Maybe the worm has turned here for Twisted Minds, taking down 4 out of the 5 heroes, and will be able to put some pressure onto the tier 3s. It looks like, oh, excuse me, it's the tier 2 that's still standing. Tier 1 here as well. So tier 1s and tier 2s
the fight was coming. I told you that the fight was coming when you're gonna lose. And I think it comes down to the Underlord not being tanky enough. Imagine if he had a pipe guarding Greaves instead of this Atos. And then he survives, he moves away, he protects his teammates, you continue to poke, and you find the opening with the Shackle Shot, you focus fire somebody down. But with this Atos, you have more catch, but he's just being taken out. And this is the thing. Sometimes these lineups that might lack constant output of damage, you have to get all of the little things right, and itemization goes with that as well. So things looking up for Twisted Minds. Of course, there's gonna be another change in strength, maybe in like 7-8 minutes, but you need to make sure that you don't lose much in those next 7-8 minutes if you're T.
Yeah, and we'll see just how they're going to be able to play this one here. And again, I mean, taking that Aegis, taking that last fight is a good first step here. To being able to secure this game out. And like you say, the Ember Spirit, he hasn't really been that... we're seeing 2, 5, and 10. I'm used to seeing Ember Spirits at that point, 26 minutes in, being double digits on kills, having like no deaths, being still double digits on the assists as well. And it feels like Mikey just really not going on this Ember Spirit just yet.
Guess who is going? They're going on Eki.
Oh, Eki. There is going to be another strike to come through. The Rod of Atos lockdown, and they should be able to, will be able to. Yeah, Eki will fall.
Yep, this is the opening of the map that we talked about, which is why T were constantly on the aggression, so that the Spirit Breaker isn't hunting them down. Well, you're no longer on the aggression, you have to be defensive now, and it is opening up so many possibilities for this Twisted Minds lineup.
Yeah, and if you're looking at this here for the side of Twisted Minds, are you just looking now to take full advantage of them? So you got take down these objectives, or is it just fight, and really solidify this advantage?
Yeah, fight, and the objectives are gonna fall themselves. You really don't need to be focusing on right-clicking a tower. I think that would be a waste of your time, as the Ember Spirit will be able to poke and kind of send you away.
Okay. And we'll see, how they look for this one. The wall is back up now as well. That Nether Strike up in 2 seconds. They do have the full lineup on the side of T, so we'll see how it's going to play out for them. But yeah, for the minute, it looks like Twisted Minds do have this map control here, and we'll see who they're going to try and find out now. What's the bench going to be going towards that Manta style next? And only the recipe, it looks like, so only about 75 gold away here for Chad, being able to pick that one up, and we'll be able to get it with this tier 2 tower he just took.
Look at how spread they're playing. They understand nobody's gonna be finding them. You took down the easiest tier 2 to take down, that's fine, but it's more about narrowing the path of the charge of the Spirit Breaker when he's coming from the top lane to be able to connect to the mid lane from a different angle and stuff like that. It's really gonna help in that regard. Yeah,
and if you look at the way Tia playing, they're still playing, like you say, the playing group, so they're looking for these picks. And item-wise, what are we looking at next? The Wind Ranger, Lincoln Sphere coming out. Oh, there's going to be a fight, and they're going to be able to get on top of Eki again. Eki! Yeah, really nice group up kill here for the Twisted Mind, so well played for them.
Somebody needs to give their life away. It's just a necessity. Having that Lincoln Sphere, it is a big deal, right? So you can actually show yourself in lane if you're Smiling Knight, but dude, they need these damage items on T so much. It's insane. They need damage items on the Ember, on the Hoodwink, and of course on the Wind Ranger, and then you need 8 billion defensive items on Zibe, and this is going to take time. Twisted Minds are so aware how much stronger they are at the moment. 3k gold lead isn't really showing the difference in strength. If a team fight would happen, you're gone as D.
Yeah, and yeah, like you say, Zibe, I probably would have preferred, I know he's going to get the Pipe Greaves out soon, but I think I would have preferred like an Eternal Shroud instead of that Rod of Atos. So like, yeah, like I said, just go straight into the Greaves and offer that protection for your team like that. And it's just not worked out that way. So you can see here, even the Underlord, 2, 6, and 11 for the side of T. And they are starting to slowly lose its momentum on the kill-taking capabilities.
There's also an Aghanim Scepter on the Timbersaw, which is a big deal defensively, and you have no Yule Scepters, nothing to purge that off with, meaning that you can't really kill him, right? Especially when there's Avenge ready to offer her life with a swap to save Atlantic. If I'm T, I don't know when I'm thinking to fight. This is just one of those situations. Okay, when Wind Ranger gets a nullifier, that's when. So Smiling Knight has started working towards it, but it is gonna take quite a lot of time. Maybe you just even let the second Roche go, and that's a hard thing to do when you have a Clockwork lineup.
Yeah, especially when there's the Venge already on the second, the second life on the other side there as well. So it's not just like you're fighting, okay, there's an Aegis, we need to pop that one, and then, they are going to be fighting into effectively 7 heroes here if they give that Aegis over to the Timbersaw, and just makes it a lot harder to play around those fights because it throws that target priority out the window there as well. And I think this is that kind of niche thing that I was talking about in the draft with Avenge, where you play this false carry. She took all of the aggression in the laning stage. It will be able to catch up, but playing it more like a 3 than a 1, and you let the Timbersaw run away with the game. You let this Darkseer find all the farm here as well, and it is nice to have the Vengeful Spirits in these fights, but she isn't the win condition here to take you to that end game.
Oh, look at this. They want to hunt on the top lane. They know where the Ember is. They got the scan. Mikey's in trouble.
Does he have a remnant to jump himself away to now as well? There's going to be a charge coming through, and yeah, the Ember Spirit here, he buys out. They have the control and they have the damage. He's straight up dead.
Well, at least he's got the Shivas. And instant TP to the outpost. They want to continue the fight.
Yeah, I can see this as well. There's a minute without the Ember Spirit being up, surely. Yeah, you're going to look for this one. Great vacuum back now as well. Jibei, they've already got the kill onto Eki before even really thrown over to this one. They get the kill onto Jibei, and this is going to be a great opening here for the side of Twisted Minds, and they've played this really well. They've put Xantic at the forefront. He's died a couple of times from it, but he's just absolutely throwing out the damage here, and they will be able to step up now onto the tier 3s.
Yeah, with the Vengora, you really do push really fast. So the glyph will be used, but this tower is gonna get demolished by Twisted Minds.
Yeah. So we'll see 32 minutes into this one how they want to try and play this one out. They are going to be able to break this high ground here. And in fact, with the Ember Spirit being down for 17 seconds, they might just be able to go for a full set of racks from this one. I'm going to focus down the melee racks first. So you're prioritizing that. That fortification will be back up. As it looks like, did he want to go for more into this one? There was a hookshot coming in from the Clockwork, just trying to interrupt. But it looks like Seneko is going to give his life away from this one. So maybe just a little bit hasty on that. Shackle won't connect.
That is... trying to do something. They do have a buyback, so this could be an opening. Oh no! They got caught!
Yeah, Eki in the trees, he was looking at that bushwhack in, but the vacuum came in just at the right time here. Gets that lockdown coming through. They might be able to get the kill into mind control. He will fall here. Can they take Xantic down now as well? And like you say, he's got the Aghanim Scepter coming through. He's a big tanky boy, but do they have the control? Shackle won't latch to anything now as well. They're trapping him to a tree. There is going to be the Glimmer coming through again, but the Ice Path, it stops the aggression from the side of T in its tracks. Looks like, do they want to chase for more into this one? Hanskin, no. The Rod of Atos comes out from Xantic, doing a lot of damage onto Mikey. Mikey's going to be forced to remnant away now. The Shackle actually will connect this time. Can they get the kill? The swap comes out. Shad, he's going to give this first life. Do they have enough to get through that first life? And no, it doesn't look like it now. Hurricane Pike's going to be used here. Shad will go down. Yeah, he's a big tanky boy. But it looks like with that Shackle, they might eventually get through it. Maybe if Xantic has something to say. Second swap comes out now. Shad trying to do his best to keep himself alive now. But Eki's going to get low. Eki, the charge comes through that pit of malice because of the BKB. They take down Shad fully. He buys back, but he doesn't buy back quick enough. He's got an outpost to TP to, so it's going to be about 6 seconds, 7 seconds before he's back in this fight. Is that enough to get the kill onto Xantic with the focus fire? It looks like it is. He is down here, but he might still be able to push into the base anyway.
That could have been the game if Shad bought back when he should have, but he's like, I'm gonna buy back at the last moment, and then the proc of the Maelstrom kills his illusion, and then he buys back. And because of that, he wasn't there to save the Timbersaw. Mind control comes back, TPs to the outpost, but it takes too long, and without the Timber, you cannot continue to fight. This is also very dangerous, because Timber is not going to be up for 60 seconds, given an opening for T to set up for Roche. So let's see if Twisted Minds are going to be brave enough to start it themselves right now. I don't think so. Maybe you just go towards the top lane, set up some vision, and prepare for a fight. But overall, it's still a win for Twisted Minds. You got a full lane of racks. The glyph was used as well. You're probably going to be getting Roche too. So overall, they are still the ones controlling the pace of the game.
TP coming in from Seneko is trying to scout this one out early. The Ice Path is going to be here now as well. This is brave. The Wind Rage is going to take... No way, the Wind Rage TP's onto that one. Doesn't complete. No shot. He goes there. And yeah, really nice one. It was a scout out from Seneko, but as soon as that TP completes, he's just straight up dealt with.
Yeah, they probably thought for a second that the enemies were trying to get a Roche in the bottom lane, and then they thought, okay, at least we're going to be controlling the top part of the map. But Twisted Minds, they're aware that they're not in that much of a hurry. Considering that they've taken down the mid lane, they have the advantage necessary to bring this game to an end in their favor. So you just take it slow, and you do not make rash moves. Going to the top lane, waiting for your Timbersaw, that is exactly that. So just take it easy, and this game is yours.
Yeah, and we can see here Mikey, who gave vision. He's going to be charged. You have the Nether Strike to follow up now as well into that swap. No! Needed that magic missile follow up just a little bit quicker here. And Mikey, he did have that remnant in the fountain to jump away to.
Smiling Knight is approaching that level 25 that you mentioned, and he's got the Nullifier, going for an Aghanim Scepter as well. Now Soneko will be getting a jetpack, so you have Iron Man in your team. That's quite nice. But I like it, right? Because now at Xantic, he might go forward, and you can kill him. The problem is there's going to be an Aegis and a Cheese, and who do you give the Aegis to? I actually am in favor of giving the Aegis to Xantic.
Yeah, like you say, Shad already has that second life there. The rocket scouts out into that Roach Pit, but it's not going to be a response quick enough here for T. So yeah, Shad actually takes it. I would have thought you would have taken, effectively second life there anyway. I thought you would have given it over to the Timber.
The idea is that you're going to swap out the Timber when he goes deep in. The thing is, I just don't know if Shad is going to be aware that the enemies have a Nullifier and they can actually kill him super fast. So smoke on smoke action, 5 versus 5 in an open field.
We'll see here. Pit of Mars comes in. Xantic is going to be that immediate swap. Yeah, like you say, do they have the damage to take him down? Shad, he's going to have that shield coming through. A really good macro pyre, though. It's going to be burning down absolutely everyone. Eki has to buy back into this one, otherwise he's going to burn down. Shibi going to be bounced into that macro pyre now as well with the Ice Pass coming through. They've taken down 3 quick kills on the side of T. T's fallen 3 times. And they still have the Aegis, they still have the T. So Twisted Minds, this is a big opening for them. No underload for the next 64 seconds.
That might just be showing that T are unable to win this game. I mean, that was a full focus fire onto the Timbersaw. He just waited out the Nullifier and then popped his Aghanim Scepter. The Wind Ranger cannot kill him. I think Smiling Knight, after that fight, you might even decide to just pick up a Daedalus, right? The Aghanim Scepter is a great item on this hero, but to be honest, you're lacking damage severely at the moment on T.
Yeah, and if you're, let's see, the level 25, it's still not out here for the Wind Ranger. We'll see if it's going to be, because I don't think he's having a problem with the Wind Run, especially with the BKB here. I generally think he has to go for that one, and not too far away from that Ag Scepter now as well, using the Power Shot to scat out. Not actually following up on the Ancient, so Smiling Knight backs himself away, and what's he going to do? He's got the Bracer that he can sell. It's going to give him, what, 250 gold, something like that, so not too far away from that full Ags, but a lot dangerous to try and move out here, and in fact, Mikey's career might go down if it gets scouted.
And Shadow will have a Butterfly, so imagine the damage output of a Vengeful Spirit in this game. He also got the talent to steal the enemy damage and armor. So Vengeful Spirit at this point in the game does pack a punch, which always takes some time. I know you're a hater, Rob. You have shown it in the drafting stage, but this Venge is hella strong.
Now, yes, sure, but anybody given this access would be this strong. It's the fact that it takes so long to get here. So if you have a bad game and you're the coach, Shackle comes out here, they might be able to go. There's going to be the Lotus Orb onto Venge now as well. Pops that Mantis Cell, tries to run himself away, and we'll see if with that Lotus Orb being used, what they try and do here on the side of Twisted Minds.
This crappy hero came high ground and lost half of his HP, like bad hero.
SWAT comes out, they're going to be able to get the kill. Thought Coach's going to fall, no buyback here now as well. They have that lockdown now as well. Aegis will be popped. Can they get more from this one? Looks like they've got a bit of a lockdown onto Xantic. He's going to be taking a lot of damage through this one now as well. And like you said, with that break, they're going to try and go the Force Staff away for Shad. Xantic can he get himself down to the low ground. He does with that Timber Chain. But maybe just a warning shot or two being fired here up against Twisted Minds.
They still had a cheese to work with, so the idea there for Twisted Minds was to maybe bait out T out of the base. But if you're T right now, you're aware that your chase would be would kind of mean your demise, so just take it easy. And the level 25 of the Wind Ranger is approaching. I really want to see what he takes, and I think the Focus Fire cooldown might be the only way. Plus, he's still not buying that Aghanim Scepter, so I think Smiling Knight is thinking about a Crystallis. I would definitely get rid of that Bracer and buy a Crystallis right now.
Yeah, just keep that damage going. Physical damage-wise, it's a lot of magic damage on the side of... Oh, it's just illusions. Yeah, it's a lot of magic damage coming through from the side of Twisted Mind. So maybe not looking to reduce that once. Mikey, he's so far out here.
Overall, he changed his mind. He's going to be going for an MKB versus a Butterfly, probably the best deal, right? Plus, you want some procs versus the Timber as well, because that armor, it was shown to really be a problem.
Yeah, Hookshot comes in. They're going to be able to get the trap down onto the Venge again. Can they get anything from this one? So they've already popped that Aegis, but again, the illusions come through if he does go down. Lotus Orb will be used. They're not going to be able to do it a second time here. Mikey jumps in with the Shivas, but it looks like once again, Twisted Minds just backed themselves away, and they have lost, it was at tier 3 and 1 racks here in this bottom lane. So they do have to be careful about how much they give away to Twisted Minds on the side of T. But Twisted Minds, the push potential coming through from them, having a really good time. And yeah, Shad can pop that Manta style, use those illusions to push you onto buildings as well. So it's really fallen into Twisted Minds' hands now this game.
And it is a melee illusion, so they're stronger. It's not range illusions in the Vengeful Spirit, even though they have range. So people tend to forget about that sometimes. Sometimes you're like Battle Fury, Echo Saber, but the Manta on a Venge with this facet is actually quite nice as well. Not as nice, but it's cool.
You don't get the uphill miss as well, do you? Because it effectively counts from when the Spirit, flies forward and connects onto the building. So yeah.
Octarine Core on the Ember, that's huge. And Smoke, they found an opening.
They're going to try and go low to Silver. It's going to be the swap once again here. This could be a little bit of Snake. The Pit of Mars comes out here. Looks like Shad trying to move himself out. Snakeo, that Ice Path once again. BKB for Smarne. It's trying to get the chase down with this Focus Fire. We'll see what he's going to try and do. Level 25. What did he actually pick on that for the talent? He did go for that cooldown here on that Focus Fire. He gets it once. Can he get it a second time? It looks like he's trying to move himself away. Pablo's on the chase now as well. Pablo gets that Nether Strike coming out. But the Shackles will be here. And a Focus Fire once again. BKB for Pablo. Pablo can he get himself away from this wind range. It's going to be Yule Scepter coming through now. That BKB is down. Smarne Knight. They have the control. They're going to be able to get the kill. Pablo, he is away. And again, the illusion for the Venge still up here. So with these 3 heroes being down, we see, I think this is going to be it. They're going to be able to march into the base. I'm going to be able to take away all of these buildings from the side of T. Twisted Minds play this one really, really well. Just biding the times. And again, yeah, just putting it all on Exantic in that early to mid game. It really has paid off here for the Timbersaw. Timbersaw, the top of the net worth, having a great time and just paved the way here for Twisted Minds.
And Shad, that when he died first there, he didn't have a buyback, but actually 8 minutes have passed. He's gonna be dead for a long period. This is still his dieback, essentially, but doesn't matter. He still has his illusion to just make sure that his team is pushing, and you have the buyback on the Wind Ranger. It's now or never.
Yeah, you have to use this one now as well. Backline dive comes in. Snakeo just going to be taken care of. Snakeo, again, maybe just a little things here. Smiling Knight on the backline says he got that BKB not up for 20 seconds now, so they're going to have to control the Ice Path. The Macro Power coming through, even with the Nether Strike onto the Wind Ranger. I think this might just be it. Yeah, even with that buyback on the Clockwork and Jibbe here as well, I don't think they're going to be able to 1v5, and this might just be game number 1 going the way of Twisted Minds. So waiting it out. Yeah, GG gets called. Really well played here for them.
Oh, that's a pretty nice way to start the best of 5 series, right? Because we got a rampage on T and they lost the game. We saw both teams know their timings, get the initiatives, make small mistakes sometimes, but in the end, Twisted Minds, I think they understood exactly what their lineup was good at, just how to itemize, and for me, it was the itemization of the one team versus the other that actually ended up going for Twisted Minds, and there's just small things are going to be making a difference in this best of 5 grand finals.
Yeah, and that was just, it was a clean execution, like you said, coming through from that mid-game. Twisted Minds, understand the damage limitations here, and maybe Team T, like you say, the itemization could have been a little bit better on their side to be able to close out, the mid-game where they had the advantage. But yeah, no, it is going to be Twisted Minds here taking game number 1. It is a best of 5, so we're going to try and hurry through it here, get ourselves through to the full 5 games. So we're going to be taking a quick break. We're back with the second game right after this. Welcome back in, everybody. We're going to get straight into this draft here for game number 2 between T as well as Twisted Minds. That's first game. T had it in the early game, not going to lie, but in the later half of that game, Twisted Minds were able to bring it back and just outfight effectively here with the Timber Store with that Venge and be able to do the damage. And yeah, there's nothing that T could really do to stand up against it. So game number 2, Hurry, how can T get themselves back into this one? Because we want all 5 games. What's the game plan coming through for them, do you think?
I don't think you have to change much, but maybe just to make it easier that you do not play a carry Windranger. Carry Windranger is specific, and you are gonna be needing some damage later on. Though I have to say, Mikey was kind of underwhelming in that game. I mean, you said it 2 and 5 at some point. You're like, at this point, Ember Spirit should have 10 and 2. Yeah, sure. It is. He was the one that was lacking in performance, dying sometimes in fights and not being able to finish people off, not being able to create that chaos in a game, especially because it was a 18 Ember Spirit. So in general, it should have been a good Ember game. But this time around, they do let the Sven go through, so it is gonna be a very fun game for sure, but a Phoenix on the other side. So Sven, on paper, not too good versus this hero.
Yeah, well, we'll see if this is going to be the carry Sven or that support Sven that we've been seeing popping up recently. The war cry for the extra armor, the extra speed that comes through from that looks really good. But yeah, it does mean that it's kind of like the Weaver to a point, right? That you're going to be flexing this one right up until you're going to be forced to lock in the hero that shows where it's going to go. And I think that's something that I'm not sure if it's Twisted Minds that have been playing it, but I know I've seen a few of the Sven supports coming out. So we'll see if it is going to be them that locked that one in. Just looking at the last game up against Just Better, I think it might have been.
Yep, they played a support Sven. The Handskin has played a Sven.
Okay, so yeah.
Pretty good. One thing that the Sven does good versus the Egg is that you can run away. It's not as good as a Stampede, but Warcry also gives your teammates quite a decent amount of movement speed. So you see an Egg, you see that you cannot fight, Warcry, run away, reset, go in again, let's go fight now when you don't have the big burning sun. So I wouldn't mind that one. And considering that you're picking a Sven this early, and considering he's not that popular as a carry in the meta, and you see a Phoenix on the other side, I am inclined to believe already that this is going to be a Handskin Sven.
Yeah, and we'll see how they kind of draft around this one, getting further in, because we've already been banned out the Brewmaster, the Ursa being taken away, Enigma, excuse me, on the side, the Hoodwink and the Beastmaster, and the Tiny being taken out. Rubik going to be the next one. So again, big hero, Storm Spirit, TA, the Rubik still in there. You've got the... What else have we seen? The Darkseer is still available too, which actually with a Phoenix, if they want to run it back here, well, I wouldn't be on Twisted Minds, but if they want to run it with the Phoenix here, that Darkseer might not be the worst hero to pick up.
I mean, it wouldn't be too bad with Twisted Minds as well, right? If I know that Sven is probably going to be a support, but Sven Darkseer is something super strong. But of course, first pick in the second phase is on the side of T, and they do pick up the Darkseer themselves. I mean, the Phoenix is not the best laner with the Darkseer, but you can put him on 5. That's not a problem. And we all know that Seneko, he got very popular in Na'Vi on one of these supporting birds. It's just that it was the ice one, not the flaming one. But still, this is a Seneko hero still.
Twisted Minds, they go straight for the Broodmother, not even hesitating here. They just lock it in second time around. And you're looking at that one, the Phoenix coming out the Darkseer. I mean, Phoenix and Darkseer all right against this Broodmother, in terms of you're going to be able to burn them down from a distance. I suppose the Broodmother going to be able to use those webs. You'll get right up in the Supernova when that does get cast out. You've got the Snapfire coming out as well, so you do have answers to this. But yeah, the Broodmother, I wouldn't say either the Darkseer or the Broodmother has an advantage over the other really early on.
You do have lifesteal on a Brute, and you have decent regen, so overall you should be fine versus the Darkseer. There are situations where the Darkseer can pretty much dive you, and I think this is one of the games where you might want to go for that Spirit Breaker, again, that we see the combo of those two, because he does really well versus the Brood. These heroes cannot really dodge the charge that easily. Stormhammer is the only reliable way that you're going to be able to stop it thus far, and it's a good way to protect the egg as well. So I would go for like Spirit Breaker, maybe even an Ember again if you want to. You need Spirit Breaker plus damage, but they will go Monkey King. That's relatively a flex pick because we see it on multiple roles, and then another flex pick for for them. I really like this because you are confusing your enemy for sure, and Monkey King is definitely a great hero to be able to find the Brood later on if you're having issues whilst hunting her.
Yeah, and do you think that's going to be... Because looking at talking about the flex, do you log that in as a core role here for the Monkey King, just to be able to contest up against the Broodmother, or are you happy to flex that into the 4 here as well?
I mean, 4 is completely fine. Overall, even a position 4 Monkey King should lane relatively well versus a Brood. You can get a point in Jingu. It's not out of the question, not unheard of on a support Monkey King, even though nowadays we don't see it too often. But I wouldn't mind it, and then you and the Darkseer just run at the Broodmother. But even with your first and second spells with the Iron Shell on you, the damage output that you have, and you're actually quite tanky because you have a lot of armor on this hero, I would be okay with it. There will be a Wind Ranger, most likely gonna be a mid lane. Right now people play Brood as a carry. Very rarely do we see it in any other role.
Yeah, playing that up against the Lina or the Monkey King potentially in the mid lane, it just means that the Wind Ranger stays away from the Monkey King, or going to be able to trade that harass out with the Lina in the lane. So yeah, I would be very surprised if this was anything apart from a Broodmother 1 and this potential excuse me, potential Wind Ranger 2, maybe even a 3 here. If they want to play it as a stretch, play again. If it is a Monkey King position 1, you can play that as a distance with the Wind Ranger.
I'm trying to see if they had played a carry Lina on T at all, because in pubs I didn't see Smiley Knight played it at all, and I'm trying to see if they had played it lately, and I see no Linas. Oh, they have, and it was a mid Lina, so it's most likely going to be Mikey on this hero. I guess that's why the Wind Ranger was picked, because it's one of the few heroes that can fight versus the Linas, right? 2 redheads at each other's throats in the mid lane.
Yeah, or playing at a distance, just lobbing the handbags at each other from a distance says, you like to say that you don't want to be playing up against that Lina, so you do have your way away. You have that Shackles to come out for the Wind Ranger here as well. And yeah, you just want to avoid that melee hero up against the Wind, so it makes sense to play these, like say, both of those into the mid lane. So we'll see how Twisted... Where else do they want to go? Because we are looking, unless they want to do something funky like the Sven off lane, we are looking potentially for an off-lane hero for Twisted Minds, and what are we looking at? Maybe potentially carry or position 4 to come out here for T.
So I think Twisted Minds might want to play something like a Slardar. That's something that MC likes to play, even though it hasn't been all that popular lately. Then maybe a Beastmaster also banned out. What about a Night Stalker? Anything that gets into the face of the Lina. That's what you would want, and I guess Night Stalker would fill that role quite nicely. So I'm not seeing many Slardars that Mind Control has been playing, but a Night Stalker is in there, and that is something I'd love to see.
Yeah, it could be, and
there it is.
Yeah, it gets on top of the Phoenix there as well, so it is going to be able to get on top, stop the Supernova, or if it's nighttime, which the ultimate comes. Well, I suppose it's not if the Supernova's going. That's actually a big issue for the Night Stalker to get to the back line. But if you can get to that back line, get the Crippling Fear off at the nighttime before the Supernova comes out, you can deal with that Phoenix before the Phoenix is ever going to be able to be effective in these fights.
And I guess a Troll for the other side. That is something that they love to play. But they go Naga. Okay, cool. I think this is such a solid Naga game. If you can deal with the Wind Ranger, this Naga can get away with the game. And the thing is, the split push of Twisted Minds isn't all that great. I mean, even the Broodmother, who is solid, doesn't deal with the Naga illusions all that well. It's only a Xantic, and really your heroes are gonna have issues with this. I really like that T instantly picked it. They understood the situation quite well. If they control the map, but the thing is, these type of lineups, man, you make one mistake and you're screwed. You need to constantly be the ones utilizing that extra vision that illusions are giving you, and just taking every single map control away from the opponents. You lose that for a second, you make a mistake, you overextend or something, and you're screwed. So I love the T lineup, but it's so freaking hard to execute, or every little thing matters too much.
Yeah, I think if this game goes long enough as well, if we see like another 45-minute game coming out here for them, Twisted Minds, they're going to have that Sven, they're going to have the Snapfire as well. The early on, don't deal with that Naga Siren at all, especially, support Sven. It's not like it's a carry that's going to go full cleave or anything like that, but you are going to get the Snapfire that gets the triple shot on the Scatter Blast. You are going to get that Sven that might go for some semi-core items coming out here as well, being able to protect his teammates. So it's one of those things that I don't think they're on a clock on the side of T. You know, they do have a really nice lineup, but if this game goes 45, 50 minutes, that might just shift back away from them. So they maybe do need to be aware and, like you say, hit those timings, hit some great fights, and not give anything away early on. No advantage here to the side of Twisted Minds, and let them get a big run up, especially onto those supports. So we'll see how it is going to play out. And coming into this one, have you got a favorite here between these two lineups?
I think both of them are very close, so I guess which lineup I would rather play is going to be the one that I'm going to go for. I'm actually going to say Twisted Minds, right? Because this lineup of T, sometimes it even gets boring to play this kind of lineups. You get sleepy while constantly shoving out the waves and just trying to go for pickoffs, and at some point you make a mistake, and if that happens, Twisted Minds will be getting the victory. Maybe the laning phase, let me see, there's not gonna be anybody really destroyed that much. So yeah, I guess I'm leaning a bit towards Twisted Minds, but this is so close that both teams just have such a good shot. It's just completely different concepts in what they need to do that I wouldn't be surprised one bit if this ends up being a 1-1 after this game.
Yeah, and what do you think then? I mean, item-wise, because we see the Naga Sirens, sometimes they go for the quick Orchids, sometimes it's the quick Manta. Do you think Smiling Knight here has to go for the quick Manta for that threat of the Brood going for the quick Orchid?
Manta Orchid. I think there's no other way. You get a Manta to shove out the waves even more, create opportunities for your teammates to actually go for pickoffs, and then you get the Orchid at, like, what, 18-20 minutes, and at that point you have the kill potential as well. That is your biggest timing when the enemies don't have much to deal with it, and that's where you're catching enemies off guard, because it's not only about them being afraid of being caught on the other side of the map away from the Naga Siren, but also the Naga Siren can kill anybody that she sees. So I'm thinking there's no other way that you're building it if you're Smiling Knight.
Okay, Sven has reconnected. Hopefully we'll be able to get ourselves going soon. Yeah, starting off as well. Level 1 presence coming out for the side of Twisted Mind. So it doesn't look like they're going to try and go for a gank. You see the Broodmother and the Sven playing away from each other already here. And yeah, with that Night Stalker up as well, I don't think... I mean, they could try and go for their Void into the Stormhammer play if they wanted to, but with Hanskin and the Broodmother not playing close, I think they might just try and look to secure those runes. And then on the other side, T... maybe not the best level 1 pickup lineup on the world as well. So yeah, maybe not seeing super aggression coming out from both sides. Maybe a little bit of a skirmishing, but for the most part, I would just expect it to be another 2-2 on the runes.
Especially when you get this Night Rain of the Night Stalker. So if you're Twisted Minds, you don't want to fight. Though, once the runes do spawn, once the nighttime does come, you have that extra vision. So if you're Twisted Minds, you might not be afraid to take a fight.
Well, we'll see MC actually going into the river now, 5 seconds away from that nighttime. So is he going to try and contest? The Monkey King is watching him come through here. Looks like there's going to be the tree dance coming down now as well. And MC, well, does he really have that nighttime advantage? Didn't actually go for the Hunter of the Night, so won't have that extra move speed to come out. Just has to go slow, but MC will be away using one of his tangos. In fact, a tango maybe passed over, will be passed over by Pablo. How much does it shift the laning stage here, having that first... like the first 5 minutes of the lane stage be that nighttime for the Night Stalker?
I mean, it does shift it quite a lot. The Night Stalker is quite happy with it, but the thing is, starting with the Void is so weird. You have the full bore on the Staffar. She can secure the range creep for you. This is something that I don't see too often. Like, almost everybody goes for Hunter in the night.
Yeah, it's maybe just a little bit switch of, like you say, maybe trying to just be a little bit defensive on those rune takes here. Get the damage out onto the Naga, maybe even just to secure those range creeps as well with the Void. Though not the not the longest range in the world. Could try and get onto the back and try and get those creeps. And we might see
a pause.
Well, we're going to see a pause. Yeah, we're going to see a pause. That's what I was about to say.
Let's go. We want the grand finals to continue, Rob. We don't want to pause. Yeah, force them to fight. Yeah. That's how it goes.
Yeah, we're going to see, actually, the full bottom misses onto Seneko. Seneko's going to carry on going to Pablo, doing a lot of damage here as well. Doesn't even lose his courier for that one. Unless it's Seneko just trying to whittle Pablo back, and Pablo will be forced away here, level 1. The Night Stalker, though, is going to continue to farm.
Sometimes people aren't, some people still aren't used to the full board, just having a straight up line. It's not a cone, so you tend to miss it sometimes. You think, oh, this is going to connect 100% because it has connected every single last time when I use this spell. Doesn't work that way any longer.
No, and you do get the slow at both the short and long range here with a full ball, right? It's just effective all the way through.
No, it's more effective on the longer range. It's less effective if you're in the face. Yep.
Ah, okay. I just know it was still there because obviously with the other one with the scatter blast, you don't get that at all on the long range. It is just on the short range here. So yeah, Pablo gonna be trying to play from a distance. How are we looking in the mid lane, Mikey?
Check that. You continue. I'm now intrigued. I thought it was inverted.
I just thought you still got it on the. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure. I've not played a whole lot of stuff.
So damage and slow when enemies are not in point blank range. So that's how it goes.
Okay. Because it still says on the skill, because a lot of the skills get changed up when that changes. So it still says on point blank range you get the the effective 50%.
Yep. It's just inverted, so you need to be farther away. So that's how it should work.
And how are we looking on the other lanes here? We've not really spoke about this mid lane coming through for the two, like we said, the two redheads here for Mikey and Atlantic in the mid lane, and we might actually have to talk about them a little bit later. Seneko going to take a lot of damage here. Yeah, he's going to be taken down. The little shot that comes out, and Pablo going to be doing a lot of damage here. Gets that first blood up against Seneko, and just puts him on the board here, Twisted Mind. So going to be picking up where he left off in that last game. And yeah, T have to leave Smart Knight alone for a little bit. I mean, that Phoenix is going to be respawning, TPing back full health, full mana. So we'll see what they're going to do up against Pablo and MC, who aren't really the healthiest hero in the world after that aggression.
The creeps are in their tower, so they're going to be fine. And the Phoenix level 2 just doesn't provide that much in damage that they're going to be able to go for it. The reason that he died is he went for a dive to cancel out a salve, which he did do, but then the Void stopped his dive in a pretty uncomfortable position. And well, the rest is history. First blood goes to Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and how's this top lane looking now as well? The Brood Mother going to be on 16, last hits to the 16 of the Dark Seer. A couple more denies for the Brood, but that Iron Shell will be doing work. In fact, it's going to be on to Eki now as well, so he's going to be able to farm back, although it is going to be the Dark Seer that gets the credit for the kills with that Iron Shell. Yeah, the Monkey King just getting a little bit of creep skipping going on now as well. Shad might be in a little bit of trouble. Iron Shell taking him down. He did get slowed out from that Monkey King jumping. Eki trying to do what he can against him, but Shad should be okay underneath that tier 1 tower.
Man, this Monkey King is so annoying. You have 7 armor. You're pretty speedy. You can jump around as much as you can, and then you have an Iron Shell on you, so that's why they're just diving right now.
Yeah, look at this one. He doesn't even take the aggression from the tower as well, because he has a balance strike, he has the Iron Shell, but he's... Well... We'll see. He just backs himself away, and the creeps once again will be attacked by that tower.
What the hell is my tower doing, right? This guy is diving me, and why isn't it killing him? Just instantly you try to heal yourself up back up to full, so that Simeon Stride is again in its full strength.
Honestly, I still don't get the tower aggro, man. I know people say, oh, you just have to reset, you wait 3 seconds and it goes for what's being aggressive against the tower, or to yo, I stand out, I wait 3 seconds, the tower carries on hit me. I wait 5 seconds, the tower carries on hit me. I wait 10 seconds, I leave, because I'm about to die.
Do you want me to explain it to you, all of the rules of tower aggro, and then you're gonna understand it? So, first of all, if you are closer than the creeps, right, then you are going to be the next target of the tower if you're closer to the tower. If the creeps have not attacked the tower or the hero and you have attacked the hero, then you cannot change the attack onto the creeps, right? Creeps have to be attacking either the hero or a tower for you to be able to do it. And Hanskin now gets
jumped on. Attacking a hero.
Yeah, we can
Hanskin's going to be jumped on. Balance strike into the blood grenade here. Vacuum back Hanskin. They have enough for the kill. And Shad, is he going to try and trade it? No, he's not going to try and trade it. Just backed himself away. Eki, yeah, I would have maybe with that Iron Shell going just be able to out-trade Shad.
No, don't do it. Also, there is one cool rule that will help you. When you have changed to a creep, in the next few seconds, the tower aggro won't go to, even if you're attacking heroes. That's also a really cool play. I don't know what, I think it's 3 seconds or something. But either way, you change the attack to your creeps, and then you can attack the enemy hero 1-2 times before you leave. So you just follow those simple rules and you're gonna be fine. If you want the tower to be attacking you, get closer to it than the creep, so you don't use your max range of a melee hero, and you're gonna get the tower to go towards you. So those are the rules, and pretty much there is
Hanskin.
Oh, he's dead again.
He's dead again. Yeah, and Atlantic actually does get the kill onto Seneko as a trade, but that's just a field bad. At least he gets the rune here as well, Wind Ranger. But yeah, that's just a feel bad for the Sven. You die, you TP back in, your TP's on cooldown, you die again.
Oh, top lane.
They want to go for something here. Yeah, Zantic, he has that regenerate. Looks like he's going to have the confidence to fight this now as well. But Wind Ranger,
misses
or
on
the
the
Focus Fire
Boundless.
coming through. Jibe, there is no shackles. He's already used the Surge onto Jibe as well. There's going to be the
Whoa.
vacuum coming through. He's in the neutrals, trying to do what he can. Was that power shot to try and scout him out? Just trying to do the power shot. He doesn't connect.
He's so
with that
cool.
wind run. And Zantic, can he get on top of him now? He's caught in the gap. Then he will be able to still get that kill, even through that little gap in the trees.
Yeah, for a second there, he thought he could escape somehow. That was pretty fancy footwork from Sebe. He saw that the wolves weren't doing any damage to him, and then he's like, "Yeah, screw this. These guys aren't helping. They're not gonna eat me. I need to find another solution." Unfortunately, there wasn't one.
Yeah, and if you look at this, I mean, the Wind Ranger, it's a great rotation way at Zantic. This is kind of where he left off in that last game, right? That they were putting a lot of the priority onto the Timbersaw, and now, you know, Zantic is looking for the rotations, looking for these kills, even looking for the stacks as well. So going to be that mid-game fight, it feels like. And we already saw what the Wind Ranger could do last game early on, and this time they do have the damage to spread around with the Brood as well as that Night Stalker, so it isn't all on the Wind Ranger's shoulders.
Well, looking at it, so far so good when it comes to the laning phase of T, and this is what they want, right? If they get a good laning stage to go their way, and they already have, then the Naga Siren will be able to control the map, shove out the waves, and ultimately create space for you to go for kills. I'm just curious to see which item the Lina will go for. Most likely it's going to be a Gleipnir, but I wouldn't even mind the Yules for the extra catch. But yeah, it is going to be a Maelstrom into Gleipnir. It's just too good of an item.
Yeah, I know they've nerfed it a little bit, but it just feels really nice on the heroes like the Lina, like the Wind Ranger, like the Weaver, you know, the way you get that catch and you're able to do something from it at range as well, so you can stop any aggression coming your way before the BKBs come up. And if you don't, you just run yourself away. And it looks like... Where's Eki TP in here? He's going bottom. He might try and go onto the Night Stalker. MC is alone, so they might know this one. They might try and force a fight out onto MC, even underneath his tower here. Yeah, Eki's going to go for the dive in. It is daytime now as well. He tries to pop the ultimate into that nighttime, but they have the control. They will be able to get the damage. Smart Knight gets the credit for the kill, and Zantic rotates in. Focus Fire coming out onto Eki. Eki, are they going to turn it into a pincushion? The song comes out, and Eki should be away. Oh, backlines Pablo. He's actually looking for the intercept here. Eki, Scatterblast. I think it just connected. Yeah, going to be slowed down a little. Shorek comes out now as well. Zantic, the cookie, to close that gap with a Focus Fire. Should be able to get the kill into the Monkey King, and that Simian Stride not going to be effective when you're lower than 90% health, so Zantic will get the kill into the Monkey King, but it does leave the Lina alone in the lane.
I'm very surprised he didn't just straight up go into the trees when the sleep went out, but on the bottom lane now, you've left your Snapfire all alone. Okay, no, the Brood is there, so Pablo is fine.
Yeah, Seneko going to come through the cookie. Actually, the Icarus dive underneath it before it connects. Hansen's going to be here as well. They're trying to make him dive onto Seneko. Seneko, Warcry will be used. Do they have enough to get the chase done? Yeah, they have the hammer coming through. No, Mikey, he makes an appearance. He gets the kill onto Shad. Yeah, he's going to come in through. Does he get the kill into the Wind Ranger now as well? The Wind Ranger is going to be locked down. Wind Run coming through. That Dragon Slave does connect. The right clicks. Oh, they're going to be in the air. Zantic, he will fall with only the 2 points in the Wind Run.
I thought that was an AD rune. It's just the supercharge. It looks like it. Hanskin now in some trouble from Eki. We've seen this a couple of times in the game already.
Yeah, no balance strike for 5 seconds. He's used that war cry, trying to get himself away. Do they have no points to the Jingu here for the Monkey King? So he's just going to look at the balance strike to connect. One more right click. Little shot is going to come through from Pablo with the scatter blast. Eki, though, he gets the kill. He's going to be able to back himself away, and the tip has been dropped.
So far, so good. But they lose Zibe on the top lane. That's a pretty solid rotation from the Night Stalker the second the nighttime came. But overall, this is exactly what the Radiant side wants. So Twisted Minds, yeah. You would want to open up some towers. It's just so hard to do right now. So maybe the best way to do so is to try and focus on the Lina. Try and find the Lina wherever the hell you can. You can see that's why Mikey is playing so damn defensive in this game. He's just joining the fights when he knows that his team is already in a good position.
Yeah, and we're going to be able to see another Laguna Blade off cooldown. They get the kill into Pablo in the lane, but on the top lane now, the dive comes in. Those Spiderlings, look at the gold just explode there from the Spiderlings, and then Shad, he's going to explode himself. One more right-click, Mikey gets it. Even going to be able to get a tier 1 tower from this one. I think he got about... Well, with the 293 gold, he got close to 600, 700 gold from that, taking the hero, the tower, and those Spiderlings.
The cool thing about this game, Monkey King has been caught. That's not the cool thing about this game, unless you are a Monkey King hater, but still alive.
Yeah, he's trying to get the dive through the trees, and even though he doesn't have that 0% cooldown with the Simian Stride, you know, he still can get away off cooldown now. Power Shot won't connect, so the Monkey King will be away.
I'll be fine. Overall, things are looking so good for the Radiant side right now. The only thing that you need to do, if you are T, is just play this patiently. And I think this team has the discipline to do so. Twisted Minds really have to create some chaos on the map, and they need to start now, because this is no joke. Even though we're only 11 minutes in, with this kind of a start, it's going to be hard to push. It's going to be hard to control the map. It's going to be hard to find anything with the smokes, and we are seeing it right here live on our screens.
Yeah, and they might be able to make another move onto it. Well, I mean, they're just scouting out Shad for now. Do they want to? There's going to be the Night Stalker aggression coming through, though. The chase is on it, looks like. Night Stalker, they're going to try and find Eki. He's going to be caught out now as well. The Reckless coming through, Scatter Blast, a little Shredder. They have that Stormhammer coming through onto the Darkseer now as well. Jibe, he's going to be eaten alive by Shad. The TP away, at least the Monkey King will be able to get out alive.
Not too bad, right? This is such a long rotation, such a long move that landed you one kill. A pretty solid one, but the one that you want is the Lina, and they might be able to get her.
Yeah, multi-kisses are going to come down. There's going to be a Laguna Blade being thrown out into MC. MC's going to get low, but they do get the kill onto Mikey, and Mikey, that power shot connects, slows him down long enough for the multi-kisses to rain down, and the Night Stalker gets right on top, will be able to get the kill. Eki, is he feeling brave here? Seneko Eki looking to defend this tower as... Okay, he's teasing that Wukong's man. Will be able to throw it out now. Who do they trap inside it? Hanskin's going to be pushed out of it. Do they have the control with the vacuum? They don't. Hanskin might still go down anyway. But it looks like that might be all they get from this one. The Iron Shot to run him down. Yeah, the Sven, he will fall.
But this is still what Twisted Mind needs to do. They get one kill and you need to transfer it into more. You always need to keep a hero off the map. The second that you have 5 heroes on the map for the Radiant side, it's very hard for Twisted Minds to do anything. So maybe it's going to be smoke time once again.
Yeah, and so, I mean, between the two, there's only a 2k net worth difference between the two, but it does feel like T at the minute, the one's winning with this aggression, the Monkey King being able to make the rotations into Hunt. Is there a point now where you think, or MC, they might be able to go once again? Focus Fire's going to be here, tries to dodge off with the Mischief. They have the Crippling Fear, and they have the kill onto Eki as well. But, yeah, is there a point where you think you want to see the aggression slow down, you'll find these item times, or is it about dragging it a little bit back here for Twisted Minds?
Yeah, Twisted Minds always have to be aggressive, even especially during nighttime, but even during daytime, they need to be threatening to kill their opponents. If they're not threatening to kill, their lanes are going to get more and more shoved in, and at some point you are going to be hiding behind your tier 2s, not knowing what to do. So the thing is, it's not so much about their lineup, it's what they're playing against. Versus these type of lineups, you need to be fast between your rotations, between the lanes. That's it, right? You get a kill, you instantly go somewhere else. You catch your opponents off guard over and over again. That's how you win.
Well, speaking about catching your opponents, are they be able to make a move? The Crippling Fear comes out onto the Lina. The Scatter Blast is going to connect now. The slowdown power shot won't, though. Cookie will be here, and it looks like the Laguna Blade onto MC. MC needs to back himself away from this one. Mikey's still going to be spawned into Spiderlands, and Mind Control gets the credit for the kill now. Do they want to carry on going into this one? They have the Sunray. Sunray, though, going to be stopped early on. Mind Control trying to get himself away. He's got that flying movement over the trees. And you know what? Who else can go over these trees? Monkey King trying to scout him out. Mind Control back and forth, just looking to buy time for the rest of his team to get away. Wasting so much now as well. The multi-case is going to start to rain down. It looks like, do they actually want to go into this more and more? Jibe, he's already used that wall now as well. The focus fire is out, but can start to get himself away. There is going to be the cookie now into the wall, though. Wukong's command gets used, and Exantic, he goes a step too far.
Oh, Smiling Knight.
Smart Knight.
Yeah, he got another one. Beautifully done.
Yeah. Really nice. Just a quick song there as well, more like a ditty, and a ditty. As Smart Knight gets another kill onto Pablo.
Okay, so it is time for Rob to teach us a new word. What the hell is a ditty?
A ditty. D-I-T-T-Y. Just a quick song,
Okay. Is that an official word or just something that you use in slang?
Ditty's a word.
Okay. I mean, I don't know, right? So you always do teach me new things because Rob here is British. He has like a dictionary. So it's...
And that's what it's in the dictionary, a short, simple song. And that's exactly what the Nagasiran used there to get the catch out onto Pablo.
Nice. Awesome. As, yeah, you're right. Exactly. That's what Google says. Oh, they want to get a
Dive
brood.
comes through. Yeah, can they go for more onto this one as well? The Brood got a quick silence off onto the Phoenix. So there's going to be no Supernova to try and get some burn onto Shad, and Shad just immediately moves himself away, going towards that BKB.
So let's see. I'm really loving what Twisted Minds are doing in this game. They were actually able to get over the net worth of the Nagasiren, even though I love the rotations of Smiling Knight. The thing is, in general, with this hero, you don't want to be showing in a fight until you have the Orchid. And you were forced to because your team was getting overwhelmed. So Twisted Minds are definitely on the right track. I just want to see just how many smokes they've got left, because that could be something that changes games. So they have none in the shop. Sven has one, and that's it. So you're gonna have another one in 3 minutes. So they're gonna be using it now. I understand it. You need to make sure that you are ahead, or at least even before the next nighttime. Next nighttime is a time where you can actually get this game in your favor.
Yeah, and we'll see what they're going to be able to do with this one, as it looks like Twisted Minds, they want to go for the smoke, might be able to make a backstab happen here if the Lina, I mean, the Lina's going to be in smoke
Lina
too,
has a haste.
so they're looking to cut off. Yeah, do they have the control into this one? It looks like they're just going to be, in the conga line here, behind the Lina, but the Lina not actually going to scan comes out, they have a rough idea. Do they want to go for this one with the, again, the wrap coming? But they're going to go a little bit too far out on the route. Who did they catch out? It's going to be the Darkseer and the Supernova in the river at Zantic. Do they just want to move away from them? So it looks like they do. The wall's going to be dropped here, and Pablo, he might be the first one to go down after all of this one. Little Shutter will be used. But yeah, Pablo will fall. Eki uses the Wukong command to be able to make sure he secures that kill.
That's such a game-changing haste. If there was no haste, Lina dies, and there's nothing you can do about it. Right now, she lives, does whatever the hell she wants. You use your Dark Ascension for the next 2 minutes. The ones controlling everything that's going to be happening on the map are going to be T, and that's going to be an Orchid being done even before the next nighttime. So, Twisted Minds, they wanted to equalize the game before the nighttime and then get the advantage, but right now, considering that the next 2 minutes are going to be their opponents controlling the game and the Orchid coming out, it might go the other way. And if you're starting the that 20-minute night on the back foot, I don't know if you have what it takes to get this game under control.
Yeah, well, we'll see what they're going to have to do. The Flak-Chi is up for the Night Stalker now, so Mind Control is going to have a little bit more damage here with the phase boots, but that's kind of all he has net worth-wise. He is really far behind. In fact, he's going to be thrown further far behind now. So the Lagoon Blade comes out. They have the damage, and Eki picks up the credit for the kill. But yeah, you look at that net worth here for the Night Stalker. He's so far behind the rest of the cores. In fact, closer to the supports here than the cores.
Yeah, he's very, very sad. That's not going to change much. This is just the thing. You picked up a Night Stalker. This is why they got the Naga Siren as well, because Naga Siren does not care versus the Night Stalker. He had no AoE in that lane. Some Snapfire brings in, but you need your other off laner to help. Something like Kamar's, something like an Underlord to be able to help with the illusions. That was impossible. So that's why Smiling Knight is so farmed compared to the Night Stalker. And this is going to be an issue, because even once the nighttime comes, I don't know if it's going to be making a difference on Mind Control.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, how do you... Because, again, the Night Stalker is a similar problem, right? You're looking to farm out heroes, but you don't have the net worth to get the kills onto heroes. You don't have... I'm saying similar problem. I'm talking about the last game here. So we'll see how he does try and catch up. If he's just going to have to join up with his team. In fact, they might be able to make a quick jump onto a Zantic here. Zeki is scouting him out. And the team, though, not too far behind. So it's going to be a big wrap. They might be able to seize Jibby. Jibby, he gets that surge off.
He's the hardest kill.
Only shout.
They can't kill him. He has a Guardian Greaves, so it's the worst possible hero to go for.
Nighttime. Mind Control, what's he going to look? He's actually going to look to be gleipnir here. The multi-kiss is going to start to rain down. What damage can they do? Wall comes through. It's Hansen who has to walk through it now. But they're on that little bit of a gap. Can they break the Supernova? It looks like the Night Stalker. They're going to try and go for it. Do they break the egg? They do. Vacuum comes through, but the wall's already being used here. And it looks like the bridge, it might just be the safety this time. As they get the kill into Lina, they get the kill into the Phoenix. They're going to try and chase down for more. As Zantic will fall here. Shibe, can he get himself away? The balance strike, it's going to stop Shad in his tracks. Surge once again. MC, who's he going to look towards that Monkey King? And the Monkey King, he's going to be silenced off the damage with a soul burn. It will be enough. Shad gets the credit for the kill. And just again, I mean, usually with a Darkseer on your side, those small little choke points, they're your allies here, but a complete enemy because the wall had already been dropped for the side of Team T.
And Zibe is dead as well. I don't think he can get out of this one. No way.
No, silenced up. He's trying to use those Greaves here to get the purge up, but the damage is going to be way too much, and it will be another kill, and Mind Control will be able to get the credit for it. So Neko with that Sunray here, who's going to try and clean up Pablo with the TP out, should be able to... No! Smiling Knight just with that Riptide damage was more than enough to get the kill.
This is the thing, Lina went for this Gleipnir, and the second that they didn't kill the Night Stalker when she used it on him, and they were able to close the gap on the Lina, the fight is over. So that's what I was saying, that Lina is giving an opening to Twisted Minds, not only in the early stages of the game, but throughout this whole game, to just have a clear target on who to go for. And your Naga is farmed, but I think you'd rather your Lina has that BKB than whatever Smiling Knight is sporting right now. But he's going to be getting a nice kill.
Sven, he's gonna fall being taken down, and Okay, Azantic, got to be careful though. I mean, the team's looking like the group up. There's not going to be the Darkseer here. He TPs himself to the mid lane. Looking like maybe just to push out this tier... Well, tier 2 now in the mid lane. So, yeah, do they want to disengage here with the Sven being down? It looks like Twisted Mind's not going to get overly aggressive. And on the same side of the T, because, yeah, with that Darkseer not being there, they don't have that advantage to come in for themselves.
2k gold lead still. You are quite happy with the gold lead, but it's only the Night Stalker. That's the difference, right? Your Lina is not getting ahead, and this is the hero that you want to get. Get your BKB, get your MKB. Somebody starts maybe Satanic. Some people start running towards the Lina, and she rips them apart. But this is not good enough for the Radiant side. I actually think the Twisted Minds are in a pretty decent spot.
Yeah, we'll see. They're going to be able to put the pressure onto the tier 1 tower here as well. It is nighttime for the next 3 minutes. How is their Roche taking potential? They have the Wind Ranger with the Focus Fire up here. They've got the little Shredder coming out. They've got a Warcry for protection. Do you think that's something that they might try and do while it is nighttime on the side of Twisted Minds?
When the Bloodthorn is done, probably yes.
Okay, okay. And how far away is that? That is going to be 130 gold for Shad. Yeah, this creep wave, it will give them the gold here to be able to pick that one up. And like you say, in fact, you can see that T may be reading this one. They're going to be grouping up towards that top part of the map early on. Smoke coming through, though, from the side of Twisted Minds, who are going to be able to catch out. If anyone here, Smiling Knight, they get the silence. Can he get himself away from this one as well? It's going to be slowed down. Is there going to be that Storm having to follow up now as well? They might be able to get the Song. It's going to be the Focus Fire coming out now. They've got the control. Do they have the damage for the kill? Or will that Song be here? Zank has the BKB. So even if the Song comes through, the Supernova, though, well, they still get the kill. Zantik's going to fall for that. They lose 3 and only get the Naga Siren.
Yeah, they really committed onto a hero that you didn't need to, right? It's the Lina that you want to kill. It's the Darkseer, not the Naga.
Forcing out a BKB from Shad now as well. Shad for that BKB, and all of a sudden here, it's 33 seconds with that Naga Siren on the sidelines. But again, Team T, they're going to be able to posture around this top part of the map, make sure they form a barrier here that Twisted Mind's not going to be able to go for a free Roshan.
That is you getting ahead of yourself, right? You have a 9-second BKB on the Wind Ranger and you think, I can kill the Naga Siren. This is the hero that can be taken out. The thing is, she had a Reaver. She has 2.7k HP and it takes so long to kill her, opening up the possibility for the Lina to do the damage, for the Phoenix to do damage, for them to win a fight, and now get the Roche. Twisted Minds, they didn't follow through on what their lineup was good at. But I still think they can defend this Roche.
Well, we'll see if they're going to be able to get here in time. Ultimates are down. Song still up, though, for the side of T. Yeah, can they actually make a move onto this when the Icarus dive comes through? How quickly are they going to be able to do it? The Spiderlands comes in. They're going to be able to get this Aegis onto Mikey. Can they go for more onto the high ground now as well? Smile Knight, he's going to try and do what he can. The multi-kiss is going to start to rain down once again, and the Song won't affect those as well. Night Stalker has to run himself away, losing a lot of life here. Jibe through the trees. He's looking. He's got that vacuum back onto 2 heroes. No wall for 14 seconds, though. And you can see that Twisted Minds are on the retreat. Might be able to get the catch out onto Pablo. Do they want to try and turn this one? Pablo, he's got that mechanism up. Does he get low enough? Do they want to try and use it here? He's going to be rooted up, but should be able to get the heals off. He's going to go down. Mikey still gets the kill, but can they get anything from this one? Even when the Aegis Song comes out, Zantic, that BKB was off. He's slow enough. They can catch up now. The buyback comes through from Pablo. They want to fight. Do they have the damage here? It's going to be a little bit of mistime on the LSA, but they might still have the damage to get the kill into the Wind Ranger. The Cookie's going to come through as well. Wind Ranger going to get really down low. Shot on the backlines now as well. He's using that BKB, trying to run himself away. The right click from Mikey connects. It's a long range right click, but he still connects to the kill. They take down Mind Control 2. It looks like the damage is going to be more than enough. They get 3, technically 4 with that dieback onto the Snapfire now. So Team T, this is the complete opposite of the last game.
The second that Roche fell and Lina got the Aegis was the second that Twisted Minds just said, guys, our main target cannot die. Get the hell away. So they're trying to play around the Lina. They're trying to ignore the Lina. You cannot ignore Alina. She's way too strong and she kills everybody in her wake.
Yeah, and it's looking rough now for the side of Twisted Minds. You've got a 9k net with lead, you've got an Aegis, you've got... Okay, you might be able to get the kill onto the Monkey King. We'll see. No, he's going to be able to get the dive away with Mischief, and the power shot won't connect. You can't even kill off the support Monkey. Yeah,
very hard to catch this hero. I remember when people added the Shard on the Monkey King, people were just not that great at using it. Now when we have this elusive hero, everybody wants to be jumping around. They're so good at it. In the smoke, they're not done. They want to continue hunting.
Yeah, in fact, they might be able to go into it. Zantic, the dive comes in from the Monkey King. They've got the Silencer on top of this Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger going to be forced to put that BKB early. This time, the Monkey King, no Laguna Blade here onto Mind Control. Supernova gets popped, and it looks like he should be able to. Yeah, that's going to be the burn down onto the Night Stalker. He didn't have the right suntan cream there, and he just gets cooked alive by the sun. I know how that feels here. TP away. Nope, they've got the Rod of Atos. They've got the lockdown onto the Sven, and the Sven not going to be able to get away from this one. The Sunray will come through, and Hanskin eventually will fall.
It's just a matter of time before he loses his life. Okay, this game is out of control for Twisted Minds. The only way I'm seeing Radiant lose this now is if they overextend. They really do not need to go overly aggressive in this game. Still, the goal of your lineup is still the same. Control the map with the Nagasar and make sure that you always get these favorable fights in terms of positioning, and then it's just going to be super easy to make it happen. Even if you do have this lineup that actually has a really, really good team fight, Nagasarian doesn't contribute much in those. So just take it easy, and when you are engaging, try to have better vision, try to be the ones in starting the fight, and you're gonna be fine. And Shad caught as well.
I guess he's gonna be able to get himself away. It looks like, yeah, Shad just backs himself out. There's a double bouncer in there as well. How's he looking on the Broodmother? Second in terms of net worth, but really not. Again, 6-3-3. I can't say he's not having the impact, because he is having some impact, but it just feels like at the minute here he's just being caught out a little bit too much, and starting to fall off just a little bit on the Broodmother.
I think he needs armor. Not gonna lie, Lina just rips him apart. Having 15 armor on a Broodmother, it's not good enough. Even when you pop your BKB, the Nagasar and the Lina will destroy you. So I don't know if the Lincoln Sphere is really the way to go.
Yeah, it's. We'll see if that's what the if they decide to go for. I mean, while this is going on, you've got the Nagasaran that can just sit on the low ground, send all these illusions through. Just push down, keep these lanes pushed in, just keep all three lanes pressured as well. And death by 1,000 cuts onto this dire base.
Yep, just continue shoving in the waves. That's what Naga lineups do. And as we mentioned at the start, they tend to be very, very disciplined on Saneko lineups. He is going to be keeping everybody in check. Whoever gets the idea, oh guys, let's go now, super aggressive high ground. No, you don't do it. We just continue choking them out. It doesn't matter if you're going to play for the next 10 minutes. This game is ours. And that's how Team T should be thinking about the game at this moment.
Yeah, and I think we've seen through the CCT, through the other events that we've been watching the past 2 weeks, where that might be where the difference comes in. Do they get the dive out to Hanskin? Hanskin's going to be a little bit of trouble. The balance strike now again. The Gleipnir, he's being locked down by everything. The Laguna Blade going to be committed here. Hanskin, he's going to get himself away. They might be able to turn this around to the Monkey King with the Focus Fire. They do. That's the Wukong's man being used as well. Hanskin still goes down here. Mikey's the one that gets the credit for the kill.
Down in
Supernova,
10.
do they have the break onto the Broodmother? The vacuum comes out and Shard tries to pop that BKB, but he has to just walk himself away. He's already used his lifesteal. The song's going to be here now as well. They're going to be able to set up on top of Mind Control. Mind Control, he's trapped in the net. He's caught out, and they make sushi out of him.
And nobody cared about the Aegis expiring because nobody was targeting Mikey. They are just unable to go for this Lina. Now, when there's no Aegis, maybe you actually have an opening to win these fights, but all of the outer towers are gone. So Twisted Minds, it's going to be increasingly difficult for them to actually find a fight, even though it's going to be nighttime in 40 seconds.
Yeah, and if you're looking at this as well, you've got the two-lane split pushing in from the Lina, from that Nagasar, and you've got the third. In fact, the Nagasar can just rotate himself into the mid lane, use these solutions to keep the pressure on the top lane, and keeps them pinned back. So, Twisted Minds, what's the game plan for them? You're saying it's going to be hard for them to take a fight. Are they just looking for the next set of items? Is the next set of items even going to be enough, even if they can get to it?
I'm looking at BKB Night Stalker, not bad. The second game, I'm seeing a Wind Ranger wanting an Aghanim Scepter, and I think Xantic might change his mind. You need somebody to die fast, or you need Alina to die fast. You need to be able to threaten the enemies hard enough that throughout the duration of your 6-second BKB, you can actually get a big core kill, which you seem to not be able to do.
Yeah, 4 seconds before that BKB was back up for the Wind Ranger. Perfect timing there for T to get the kill. There is a buyback available on the Wind Ranger, but like you say, that's a big commitment on goal here. Do you just give away a set? Fortification comes out, but are you just going to give away a set of Rectify? They might be able to go for more. They're diving the tier 4s for this, so yeah, there's going to be the forced buyback coming out from Xantic. They get the kill into Hanskin. Hanskin, no buyback now as well. The Focus Fire comes out onto that Phoenix. Phoenix tries to get himself away, will be blown up, but he already used that Supernova anyway, so it was a kind of case of job done here for the Phoenix. What else can they do onto this one? Song has been used. Look at that reset, though. Do they have the damage onto Smart Knight? Smart Knight, he's going to be shackled out too. Mikey, this is going to be a great shackle here with that Crimson Guard coming out. Mikey will still fall. Can he get the kills? They're going to be able to take down Xantic. dieback on the Wind Ranger. Can they go for more now? You'll set her here onto Shad. Shad's going to be controlled through this one. No BKB. They get the kill onto the Broodmother, and in fact, MC might be able to go for more here. Do they want to dive? Was that net? Looks like the Monkey King trying to get in range now as well. Do they have the net before he gets back into the fountain? They do. Pablo's going to be here now as well. There's going to be that ultimate coming through in the cookie. It does get him inside the fountain, so he's not going to be aggressed on there.
It doesn't matter. You don't have your Wind Ranger. That's very hard to be able to stop Smiling Knight. And I'm surprised they didn't focus on the Lina a little bit earlier, but at least later on they managed to kill her. Still, at this point of the game, the difference in strength is just too high, it seems.
Yeah, and if you're looking to play this one out, you're 44 seconds without the Wind Ranger. Are you just going to be giving up? In fact, they might just go tier 4s here. They're going to be able to go Sunray on to Pablo. Pablo going to get himself with a snapfire. No, they've got the lockdown. Smiling Knight gets the credit for the kill. I wonder if they just take this lane of racks, maybe opt back towards the mid lane, and then just start to put pressure onto the tier 4s as well.
You are going to have a song once the Wind Ranger comes back, so you can most definitely take another lane of racks. There is no problem with it whatsoever. I think Twisted Minds might even decide not to glyph this one.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to go for Megas here as well. Like you say, that song
is back.
Not going to be too far away. He has the mana for it now as well. So, Seneko, they're going to have a little bit of lockdown into the Night Stalker. Night Stalker is going to be bopped away by that Ogre Seal Totem. But they've taken down 2 lanes of racks. And it looks like T may be respecting this one. Roshan's going to be respawned in 5 seconds as well. It's a nighttime respawn, so I wonder if they back themselves away and then just force down this top lane.
I think you want to go for Rosh if you're T. Really no reason to take it super aggressive. Your enemies are not that great at shoving out the waves, especially not versus 2 waves of super creeps. So mid lane is going to be shoving out, bottom lane is going to be shoving out, and then you can shove out the top lane, secure the Rosh area, and know if the enemies are coming. And then it's very easy to make a decision. Are we going to fight or are we not? You don't have to, but with this kind of lead, you might just be able to win.
Yeah, and we can see that it is desperate times now for Twisted. I mean, it's still only the second game of a best of 5. You know, it's not like the back's against the wall. They need to win this one, otherwise it's going to be a T win. But you do like to keep that momentum up. So the fact that T have been able to come back into this one, again, inside the Roshan pit, looks like they are going to be able to go for that reset, take that Roshan. And is it? I think it's just the second one, right? So the Cheese Aegis will be up here for T when they take this one down.
The Twisted Minds are coming to fight, but it's way too late. Bloodthorn plus Alina. Yeah, there used to be a Roche there, and you might even give both of the defensive items to the Lina. That's how you win the game.
Fight's going to start here. They might be able to get no Monkey King's going to be bounced himself away once again. Song's going to be here. Supernova, is it going to be in time? Do they have the overlap onto this one as well? The BKB is going to be out for Zantic, but Zantic, he still gets cleaned up. Smile Knight takes him down. They take it down absolutely everybody here. Shad in the middle of the fight here. Mikey, it's a lot of damage, but they still get the kill. They pop the Aegis for it, but it's going to be 2 out of the 3 cores being down. They're going to be able to chase for more now as well. If not, just straight up go for the Megas and look to end the game with the 2 cores on the side of Twisted Minds being down. No real way for Twisted Minds to carry on going in this second game.
They had the idea, go for the Lina, but she just finished off her MKB, so went through the Wind Ranger no problem, and that was a very nice play. You slept them next to an egg, so when they pop their BKBs, you stop the sleep, they pop their BKBs, the egg stuns them, and the Lina just does way too much damage at that point. The fight was over, the game was over, and we got ourselves a series. I really like when a best of 5 grand final starts off this way.
Yeah, absolutely. It means that we're going to get at least 4 games out of this one now as well. Like you say, that you don't want to be like, oh, a team gets 2 games up and it's kind of like, oh, are they going to win the next one? Or are we going to be able to go through having that one win? Okay, bad for Twisted Minds, great for Team T, and great for the viewers here as well.
A very, very solid performance from T in general, right? We talked about this type of lineups that you need to... They are not hard to execute, but you need to do a lot of things right, and every single mistake is going to be severely punished. There really weren't any mistakes, and the only mistakes that happened is the Twisted Minds, that one fight, they went for a smoke, it broke on the Naga Siren, and they decided to go for it. I think that was a turning point in the game where the Reaver was bought. If the Weaver hadn't been bought, then the Naga would have had like 2.2k HP, would have died, and then it's a completely different game. But Lina being untouched in a fight 20-25 minutes into the game is always gonna be punished, and at that point I think T made sure that they just need to do the small things right from there, and just not be super aggressive, and the game is gonna go their way.
Yeah, looking at it from the what's that, 15-minute mark, everything climbed the way of T. Like I say, they didn't give any openings, they didn't give any easy kills away, and it always just climbed in their favor here. XP net worth, win probability, all going up and up and up and up. So they're going to be able to look in game number 2. We'll see how it's going to go in the third game here for Team T versus Twisted Minds. It is a best of 5, so this isn't the end, no matter which way this one goes. We'll see you after this break. Welcome back in, everybody, to the third game of this best of 5. We're going to get started here with the third to see how it is going to go straight into the draft. No messing around here, as we do see that Broodmother being banned out straight away, and the Batrider going on the other side. So we are at 1-1, so this isn't the final game. There's no wipes, there's no straight walkovers, there's no 3-0s coming up today. We are going to get at least 4 games out of this one. So Harry Freak, what are you expecting here out of game number 3?
What do I expect? I think that we're not going to be getting a Naga again, because I don't think that Twisted Minds are going to be making a mistake to leave themselves open to get Naga like that, right? Because it's obvious the Team T do have the discipline necessary to pull off that type of a lineup, and if you put yourself in a position where that can be done, you are going to be in trouble, right? Because Twisted Minds, I think they actually did really well in that game. It's just that the ceiling of the lineup was higher on Team T, and they just played with minimal mistakes.
Yeah, and it feels like, I mean, both teams, they've had a game where the game's gone about, what was it, about 40 minutes, 40 plus minutes here, where, we're not seeing these runovers as well. We're not seeing one team, okay, they might get a win, but the other team comes back and gets that 20-minute storm that's like soul crushing, it's confidence draining. So being able to get into this third game with 2, I mean, fairly good games under each other's belt, we'll see how they're going to try and play this. No darks here for the third game. That does get banned out here. Yeah, the Enigma as well as the Batrider, like I say, and the Brood. Funnily though, that we're not seeing, I assume this next one's going to be a tiny ban for either side, but yeah, the TA, I think, has been unbanned in both drafts so far and not being considered at all.
No, people don't seem to care about her for some reason. I guess in a game where there's a Naga Siren, it wouldn't have been good anyways, but that was the last pick Naga, so really wouldn't have made any difference. In the first game, I thought it was definitely going to get picked up, but they went for the Timbersaw. It just seems that people have moved away from her, and you've actually allowed Zibe to get his Beastmaster. So now you have to show that you're prepared for this, right? Because you allowed it, you knew about it, and I'm not even sure what you pick versus the Beastmaster. The hero just looks really solid in all parts of the game.
Yeah, I would have thought one of the answers would have been, I mean, they ban out themselves, they ban out that Weaver. If you were to, if you're letting through the Beastmaster, I think you kind of let through the Weaver as well, just to have that bit of a better lane up against it. But no, they ban out the Weaver, they let through that Beastmaster, just go straight for the Gyrocopter though, which isn't bad, but can be flexed, if it's in the lane up against the Beastmaster, not the worst thing. We'll see whether you want to go for this one, whether you want to play it as that support, or if they think it is going to be good enough up against the Beastmaster in the safe lane.
I mean, it is a Shad hero. I'm not sure if Hanskin and Pablo played all that much. I would just want to have some saves for the Gyro, because there's going to come a part in the game where you're going to get roared and die, so IO, Shadow Demon, something along those lines comes to mind as protecting this one, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, the arrow's been banned out, but Shadow Demon, Clockwork there as well, good bodyguard in the lane, be able to hookshot yourself in if the roar does come out as well. You'll throw yourself the get down, Mr. President, always a fan favourite to watch as well, so we'll see if they get either of those coming through. I mean, ban-wise, only one of them can be removed here by the side
Clockwork is a better ban, to be honest.
Yeah.
It is definitely going to be a better ban on the Clockwork, because Shadow Demon is something you go on the Gyro, use the disruption, then you switch targets, right? So it's there is a way to play versus it, but this is a Clockwork would be very annoying in lane, but they don't go for either. They just get rid of the Underlord, which would defend the Gyro in a completely different way, and that is with a ton of auras, right? Gyro gets his Satanic, his Daedalus, his Aghanim Scepter, the Underlord gets all of his items, and then even if you roar the Gyro at like 25 minutes, yeah, they have all of that, and you won't be able to kill him. So yeah. I like it that you're getting rid of probably the best aura builder with the Darkseer also out of the game, Enigma as well. There isn't much that's going to be building into those pipes and Guardian Greaves.
Okay, and actually a Morphlin ban coming out from the side. It makes sense if this is going to be, well, even if it's not the core Gyrocopter, you take away the Morphlin anyway, stop him from getting that flat cannon out, being able to do so much damage after stealing the Gyro form. So I think if you're ever going to play the Gyrocopter support or carry or wherever, you just have to make sure that Morphlin is removed for the time being. And what do they want to be looking to pick up now? I would like to see that next pick Clockwork, I think, come out here for them, just to be able to lock that lane in.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a Clockwork either. I think it actually is is a pretty decent one. You could pick up something like a Rubik if you want for Pablo. We know he plays that a lot, and versus a Beastmaster would be a solid pick. Also, you don't want the enemies to get it, because Beastmaster Rubik can sometimes be a very weak, but sometimes a very strong lane. Versus a Gyro, you shove in the wave with the two of them, and he cannot get close with the Rocket Barrage. It actually wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, just gonna be that Clockwork coming out. And again, I know, you know, teams like to be ambiguous with the heroes they're picking up. They want to show these flexes, but I think it's more important here to get that lane locked in here, even if you're showing it, because you know what you're going to be coming against with a Beastmaster. So just having that locked in and then making T guess, because they've got the next two picks, what they might be looking towards mid off, you know, that other support as well. So it does keep T on their feet.
So, do you pick up a Monkey King now? Though they go for the Elder Titan. I mean, when we see these two, this is gonna be so much damage. Imagine a Beastmaster that is just everybody around him has the armor and the magic resistance reduced, and then the Wind Ranger. This could be the safe lane. For sure. In the first game, I didn't like the Wind Ranger all that much. Here, considering that you have a Beastmaster, I like it a lot better, because the constant output of damage and constant tankiness of the Beastmaster is going to allow you to choose your targets properly and actually finish off the key hero, whilst the Beastmaster is going to be able to deal with the rest of them.
Yeah, and on the other side, let's see Twisted Minds, like I said, just keeping it up in the air. They see this Wind Ranger coming out. Is there something that you want to go for here? Do they go back for, I mean, maybe even the Lina themselves, you know, just be able to throw that Lina out up against it, potentially if it is that mid lane Wind Ranger, or I suppose you're looking for this support, maybe you're offlaner here, not to give anything away yet. Could be the Dark Willow.
Oh, okay.
Edge. Some more control, again, goes nice with the Gyrocopter in it when the fights start to come out with those brambles. You've got the Terrorize control as well. I wonder if they're looking for maybe a Mars like this to try and stop that Wind Ranger from being able to get away with the Wind Run up in the fight.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be a Brewmaster coming out, but now when I see the Dark Willow, Mars makes more sense. Though Mars isn't really a mind control hero. I know he can play it, but I'm not sure if that's what you're going to... I still think Brew would be better. This game, yeah, they go for it, okay.
Okie dokie. What have we got? I mean, they've got a minute and a half left here, including reserve time for the side of T, so they don't need to force this one through. You're seeing the Brewmaster come out. Does that force the Wind Ranger into the mid lane? Do you need to look for something that's going to be able to deal with these Brewlins as your carry?
Not necessarily, but I would personally get like a troll right now on the side of... on the side of T. Maybe they don't... Yeah, I still pick a carry. It's... Okay. Medusa is fine. The problem with the Medusa is that she's not all that mobile, luckily for her. You have three heroes that are completely don't mind moving around the map, so they're mostly going to be running towards the Medusa still. I think she's just going to be flying in the air for the entirety of the game. I don't know. This Brewmaster is just so good right now because he's good versus everything. I guess you can do well versus him in the laning phase, and the Medusa is generally unkillable because there's not that much damage on the other side. But you don't even have to kill her. Kill the other ones and just keep her in the air.
Is the... Heroes don't build the Diff Blade anymore, right? That's not something that the Medusa's going to worry about. It feels like that item's a bit on the wayside at the minute. There's no one that prioritizes it. I'm looking... You know, Pango doesn't build it anymore. It's not a thing that maybe like a DK builds into, or, you know, they've already got the carry with, potentially the carry with the Gyrocopter, who wants to go for the Crystallis as well as the Ag Scepter, so not going to be a quick diff blade for him either.
Now, Gyro is probably not going to get it early, but later on you might get it because the Disperser is solid. It's... Killing the Medusa is going to be a problem, don't get me wrong. The problem is she really needs to hit a very, very strong timing in this game, and the rest of the team needs to follow if they want this to work. But overall, I do like the Dire lineup. It actually looks pretty powerful, very, very hard to kill. Right, that's the problem. The other side has some damage, but not a overwhelming amount, and that's the problem they're gonna have to solve with their last pick.
Yeah. Do you think then that Twisted Minds... Do they want to go for the Invoker? You know, like I say, they've got the damage, they've got some control to come through. I know it's not the highest win rate hero at the minute. I think we were saying at the weekend it was something like a 35% win rate. But is that something you think they consider here for Twisted Minds, as the Ember Spirit is going to be the buy?
I mean, it is an Atlantic hero, but Invoker is not doing well currently, and they pick it up for themselves. Okay. So that's gonna be a support Wind Ranger. Interesting. That's I'm fine with that. Again, another mobile hero that's gonna be able to run towards the Medusa. Now, even though there's another Titan that could be a problem with their damage, and is this is a core Nyx. This is a core freaking middle Nyx, and I'm so happy that Xantic, he knows how to play this. It's gonna be so fun. Oh boy, I love this. I love this from Twisted Minds. I actually think they've got it. This Nyx can do so much in the game.
Yes. That's the only honest. I'm just looking as well. He's going for the mana burn on the Nyx Assassin, so it looks like it is going to be that core. You know, he's not going for that Vendetta with the free movement for the first like 15 seconds or wherever it is. Just really not expecting that one to come out. And Mikey, I think that was a steal on the Invoker. You know, they locked it in to try and make a point here to make sure that it didn't go the way of Xantic. And Xantic just goes, yeah, give me the Nyx. Great up against the Invoker in the mid lane, and I'm going to be great up against the Medusa coming into these fights as a core. This is a scary lineup all of a sudden coming out. I mean, it was a scary lineup anyway, but it just completes for Twisted Minds. They maybe mind gamed the Invoker out, and all of a sudden getting that Nyx Assassin, just not even any consideration, immediately locking that one in. They've, in my eyes, maybe just, you know, the 5D chess or whatever you want to call it, above Team T in this draft.
Dude, mana burn when you're level 18 is 30% of your current mana per spell or item used. So you can get like half of Medusa's mana like in 2 spells, like bam bam, goodbye, half mana.
Yeah.
That is so huge. Plus he does a massive amount of damage that's going to be on top of it, so it's like 50% the mana out, then some damage being done as well. You can literally remove it in 2-3 spells, and if you do get a Dagon, which he probably will, that Medusa is toast. I love this, right? Team T are really gonna have to be on point on knowing exactly where the Nyx is every single time. And we've seen, you and me have watched some support Nyx games, and Nyxes have been looking amazing. Imagine what's gonna happen when it's on the core roll.
Yeah, and this is kind of one of those where you don't really, for the most part, you know, you'd say, no, Nyx Assassin mid, maybe not the greatest thing, but coming up against this Invoker really shouldn't be an issue, especially going for that mana burn faster coming out against the Invoker. The Invoker probably going to, do I want to say struggle in this mid lane? Do I actually want to go that far?
No.
Because, you know, you're going to have the spells you're going to be able to cast out, just be able to harass him down, and maybe not struggle, but he's not going to be able to get that full kit, you know, the Tornado EMP, Cold Snap, you'll be able to run heroes down like that, because it feels like the Nyx Assassin's always going to be on top of him, you know, trying to take away that mana.
The thing is that Nyx Assassin doesn't have the highest damage, but then again, neither does the Invoker, so overall, neither of them are going to be super happy, and that is the thing about the Nyx Assassin. Right now with the Mind Flare, you can just secure the creeps or go into the jungle, get the big creep every single time. It doesn't really matter, so your farm isn't going to struggle. I am so excited for this one. I think Twisted Minds, they've gotten the better of their enemies right now, because even if you get a super farm Medusa, even if you get to a point where you should win the game, there is a chance that Xantic just kills him.
Yeah, yeah, that's the thing, right? You say super farm, but none of that really ever incorporates strength items. You know, you don't go for that mechanical Medusa. You don't go for a heart. You don't go for these big bulky items that are going to give you the health pool. Maybe you get a Dragon Lance or Hurricane Pike in there. You're going to get maybe an Aghanim Scepter at some point for the Medusa. But for the most part, and if you are having that mana removed so quickly, she just might just be a non-factor in these fights.
And I'm also very happy that we're going to be seeing a Dark Willow as well. When they removed the Bedlam being able to be cast on the on your teammates, everybody started going, oh, Dark Willow is dead. This is how the hero was for its entire existence, and then maybe for a year it had this buff that was unfair. To be honest, it was so freaking strong. I still think the hero is powerful. It's just that you're gonna have to get used to it not being all that easy to do the damage unless you get close, as they came there to see if they can get the rune, but in the end it's gonna be a 2 for 2 if I saw correctly. Yep.
Yeah, just 2 for 2. No snatches, no misbalances on those runes. It's just give you that 2 for 2. Let's just take a look quickly here. The Nyx Assassin hasn't picked anything up skill-wise. So I want to... Do you just go for that level 1 Mind Flare? Is that the... Or are you looking for the Impales? Are you looking for...
I think
just to be a bit of a pain in the ass?
Oh, he actually got the Impale. Interesting.
Yeah.
I guess you can secure the creep with that as well, and then stun the Invoker too. Interesting either way. I don't mind either.
Yeah. And we'll see how they try and play this one out. Cog's already being kicked through Jibe as well as Eki. Do you like this lane, the Beastmaster and the Wind Ranger? Because I know the Wind Ranger usually is a core here, going to be flexed into that support role up against the Clockwork. Are you okay with this?
Pretty decent. You get caught in the cogs, you use 2 hits, you just wind run away, you have the movement speed necessary to stay away from both the Clockwork and the Gyro. So overall, I'm fine. The Wind Ranger almost never has a problem in lanes, be the core or a support. You have so much range and your spells are pretty decent. Yeah, you're quite fine.
Okay, well, we'll see how this lane continues to play out here. Like I say, the Beastmaster shouldn't have a hard time, especially because it's not the 2 melee heroes that the Beastmaster usually seems to be paired with here. So yeah, we'll see how that one plays out. Zantig in the mid lane. How is he looking? He's actually got as many last hits, or in fact, one more than the Invoker now, as the Invoker picks up the first deny, but not going to be doing too much against the Zantig as the Zantig continues to get these last hits out. Did go for the Mind Flayer though. Out of mana though, so I wonder if it's going to be the bottle coming out for the next assassin.
For sure. There's no other way to do it. The water runes are so valuable, and why wouldn't you? Meanwhile, top.
They're going to be putting a lot of pressure onto Smile Knight. Smile Knight has to back himself away. Pablo going to be chased down. One more right click. First blood goes away. Seneko. Great chase here. Mind Control trying to move himself away. There is going to be that Enchanted Serpent to come out now as well. The chase down. The right clicks onto Mind Control, but Mind Control is a big tanky boy. Let's see if Seneko, can he cut him off? He can't. Can't get in front of them here to stop that bridge crossing. And Mind Control will be back on the other side of the map.
This momentum facet is so dumb. He gets so much movement speed from his Astral Spirit, and then he just starts smacking people. You have 1 billion damage and 1 billion attack speed, right? It's like a level 25 Razor in a lane. Not fair.
And yeah, I mean, I suppose the only benefit from that is he's not a ranged hero, just a melee, so has to come up close. So you do have that time to back yourself away, or can drop the stuns, drop some control before he gets up to you. Cogs again coming out. Eki going to take a little bit of harass here, but again, that flat cannon, he has the wind run, so not going to be affected by that once they start to flat cannon through. How's it looking for?
Okay, it's fine.
Okay.
I am.
Actually,
yeah, he's in trouble.
Have the damage? Yeah, Mind Control. Yeah, okay. He's Seneko. Does he get the Lotus? He does. He might be able to get a bit of a heal from this one. Seneko, did he go a little bit too far himself here? Chase coming through. There's going to be a creep in the way. Seneko dodged it off. The Brambles do come through here. Mind Control, though, surely not going to push. No, then the right click come through from Pablo after the Shadow Realm. Not enough to get the kill.
I'm surprised that this Beastmaster is having such a good lane, right? Because the Gyro and the Clockwork shouldn't be that bad, and Clockwork overall is a good one versus the Beast. Speaking of, they got him.
Yeah, they do, and it looks like he's going to be able to get the Wind Runner away. The flat cannon and the Rocket Barrage, the Rocket Barrage actually not connected onto the Wind Ranger, thanks to the Wind Runner, and the Rocket Barrage onto the creeps that were close to the Gyrocopter there as well.
This is the thing. I think Hanskin is not as comfortable with kicking the cogs around as some of the other Clockworks that we've seen. He's just been missing them quite a lot in this lane, and it might have cost him a couple of CS for sure. But Eki is caught now and pretty much dead, I think.
Yeah, and he will. Really nice one for Hanskin to be able to pick up. How's it looking for the Beastmaster in the lane? So, I mean, the Beastmaster's having a really good time. Top of the last hits here. Gyrocopter struggling a little bit. He has caught up here. But yeah, this lane going better. Because I thought he should be harassed back just a little bit. I didn't think he'd be getting all these last hits that he is. But no, having a really good time here, the Beastmaster. And we'll see top lane. They might be able to go once again. The Shadow Realm comes out here for the Dark Willow. And will be able to back up a right click. But Seneko, he is getting his bully on here up against the Dark Willow. Dark Willow not having the best time in this lane.
I mean, the one who's having the worst time out of all the cores is definitely this Brewmaster. Of course, Brew is going to be very, very strong in this game because the Dispel. But the thing is, because you moved the Wind Ranger... Oh, it's Antic! She's gone. What?
He is just, I mean, this is, even the tips coming out for Mikey. I mean, I think for the past couple games, Mikey maybe not, at the tippy top of those mid lanes. Playing up against the that Timbersaw in the first game, it really didn't go his way. But Mikey now getting that kill on board here. Smart Knight going to be chased down. Did he actually be able to go? The Stomp's going to come out. It connects onto Mind Control. Mind Control got to get himself away from this one. There's going to be that Serpent coming out once again. The right clicks. It might just be enough to Mind Control. Only level 3 as well. Going to be forced back here. Doesn't go through the bridge because he was being cut off anyway. One more right click. It's going to be enough. Smart Knight gets credit for the kill.
I was hoping that they're going to miss him because of the Drunken Roller, but just no such luck on him. And I like his movement. He saw that his was being cut off, so hoped for the for the fog of war on the left, but it was a very nice movement coming out from the Medusa to make sure that he's not going to be hiding.
He's coming back to lane. He is only level 3. 10 last hits here. Look at this one. The flat cannon coming through. Rocket Barrage going to be cast as well. Eki going to be putting a little bit of damage onto Handskin. Can they actually follow up onto this one? The chase coming through. Jibe's running himself away. The Batch Assault not going to be able to connect here. And it looks like even Eki might just be able to get away through the Twin Gate if he really needs to. And do they want to go for Mind Control? Now they've forced the rotation from the Dark Willow. But Mind Control playing it fairly safe. But again, 11 last hits here. The lowest on the cause by a far margin.
This rotation from Pablo is going to allow the Invoker to do whatever he wants, and he's looking to go towards the top lane. Scan was used. Beautiful scan. Mind control. This is a godly player.
Do they have the TPs for the defense? So the wraparound's going to come through. Mikey, power shot won't connect.
Still got him.
They're going to be able to go cold snap into the MP. Yeah, Mikey trying to do what damage he can and should be able to. Will be able to get the credit for the kill, actually. Seneko underneath the tower. Tornado will connect onto the next assassin. Hanskin with rundown cogs will come through. Should be able to at least get Seneko from this one.
At what cost?
He's going to take down, yeah. We've already got the urn coming out, and they're even going to be able to get the shackles through the clockwork, trying to be run down as well. 3-4 heroes making a dive. Eki gets the credit. And just... I mean, Mikey having a really good time getting that solo kill up against the next assassin in the mid lane. Really just has put him in a power position here on that Invoker.
And Eki stole the Wisdom Rune. Also, Wind Run at the perfect time to dodge the Shadow Realm. It is a big hit. Though Shad did steal the other one, so it's not too bad.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, out of all the bad it could have been, that is something, you know, it's your silver lining right in the cloud here. Is taking a look, Shad, how's he looking net worth-wise? Third? Behind the Invoker, behind the Medusa, but not too far. In fact, they're going to be able to go Mind Control again. Trying to get the solo XP coming out in the mid lane. He's just going to be forced all the way back here, thanks to that rotation. Pablo ain't close, and Mind Control taking down to that urn. Not going to be a full kill. Spirit Vessel for the Invoker as well. This is something that I think it was Lizard was talking about at the weekend, that you get the Spirit Vessel, you go for a Hand of Midas, and the Invoker just kind of disappears off that early momentum. So, do you think that's where Twisted Mind's trying to take advantage of this one, when the Hand of Midas is being farmed out by the Invoker?
Is he gonna go for it, though? He might change the build. Who knows? If this continues to go this way, he might not even need the Midas.
Yeah, true. Flat cannon coming through. Eki taking a lot of damage from that now as well. Is he going to be able to get the kill? Rocket Barrage trying to steal these stacks away. Tornado EMP, it won't connect, but it does force Shad in a little bit further in. Now, Axantic backlines, cooldown's going to be used. What can they do? Can they get the kill into Mikey? Mikey's surrounded by 4. Looks like they might be able to. They even take down Eki as well. Stomp, though. Yeah, because they're all in and around those cogs coming through. Seneko trying to get the kill. Going to be able to take down
killing them
Hanskin.
all!
Can they take down Mind Control as well? Look at this right click. He's getting absolutely everybody, thanks to that 4-man spirit over the top. And again, Danog and Lizard were talking about this one. This is why we're seeing potential core Elder Titans coming through, because you get the chase downs from the spirit that comes through, and you just delete heroes with the right click.
That's going to be Xantic down as well. Not sure what he was thinking. He probably wanted to punish this Elder Titan, but it is such a hard hero to kill. And that was a good move from Twisted Minds. They got everything they needed. They just underestimated the power of this Elder Titan. To be honest, I wasn't even thinking he was gonna be two-shotting people, but yeah, that's what happens when you do not respect the hero.
Yeah, and just being able to throw so much damage like that out as a support. You know, I know the game as it goes on, the other supports or the heroes on the side of Twisted Minds going to survive a bit, but getting that early momentum on the kills, and you look at this Mind Control, you're looking at it 9.5 minutes in, still not level 6 here. He's about the same level as the Wind Ranger, and he's just being bullied every time he shows.
Got him again.
Oh, Earth Splitter is going to be able to come through. Yeah, those kills really paying off for Seneko. The chase down once again. One more right click. Mikey gets the credit this time.
Okay, so you jinxed it, Rob. You said, oh, we're not getting these fast stomps. Well, right now, Twisted Minds are getting stomped.
Yeah, and maybe, just maybe, I dropped a cast a curse on them. I was so happy to see this next assassin coming through, just to see something different, but at the minute, it feels like a bit of a failed experiment here. Tornado connects onto the clockwork. They've got the chase down on Hanskin. Once again, they will get the kill, and again, Mikey will be able to pick that one up.
It's still not over. We talked about it. Even if it comes to the late game, the next assassin can make a difference. But at Xantic, with these fights, every single one of them going the way of T, is just going to be a problem.
Yeah, again, Xantic here. Is he going to be enough? He's got no mana left. Not going to be able to use anything here. No Spike Carapace, no Impale, no life for him.
Yep, and they're looking for Mind Control. Doesn't have the level 6. What the hell? Let the guy live.
Yeah, again, they're just keeping him a lower level. In fact, he's going to be 2 levels behind Seneko as Shackles comes through. No aggress onto that Clockwork, though.
He should be able to get level 6. The thing is, I don't know how much that changes. The damage output of Twisted Minds is just going to be way too low with this next assassin just not having enough levels and the support's not doing anything. Mind Control, he comes close just to die.
Yep, and Mind Control, again, they have the control. They didn't even need that Shackles. The damage was more than enough. And it's just, this is so bad for Mind Control. I mean, still, he needs a creep, just a singular creep for that split. And he's not been able to get himself towards it just yet. Because every time he shows in this mid lane, he just dies. Just go to the jungle. Please, Mind Control, I'm begging you, just go to the jungle and pick up that one creep and get you split.
Yeah, well, he wanted to get it in a more conventional way. He was punished because of it, and very beautiful performance from the Dire side. They're playing better Dota at the moment. They're bringing in Shad, they want to fight.
Yeah, and Tornado connects once again. There is going to be the Spike Carapace, but everybody moving themselves in. Hook shot now onto the Invoker. Can they start to turn this one around with the kill onto Mikey? Mikey's going to get low. Pablo does get the credit for the kill. Can they go for more into this one? No, Xantic spent everything. He's going to go down. Smiling Knight gets to double that Earth Splitter now as well coming through. They're going to be able to go the Shackles. It is that Earth Broodling that's going to be shackled as well, so we'll still be able to continue moving on to that one, but it's still a massive, massive cleanup. And you trade all that off for Mikey, you still take down the mid Nyx Assassin. Still well worth it here for the side of T.
So Neko is ahead of the Brew, and he is looking to overtake the Nyx Assassin. He is the same level as the Nyx. That's the enemy mid laner. He is crushing it in this game. It wasn't just chance. He played everything perfectly.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to go for more, it looks like now as well. The Gyrocopter, does he want to try and run himself away? Eki, a lot of damage coming through here as well. Pablo will get the credit for the kill. The Gyrocopter trying to back himself away. They're going to be able to intercept with the Clockwork now as well. Without Cogs coming out, but again, they've got the spin up in the Axe is flying through. Do they have the damage to get the kill onto Hanskin? Hanskin can try to do what he can with the Batch Soul, but the Hawk as well as Mikey will be able to claim that kill. And they didn't even need to use the Raw for that one as well. You look at this Beastmaster, 12.5 minutes in, a ways away from that Aghanim Scepter just yet, but he does have the mana boots on board. He's not got the most out of this net worth. The space that's being created so far, but still looking at about, what, a 14.5 minute Ag Scepter. He needs another 1,000, 1,200 gold. Yeah, not too far away at all.
Yeah, I think we haven't seen a single roar in this game. And Zibe is still performing in a way that he should. The interesting thing, though, they haven't taken the bottom tower. That's just how much action has been happening around the mid lane, and all of it going the way of T. When you have a Beastmaster, somebody who likes to take the enemy tower down early, and you just don't care. That's how many openings they've been given already.
Yeah, look at this. Azante going to show. There's going to be the group coming through. Power shot. The Spike Carapace does get thrown out. EMP Cold Snap, though. Azante has to back himself away under his own tier 2 tower because he's just losing so much life, so much mana from that. And they might even be able to get the kill onto the Clockwork. Earth Splitter going to be committed here to get the kill. And they do take him down. Jibe does get the credit. And again, no Raw. He's... oh, no, he did to set up okay. But yeah, he's going to be 400 gold away from that axe. Really
Chad
good
is caught.
here for Jibe.
Nobody to help him.
Do they actually get it, though? He's trying to run himself away. Focus fire, yeah. Spirit Vessel coming through, and Chad, no TP's in. They know he's dead.
Piggy.
Tornado. Bacon's going to be cooked. Mikey gets the credit.
You know the saying, when pigs fly. Well, that happened there. Mikey denied a region rune. Okay, with the illusion, I was like, what the hell was he using? I didn't see a Forge Spirit being made, but yeah. So now we have 2 Midas is in the game, which is something that we don't see too often. But Mind Control decided to go for a Midas, and for a good reason, because you need to hope this game will be going late if you want to win. Which versus a Medusa lineup usually isn't the way to go, but with a 10k gold deficit 15 minutes in, you have no choice. It is your only way to play this game.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the side of T, they just continue to take control. 10k net worth it here. 15 minutes into the game, they're having an absolutely fantastic time. It looks like 19 kills to 7. Yeah, maybe I did jinx it a little bit, saying we're not getting these big fast wipe, run over games, and all of a sudden T, they just get what looks like the perfect lineup, even into what I thought was going to be a great Nyx Assassin core for the side of Twisted Minds.
Breaking Ruiner. Hope you play some single draft, Rob, after this ruin of the of Game 3. But it's still not over.
No, they're going to be able to get the catch out now as well. This might actually be a big one. Seneco's actually got a lot of bounty on the board here for 111. Throws out the splitter. Spike carrots will be here, though. They should still be able to get the kill. No! Oh, he still goes down, and Xanta gets the credit for it. He gives over 600 gold here, but he will give up his life now as well. Xibe, he's got the Acceptor, he's got the Raw available. They're going to be able to go for more. And Pablo, can he run himself away? The Hawk going to be able to just drop down on Pablo. Pablo's gone. And Smiling Knight, if it's not the ET, it's the Medusa. They are picking up kills left, right, and center.
Soneko killed himself. That first thing wasn't the Spike Carapace, it was actually a Blade Mail of the Nyx Assassin, and that's what returned the damage of the Earth Splitter. And then he saved the Spike Carapace for the Astral Spirit, which is what ultimately killed Soneko. He was out, he just wanted more.
So, if you're looking at this, how did Twisted Minds, how are they playing back into this one? Is it about getting this Gyro to the Acceptor? Does he need more items after that, or is he going to be able to get involved? I mean, MC as well has caught up a little bit, level 10 as well, but we've only seen the one split that wasn't super effective.
So, here's the a little bit of a learning moment for our viewers. If you are a play-by-play caster and you want to make your analyst uncomfortable, ask him how does a team come back into a game that they are 99% probably lost. But 98 says Dota Plus. But overall, the approach to coming back into the game is always the same. You have one way is team fighting, the other way is split pushing, and the third way is pick off. Right now, the only thing that Twisted Minds can really do is pick off, so that's going to be how you play. You cannot win a team fight, you're way too far behind, you suck at split pushing, so you do have this Nyx Assassin, you have the Dark Willow Clockwork as well. You can go for pickoffs one by one, and make sure that you punish every single step out from your opponents. Try not to focus on Smiling Knight and Xibe, as they're way too tanky. The Invoker should probably be priority number one, and then the supports as well. And that's how you do it. You have low chances of winning, but you can do your best.
Okay. And this this downtime that we spoke about for the Invoker, he did go for the Hand of Midas. He disappeared to farm that one up, but he was popping up. He was like whack-a-mole with Invoker. He's in this lane, now he's in your enemy jungle, now he's back in that lane, and he's still got himself towards that Hand of Midas, going towards his BKB now. 17 minutes, nearly 18 minutes in. Hook shots connects onto a creep. They don't actually get the catch onto the Invoker now as well. And Mikey, he's going to be able to turn this one around. They've got the Cold Snap, they've got the Ice Wall, they've even got that Spirit Vessel coming out onto the Clockwork. He tried, but that creep getting in the way, it just saves Mikey's life.
It's cool that Twisted Minds actually know what they need to do to win, right? So you need to go for the Invoker. It doesn't work out, probably wouldn't have worked out even if they used their spells perfectly, but you have a general idea of what the only way back into the game is.
Look at this as well. They immediately get on top of Shadow with the boots of travel coming through from the Invoker into the Ghost Wolf to scout him out. Blade Mail's going to be popped in now as well. He's already used that Spike Carapace to terrorize for the fear for the Force Away, but they've already got the kill onto the Gyrocopter now. We'll see with Xibe having this Acceptor going towards, is that might be a pipe coming out? I'm not sure what was on his courier actually.
Yep.
Yeah, they're going to be able to stack up. They're going to be able to look to tier 2s.
Okay, with your Gyro being such an easy grab, I think maybe one more fight Twisted Minds will try to make something happen. Right now in the game, it's impossible to play, and sometimes you just feel it. Even though a lot of teams don't GG out right now until their throne is basically falling, this is one of those games where you might try for a Hail Mary smoke and then just call it.
Yeah, and you can... Okay, there's going to be a turnaround. The Shackles comes through to get the kill onto Pablo, and yeah, maybe you talk this one out while the game is still going on, what went wrong, what you could be doing better, what you want to be looking for in the next draft. And it's not a case of when we're not winning, like say, we are actively losing, so that's it, just GG out. Like you say, they do have things that they can use this time for, as well as trying to make a turnaround, because this game, I mean, 17k, it's a big ask, but it's still not completely over.
Yeah, it's not completely over, but it kind of is. Overall, I think laning stage for Twisted Minds needed to go better, especially the Gyro Clockwork lane. That is the one that needed to go fine, and you shouldn't have allowed your Wisdom Rune to be stolen, right? Those are some big mistakes that really snowball out of control, and the Invoker out... well, he out-rotated the Nyx Assassin, which he's capable of doing, but not by this much, so I think that's where the biggest problems for Twisted Minds did arise.
Yeah, this tier 2 tower is going to be taken down as well. They're going to be able to step up onto this one. Do you... Oh, how long do you have the stages for? 2 minutes, actually. So you could actually try... Oh, bottom lane. They're going to try and go for this one as well onto Mikey. Mikey, though, is going to be able to get himself away. Power Shot's going to come out. Split has been used by Mind Control. Mind Control going to try and get the chase on onto Mikey. Mikey can get himself away from this one. It looks like he's going to be able to drop the Ice Wall, but the toss ball that comes out through onto Mikey. Mikey, he's getting low. Power Shot once again. There's going to be another toss ball coming through here. They have a lot of damage onto Mikey, or a lot of control onto Mikey, but they don't actually have the kill. And Mikey, he's going to be back towards that tier 3. They have the stun, the sleep, the shackles coming through. Mind Control already used that split. He's gone way too far now. Can they get this damage out? And it looks like they might be able to get right on top. Mind Control trying to do what he can, and it's not going to be enough. In fact, he might not even be able to survive to try and snipe through, get that Wisdom Rune. Yeah, they do group up for that kill.
This is one of those demoralizing moments. You pretty much had the enemy invoker. He was dead on your screen, and he just makes it out somehow with his life intact. I don't know if one kill would have changed the game, but it's a start, and you need a couple of those starts, quote unquote, but you don't even get it right now. And as the game progresses, it's going to be increasingly harder to kill him. Once he gets the BKB, pretty much impossible.
Yeah, and if you then look at this one, is that kind of thing they're just talking through what they could do in next game here for the side of Twisted Minds? Because it feels like every time they go for a pick, it really isn't paying off for them.
Well, I don't think that you're gonna be in the game and seeing it as there's absolutely no chance that we're gonna win, because that would be suicide, you know, psychologically as well. You're torturing yourself, so they probably still think that there is something they can do, and well, might be just to die nicely. I don't think he does get himself away. So overall, if you're Twisted Minds, you're still thinking that there is a shot.
Let's see what they're going to be able to do here. Tornado comes through at Zantic, though. He can't get through the trees to use that Vendetta. And he is just having to run himself away. Shard, yeah, he's going to back himself up here now as well. That was just super unlucky. There was no gap for him to get through there. To try and go onto the Invoker. And you can see that Mikey just continues to farm up. In fact, is that a shield rune there for him? Yeah, it is. It's about 2/3 of the way through, but it's going to give him another 1,000 health or so. So it looks like they're going to try and steal away this Tormentor on the other side of the map here, Team T. And again, you've got to remember, this is a 23 minutes in, and they've got a 20k net worth lead here, 26 kills. This is what you usually see in around the 30, 35, 40 minute mark here. They've really accelerated themselves here, Team T.
Yeah, they're super strong at the moment. At this point, you might just walk into the pit. And then come high ground, and even that I don't think it's maybe not even necessary, because if you look at Twisted Minds, they don't really have all that much spam from the high ground.
Yeah, and are you then, because I mean the age is potentially going to be up in the next 2 minutes, but maybe the next 5. Are you just waiting that one out? Are you just pinning back Twisted Minds to their part of the base, you know, keeping themselves inside the high ground so they can't capitalize on the farm and just wait for this next Roshan respawn?
Exactly. Sandskin dies, and it's when you get to this point, you just need to not get ahead of yourself, and you're gonna win.
The roar comes out now, so Sunstrike's going to be here. Mind Control, they might not even need to wait. They've got 45 seconds on the clock here that they should be able to take down that last tier 2 tower. Maybe even just try and maybe not go for the break, but throw some harass onto the tier 3.
You overall don't need to go high ground. All of the other towers is good enough. Then the catch potential of the enemies is going to be non-existent. You won't even be able to go for those pickoffs with the hookshot, with the Vendetta, because there's not a place from the map that you can start other than your base. And then it's very easy for the opponent team to read what you want to do. Overall, I just want to see what items they're going for on the dire side. Interesting, Smiling Knight is going to go for a Sanjit Kaya. So that's a pretty cool approach for the Medusa, not something that you see every game.
What's the reason for going that? Is it just for the Stomp comes out onto the Dark Willow? Sunstrike, is it going to be enough? Well, that power shot is going to be, as they're going to be able to go for more now. Shard can get himself through the barrier. He's going to actually, he just gets that run through now. Try to do what he can with that flat cannon still coming through. Earthsplitter going to be thrown out. They get the kill. Phew. He turned and threw a couple of right clicks out. Maybe when he could just walk himself away. The shackles now onto the clockwork, and again the damage, it will be here. They're just gonna be able to come up even without the Roshan, even without the Sage. It's gonna come through onto the tier 3s.
Stop! They're already dead, right? You know those that saying. It's almost impossible for them to play. Also, Nyx Assassin, they're using the spike carapace. This is something you do. Nyx Assassin players know it. If you get Yuled or the tornado, you can spam your E, right? Your spike carapace, and you will dodge the damage and actually stun them. It's pretty cool.
And, ooh, split is going to be here, but you've got the right clicks coming through from the Medusa, and the Medusa, well, let's see what they're really going to be able to do here. They're going to be able to get the Roar as well into Atlantic. Atlantic, one more right click. Is he going to be able to get the kill? They get the stun onto Smile Knight, but Smile Knight's going to be coming forward. He's got that Mystic Snake, gets the kill. Smile Knight and Eki cleaning up now as well. MC, he's going to go down even inside that Brutal Inform. Zibi gets the credit for the kill, and it looks like they're going to be able to break another, or break a lane of racks. And GG going to be called. They're not even going to wait for more of this one. Yeah. Twisted Minds just say it's been enough, and we're going to be going to the next game.
Yep, it is going to be a 2-1. It started off with Twisted Minds getting game 1, but coming into the series, T did look better throughout the playoff. So this game 3 performance, after the first 2 games did surprise me, but overall this is how I thought most of the games would go before the day started. Of course, you never know. Twisted Minds are a solid team, so they can definitely contribute something. But Team T in this last 2 games, they were uncontested. It really wasn't that much down to the draft itself, rather than them playing better, crushing the lanes maybe that they shouldn't, the lanes that they should win, they crushed even harder. Saneko, his performance on the Elder Titan was godly, and after that triple kill in their own triangle, the game never went even close to Twisted Minds turning it around.
Yeah, and you look at the score as well, right? I get to look at the score because I get to see the score screen. Twisted Minds as a team had as many kills as the Elder Titan on the other side here. You know, Team T, they ended up getting 34 on the board, and yeah, the Elder Titan got 8 of them.
Don't do them like
that,
Rob. Don't do them like that.
Twisted Minds got. I kind of have to, man. The viewers deserve to know how this game went. And yeah, the Elder Titan just be able to chase down. Like I say, those 2 touches coming through with the right clicks here for the Elder Titan after the Spirit came out, that Astral Spirit doing work. And Team T, they're going to be locking themselves into a 1-game lead. And in fact, 1 game away from taking this grand finals. We'll see how this maybe potentially 4th and final game is going to go after this break.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top range has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Victory.
Welcome back in, everybody, to what could potentially be the final game of the day in this best of 5 here, as we see that T are 2-1 up against Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds have to do something special here to pull it back, because it's 2 games in a row that T have won, so they're on a bit of a roll here. We'll see how they're going to be able to get themselves into a good position in this draft, as already we see the Weaver, we see the Tiny being banned out, we see the Bat Rider being taken away. Is it going to be the Enigma next? I think I've got some pretty good sources that are going to say yes, the Enigma will be taken away, so hurry. Again, we're seeing the T completely ignored out here. We're seeing the Beastmaster being taken away, but in the last 2 games, T have just been completely on top. So how can Twisted Minds turn this around?
Just a second before we continue, did you notice how production counted us in? So everybody, when usually when we're going live, production says like 3, 2, 1 live, right? And our amazing producer, he said 3, 2, 2, 1, right? So it was pretty fun. It was pretty fun for sure. Definitely something different. But looking at the heroes, I mean, the bans don't surprise much, really, and the picks don't surprise much either. And this I like. Whenever I've seen a Darkseer, the response was the Elder Titan, and Elder Titan beats this guy to a pulp in the laning stage, and we saw what Senego can do with it in the previous one. So Twisted Minds, they got a hero that is so far undefeated in this grand final, but this Senego ET looked scarier, if you ask me.
Yeah, it was just with that the Astral Spirit coming out here, being able to run down, what was it, like 2-shotting most of the heroes that he was coming across, 2-3 tapping them, and you don't even see kills that quick in fighting games. So the way that he's just running them down like that one, just like bam bam, I'm on a triple kill.
Can I punch you, Rob?
I don't think you can. No,
what?
I don't think the portal isn't there. You know, there's the shield.
Get closer, get closer to the edge.
I think I'll get further away. Actually, I'm okay over here. I think that's where I'll be spending my draft time.
I love you, Rob. I love you. As looking at the bans, the Wind Ranger gets removed. That hero has been a go-to for both of the teams, really, but I haven't felt that much of the Wind Ranger's impact, even though it was picked a couple of times in this grand finals. It really has fallen flat most of the times.
Yeah, and if you're, I mean, that last game, it was okay as the support, so maybe that's something that we see, if we go to a 5th game, maybe pushed into, not pushed into, but selected for that role. The Hoodwink, so we get rid of the Wind Ranger and the Furry Wind Ranger as well. What else do we want to be taken away here? Because they've got... I'm just trying to run through my head of the list of heroes that they could potentially pick up here. And, obviously both teams going for something different as well. So, do you reckon... Yeah.
The other side, maybe, is Tiny's banned. Maybe a Spirit Breaker, because that's something that Twisted Minds played. I wouldn't mind it, because when you start running around with this Elder Titan, then a Spirit Breaker bashing you once and then charging you once, it can really take a lot of time off your Astral Spirit, and then you're not as strong. But they get rid of the Venge, and it is something that Twisted Minds really did make work with the Darkseer in the game 1. And also, I mean, it was their 2nd pick, if I remember correctly, or 3rd.
2nd or 3rd, yeah, something like that. Yeah, it wasn't the initial lock-in, but yeah, because it was still able to be flexed out as the Phoenix comes out here as well for Team T. Yeah, so we'll see, how they're going to adapt to that one. But I'm going to put that game down to the Darkseer, as well as the Timbersaw, more than I would down to the Vengeful Spirit for reasons,
Well, when Rob hates somebody, he hates them with a heat, like with a passion, right? With a lot of heat. He really does. It was the Troll, now is the Vengeful Spirit. I don't know how you can hate it. That Arcana is so beautiful on the Venge that I don't understand how you can ever hate the hero from now on.
And if it was being played in the off lane, or if it was the 2 supports, I would absolutely agree with you. It's an amazing Arcana. It's probably one of the best designed ones that we've seen in the game so far, but it deserves to be nowhere near the position 1. I've got no problems with the Arcana. I've got no problems with the hero itself. Just don't play it as a carry.
Okay. Now that makes sense. I'm sorry, Rob. I thought you were just a Venge hater in general. There will be a Sven, most likely a support. That's where they have played it thus far, even though it does combo really well with the Darkseer, even as a core. But yeah, versus an Elder Titan plus a Phoenix, these are not the supports that the Sven generally likes playing against.
Do you think that it worked at all in the first game that we saw it in? Because, it was... I don't know, man. It was coming in for the stuns, and then it was just dying out really quickly. Are you happy to see this one back, or would you prefer it to be like that core position and you get some different supports?
I think with some of the ranged carries right now being popular, I don't mind it. Overall, it's a solid position 5. You have a stun, you have a protective spell that gives movement speed as well. Sure, 2 of your spells are useless, but 2 of your spells are very, very strong. So I've got nothing against it. For me, it's not amazing, but for some of the teams, obviously, it works.
Okay. And we go back to that Snapfire again. Again, a good egg breaker with a little shutter coming out as well. So we'll see if that's going to be... I mean, it is probably going to be that position 4 as the Ursa comes out as well as the Lina. So quick picks here for Team T. Yeah, so Snapfire position 4, Sven if it is a support position 5, and the Darkseer coming out as well. So you have some good protection coming out with the Elder Titan Stomp, the Earth Splitter here as well for the Supernova. But what's a better protection than an Ursa just running and getting in your face and just, ripping you to shreds, so you can't actually attack that Supernova?
That's true, but you gave an opening to Twisted Minds, right? Just get something that's gonna get on top of this Lina. Maybe we can... Okay, we can't go back to Spirit Breaker. Or maybe we can, right? Sven carry versus Alina wouldn't actually be all that bad, but they go for an Ember, which I don't think he's gonna struggle in the mid lane, but it's not gonna be the easiest one for him for sure. But it is one of Azantic's best heroes, so I guess comfort over a good laning stage.
Yeah, I mean, if it was going to be that Spirit Breaker support that was going to come through, does Lina not just go for that quick Eul Scepter, go full caster?
Gleipnir is way too good. We talked about it even in the previous game. Yeah, Eul's is very good versus a Spirit Breaker, but overall, Gleipnir is a better setup to your stun. You can still do the damage, and people tend to kind of navigate towards the right click Lina more nowadays.
Okay. And looking at what's left here, potential, unless you want to do something funky with the Elder Titan, looking for an offlaner for the side of Team T, looking for, again, potential carry to come out for the side of Twisted Minds, so we'll see what they want to be going for. Anything you like up against the Ursa? Do you go back for this Troll here, do you think, on the side of Twisted Minds?
I think Brood and Troll are probably the heroes that you're going to ban, because that's something that Shad plays the most in his pubs. Other things that he plays, most of them are banned out. They're not really all that popular. Dragonite is something that he plays, but he would have damage issues, so it's not going to be easy. I don't know if Shad plays a Slark, but overall, I mean, with the Sven 5, you would want to have a ranged carry, right? Like maybe a TA? We are still hoping to see that one. Wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, Gyro is still there, I think, looking at the bans as well. The Gyro's still there, and the Morphin. I mean, the Venge, Morph, Wind Ranger all been banned out, so we'll see. They ban out the Tide, actually. Okay. I've seen a couple of the Tides, and they've gone for the Kraken Swell. It worked once because some big burst on the other side, and then I saw it another time where it just didn't work at all because you didn't get those early swells out. Probably could have gone for the other one. What is the other facet called? Because it's one of those that I always say Krill Eater. Yeah, yep. And it changes every time he levels up to a different name. It's just a little bit silly.
So I'm not sure what they go for here. I'm looking. Do you go like Arc Warden now versus an Ursa and a Phoenix? You wouldn't want to do that. I'm looking through the range heroes if they're gonna go for that one, but really the range heroes have been taken away. So okay, Sven carry. Yeah, that's fine. Spirit Breaker versus the Lina. Get on top of her. Very good at controlling the Ursa as well. You already have an Egg Hitter. This is actually quite nice. So how do you deal with a Sven Snapfire in a lane as a position 3?
Do you? Oh, that's a good question. I'm glad I'm not the analyst and I don't need to answer that question. Hurry! How would you deal with that in the lane?
I think I'm trying to see. So you could go for an axe. You could go for a Doom is something that he plays, and the third one is a Centaur. I think those might be the options. I don't know if the Mars is really the right call here. Mars wouldn't be bad, right? Spirit Breaker, Darkseer. Actually, why not? Just pick the Mars. Yeah, there
Yeah,
it's
there you go. As soon as you say it, they are listening in here, so they get all their best drafting ideas from Harry Freak, you know, as he calls out the heroes. And yeah, we are going to be seeing this Mars. So you're going to be looking at the Mars versus the Sven in a vacuum. Not too bad for the Mars, right? You're going to be able to stand up through as well. He's going to get the I don't remember the name of the innate, but he gets that even the double regen coming through as well. So he's going to have a good time there. The Dauntless, yeah. So within 2,000 units, so not bad for him. He gets that extra 30% regen. Yeah, okay. And shouldn't be the worst lane in the world for him, even if there is going to be that Snapfire in there as well. Looking at these two lineups, again, preferences. Team T, they are one game away from winning, or do you think Team Twisted Minds are going to be able to pull it back and we go to a fifth and final?
I think I'm going for T. I think their lanes are better, and overall, the lane winners in this series have mostly been the ones controlling the majority of the game. Plus, Team T, they have a lot to protect the Lina, they have something to protect the egg. Ursa overall is a decent one versus the Sven. He should have a very good lane versus the Darkseer as well. Twisted Minds need to be super fast if they want to win this one. And overall, the team dictating the tempo has been Team T. Even in the first game, the first 20 minutes, they were the ones that were controlling how the game was going. So I think they got this.
Okay, well, let's see here if Twisted Minds can pull it back, bring it to that fifth and final game here, or if we're going to be going out a game early and seeing Team T just rocket in the CCT first version. We'll find out as we get ourselves into this fourth and potentially final game coming out here in the final. I don't like to say it, but I must, because people need to know the stakes here. They are one game away from elimination here in the grand finals, going out in the second place, Twisted Minds, and yeah, Team T one game away from locking it in. We'll see how they're going to be able to play this one. Like you say, if they are going to be able to tempo control early on and pull that advantage their way.
No problem, Rob. I next time I can do it. We are in the fourth and potentially last game of the series. I can do it myself if you really hate it all that much. So just give me a cue next time around. Overall, both of the teams smoked up. Wards, nothing too special placed. Actually, Spirit Breaker places a ward that might allow him to kill some couriers, pull the waves as well. So they're preparing for a hard lane bottom lane. It's gonna be 4 melee heroes in the bottom lane, and I love it when tanky heroes start punching each other. It's something about Dota and just heroes just standing and hitting each other that kind of gives me a warm feeling around my heart.
That's actually something I didn't think about before as well. Not only is it 4 heroes in this bottom lane, in the safe lane here for the side of T, but it's going to be 4 heroes on the die side overall. Coming up against the Phoenix, when you've got that Elder Titan in the game as well. If you get an early kill in these fights onto the Snapfire, they might not even be able to get to the Supernova.
Yep.
I mean, especially with the Mars being here as well.
Mostly they're going to be running away, not going to lie. Even with the Snapfire, you use the Warcry, you have the Charge Surge, all of those things, you're going to get away from the egg. And you actually have the capabilities to do so. That's one thing that Twisted Minds have going for themselves. And really, in this game, if they're smart, they're not going to be committing too hard. There's one hero that you commit hard for, and that's the Lina. And even that is in some circumstances, not always. Only if you know that you can burst her down before an arena, before an Echo Stomp comes over to stop you.
So if you see the arena coming out, that Supernova coming out, are you just cutting? Are you just letting whoever's caught in that arena die? Backing away, just like saying, okay, we'll go for the next one instead.
I mean, overall, you can't really save them all that much. Eki might need some saving. No, he's gonna be fine. Also, Hanskin does have the snail set for the Snapfire, which is so freaking cool. I thought they were not gonna add it. Everybody was so happy about it when it was shown, and then it didn't get added instantly. It was actually the crocodile one that got added first time, and then now we finally have this one. Look at how cool it is.
Yeah, I think the Croc's the one that I've got, actually. They're gonna try and just get some harass out, and again, Eki's gonna be careful here on that Phoenix, because it's a lot of damage that could come through, and the first one actually goes away the mind control. He takes down Seneko getting a little bit too aggressive here in the bottom lane, and they will be able to get that kill.
Yeah, you know that you can pressure the Darkseer, and then you see the Spirit Breaker who's stopping you from doing so, and you're getting annoyed, and you're going forward and going forward and going forward, and then you die. So this is not good for T, because they picked up this other Titan to make sure that mind control is having a bad lane, and he's not. What the hell?
Not such. I'm just like yeah, even Seneko, even if he's having a quote-unquote bad time there, giving up the first blood, he's still just going to go man-to-man up against Pablo. And that right-click damage, that is just absolutely bonkers coming out here for the Elder Titan.
I don't know, man to man. It's yo, you two versus me, and let's see who comes out on top. And this time around, it's actually the Elder Titan who's stronger.
Yeah, and that's only going to get better as the levels on that go up here. You're onto the Spirit, who's going to get himself the bonus damage coming through, the bonus move speed as well. We already saw it in that last game, right? The amount of damage he gets on those right clicks, you've got to respect that so much in like the 10, 12, 15 minute mark.
See the other than that, we haven't seen much. And Lina is actually losing the mid lane versus an Ember. He went for the double impact, which sure, it's nice for the Lina to be able to pressure her, but I'm very surprised that Mikey isn't doing a bit better in this lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a lot between the two. In fact, there's going to be that one last hit and one good deny. It sets that Lina back on track. Here, as top lane, they're going to try and go Zube, taking a lot of frost, but it is going to be underneath the tier 1 tower here. Shad trying to run himself away. Can they get the force back as well? They might actually try and go into Hanskin first. Hanskin with a little shredder coming through, but the kill will go the way of Eki before, in fact, not even. Body blocks now as well into Shad. Going for those right clicks. Shad going to be controlled here by the Mars. He even needs that treat to make sure he gets the body blocks out, so he has to throw that Storm Hammer here for Shad.
He's got his
and that
spells.
is going to be, in fact, did he carry on going? There's going to be a salve coming out from Eki. He
missed.
Yeah, the spear's going to miss. Has that salve, but a couple more right clicks. It might be enough even through that salve. One more, and it will be Eki getting himself a pretty good couple of kills on the board for that Phoenix.
After the spear was missed, I think the Sven could have escaped, but he wanted the healing Lotus for some reason, and then he didn't even use it, though probably wouldn't have changed the outcome at that point. And Lina now is starting to win her lane as well. Just like that, 3.5 minutes in, the side of TR is going to start winning all 3 of the lanes.
Yeah, and if you're looking, I mean, again, we said about the tempo coming through. How do you try and interrupt? What, 10, 15 minutes into the game, what's the objectives here? Is the charge actually going to be thrown out from the Spirit Breaker into the mid? But I think that's just to interrupt here for the runes, and not anything too, not anything too aggressive.
Right now, the only thing that could change the current setup of the laning phase before the power runes is probably the Spirit Breaker being annoying to the Lina. That's about it, and with that forcing rotations. Other than that, we are gonna be seeing just straight up laning for the next couple of minutes as well. Not much is gonna be changing. Even if you look at these heroes top lane, Twisted Minds cannot shove out the lane enough for the Snapfire to rotate. Phoenix rotating to the bottom lane, not really gonna happen. So overall, we are probably in for a little bit of a slower laning stage. And there, the only thing that's different that's happening is the Spirit Breaker charging mid.
Okay, yeah, we'll see. I mean, that Lina, okay, the charge is actually going to be cancelled here. The Lina back underneath the tier 1 tower has that LSA if needed here as well. And the damage that she's outputting, you can see that. I mean, the Ember is healing up a little bit. Little shredder coming through onto the Mars. Mars actually Blood Grenade there as well, trying to chase him down. Stormhammer will connect. Can he get himself away from this one? He has a spear if he was in too much danger. But it looks like they're not going to commit to kill.
Eki with the Icarus dive slowed them down, but
Does he go
pulled the
down?
waves.
Mid lane, there's going to be the charge coming
got
in.
him.
That was the Ember Spirit was a literal right click away from going down there. Looks like the Phoenix will be about the same. He's got those fiery spirits coming out. They're going to be able to connect here onto the Snapfire. Snapfire, does he still want to go for the kill? He's actually going to go down, and he does get the kill. Yeah, couldn't deny himself to the neutrals. In the mid lane, though, the ET is going to be able to take the kill onto the Ember Spirit, who stuck around a little bit too low here. Top lane charge going to come through, but I think that's an overextension. The Mars will fall.
Yeah, Pablo is making sure that the laning stage doesn't continue as is because they're losing it, right? So if the lanes are going badly for you, you are the one that wants to change things. The guys that are having the lanes go well, they are completely fine with it continuing. But because of reasons like this, you try not to overextend, be overly aggressive, and try to push your lead way too much, because this is what they try to do, and because of that, the game is now a little bit in favor of Twisted Minds.
I mean, the good blade comes out. They're going to have to get an easy kill into Pablo. A little shot now as well, but they have the other save onto Hansky, and Hansky's got the cookie. Can they get any more from this one? Eki, one more right click. Mike is even going to be able to go for this one. The Dragon Slave won't actually connect there, and it looks like, well, Zantic as well. I mean, Zantic, he's still going to be about 10 last hits behind the Lina, so the Lina, even with that death, having a great time, and we should be able to take a look at the net worth soon. Yeah, you can see it's going to be about 600-700 gold ahead for the Lina here in this lane. So again, the death not doing too much to slow the Lina down.
Smiling Knight really hates mind control. He wants him dead so much. He's been running through the trees, but mind control is fine. He doesn't want
Oh, Mikey in the mid lane. That great just juke away from the cookie coming in, and this time it will. Hanskin ticks down. It wasn't on the screen, but Mikey, the cookie was coming in. Mikey just goes down further into the river before going back into that high ground and just dodged off the cookie coming through, and Hanskin put himself in kill range. Because if he hadn't dodged that one off, Mikey probably dies there. And Santic
No, level 6.
out. Yeah, he's only level 5. The Sump will connect, but the tower, it gets aggressive onto the Lina. The Lina not going to be able to follow up with the 2 supports here, so might not be able to follow up onto this kill. At Xantic, Suneko's going to get low. Icarus dive comes through, but with that sleight of fist double now, Mikey. Level 6 out for Xantic. There's going to be the jump forward, and Mikey's going to be in danger. One more sleight of fist. There's going to be Laguna Blade being thrown out here. Xantic, they can't get the kill quick enough, though. Mikey will fall to Xantic, a good double kill. That's going to put him back on even terms with the Lina.
That's huge, right? And this is the overextension coming out from the Radiant side. I mean, T have overextended top lane, and now they've overextended in the mid lane for no apparent reason. Also, Lina clicking on the Emperor like a madman while running next to the tower. It's obvious that the tower is going to punch you in the face, and you're going to be losing so much HP. So a couple of mistakes there for T put them in a position that after the laning stage, now they're equal, and they should have been at least 1k ahead.
Yeah, and again and again and again, it is the small things that make the difference here in these matches that they've just got to iron out here. They might be able to make a move onto Shadow on the top lane. Shibi's only going to be level 5 though. Shadow has that level 6. We'll see in the river as well. Do they want to try and fight out onto Pablo? The Arena's going to come through in the top lane as well. Shad's going to be pinned to the side of it. Do they have enough damage to take him down? It looks like Eki trying to do what he can with the right clicks. There's not going to be a Sunray just yet. One more right click though, and Eki will get the credit for the kill. So maybe just hanging around a little bit too long away from the Sven here, the side of Twisted Minds, gives up a good kill to the side of T.
Zibe knew that he was gonna get the level 6 from that last creep dying, and he just went at the perfect moment where the Sven wasn't gonna be expecting, because the second that the Sven sees level 6, he just runs away. But because you start when you're level 5, he's confident enough to stay there. So a very small, cool play coming out from T.
And now they might even be able to go into the Snapfire. The Snapfire in the trees, though, going to play away from this one. While this is going on here, Mikey in the mid lane going to get some free farm out. And it looks like even the Ursa rotates up to this one. It looks like they want to try and maybe take this top tier 1 tower. It's a Spirit Breaker on the bottom lane, grouping up with the Darkseer. The jump comes in. Hanskin tries to get that cookie away. There's going to be a really nice God's Rebuke coming through as well. Smiling Knight gets the credit for the kill.
Lina is
just be able
charged.
to go straight through the Twin Gate. And yeah, mid lane, it looks like they might be able to go onto the Lina. Laguna Blade is going to be thrown out here. Mikey will live through. LSA not going to connect, and Xantic will get the credit for the kill. Chase down Seneko, but now with the Searing Chains coming through, Spirit going to be pulled back by Seneko, but it doesn't look like they want to get too aggressive here onto that ET.
Double impact is so good versus the Lina. He's just destroying her. This hero doesn't have all that much armor, isn't really tanky at all. And if you can, it's pretty much from you're getting close to the Lina from afar. Sounds weird, but that is kind of what the Ember Spirit does. And he's 600 gold ahead of her. He was almost 600 gold behind her just a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah. Oh, the LSA actually just connected with Pablo. Pablo's trying to go for the charge in. Eki will still fall to Xantic here. He didn't actually have the Supernova just yet. Still only level 5, I do believe, on this Phoenix. So I think you have to get this Ember Spirit now away. Ember, he's going to be able to use a Sleight of Fist, and they're not going to be able to get the credit for the kill. So look at
Mars
Xantic
is
to the other
coming.
side of the river. Yeah, he's... Actually, does he have a... He doesn't have a blink, right? No, he's only going to be about halfway there. So he's just going to put in the fear into the side of Twisted Minds, but not committing for that for the arena.
He could have picked up that haste rune and just came over to the Ember. They should have known that he doesn't have a single remnant. That could have been a kill, but he decided to save the haste rune for the Lina, and the wards from Twisted Minds saw his rotation, so it was very easy to dodge him when he doesn't have the extra movement speed. So, interesting approach from Sibe. I guess you see your Lina struggling and you just want her to have all of the power runes necessary to do something in the game.
Yeah, and maybe there's a little bit of Dirty Harry impression coming out from Ember Spirit there. You know, in that all that excitement, did I use 2 remnants or 3? I've forgotten myself here. As well, what they've not forgotten is how to get the kill onto Pablo. One more right click, it's in the air. Doesn't disjoint with the charge away, and Linus will still be able to get the kill. So Pablo just a little bit too far there on the Spirit Breaker.
Yep, there it is. The haste still does something. It gives you a kill on Pablo. If there was no haste on the Lina, never would have been able to get that many right clicks in. So it now is kind of fine. Zibe didn't take it for himself, and Lina definitely needs kills at the moment.
Yeah, and while this is all going on, you've still got that Ursa that's firing the free farm. I'm going to be a little bit behind. And, oh, top lane, Hansen's going to go down. The arena was used here to get this kill. But while this is like I say, the Ursa's just finding the farm. He's not even on the Battle Fury yet, and he's keeping pace with the Sven, who's got 4 points in the cleave. So this is going really well for the Ursa.
But it's going better for Twisted Minds, really, when you look at it. The lane started off amazingly well for the Radiant side, and then they lost their lead, and now they're even behind. The cores of Twisted Minds are doing amazing, and with the Sven lineup, this is what you want. Sven, Darkseer, Spirit Breaker, and the Ember, they might be able to overwhelm their opponents if they continue getting ahead. They will.
Charge onto Lena now as well. The Stomp's going to come out. The wall's going to be here now as well. It's going to be 3 slapped up in the Stomp, but the multi-kiss is rained down. Mind Control gets a kill onto Mikey. Can they go for more into this one? Seneko trying to run himself away. He's going to be charged out though. Xantic has enough for the kill, and Seneko's going to fall.
You have the egg. The only good thing that is currently the case for the T side is that their mid lane tower hasn't fallen. Once their mid lane tower falls, these kind of dives are going to be 10 times easier, and they're going to be happening more often as well. But speaking of dives, they're going for the Phoenix.
Well, we'll see if the Phoenix is actually going to be able to. He will. He's going to go down here. Not going to be able to get himself away. If you then kind of look at this, the aggression coming out. I mean, Twisted Minds, you said they needed to be the ones to set the pace. They are doing that job early on in this match.
Yep, this is huge, right? 3k gold lead with the Sven lineup. Sven lineups are notorious for hitting a timing that you cannot fight against. So I'm a big fan of what they're doing. Luckily for Radiant, as we mentioned, they still haven't lost any towers, but that's why Twisted Minds are starting to pressure even more and more in the mid lane.
Yeah, they might be able to get this kill. LS is going to connect. Laguna Blade's going to be here. Going to be a great jump. Xantic will go down, giving up nearly 1,000 gold from that one. And the chase onto, Hanskin back himself away towards that tier 1 tower. And with this death of the Ember Spirit here, the Lina going to be able to get, it's not going to be parity, it's not going to be even gold, but it is going to be a big boost up here as he starts to step up onto this tier 1 tower in the mid lane.
And this is why those towers are so important, right? You get that tower down before the Mars gets the blink, and you can get away with these kind of plays. But the second that the Mars has the blink, now you're going to be thinking twice if you're actually going to be right-clicking a tower with an Ember. You probably won't, so that mid lane tower might live for a longer period of time. The solution is, of course, maybe bring a Sven. Bring a Sven to the mid lane, kill the Lina, or just a couple of right clicks onto the tower should do it.
Yeah, and do they go for more onto this one as well? It looks like they're making a move through the river here. Seneko was close. He picks up that regen rune. He's going to be the one to be charged out. Do they have enough? Because there's no cores nearby here. If he does, he probably doesn't want to dive underneath the tier 1 tower. Even seeing where Seneko's going. In fact, Seneko's going further away here. They might just have that opening coming through. Mars, does he have the blink dagger available? He does. This charge is going to go all the way, but it doesn't actually connect as he gets close to that tier 1 tower. Exactly where around that Mars is.
They're actually letting this tower fall. There is a glyph on T, and I'm pretty sure they're defending it. Yep.
They might try and go Eki. The Nether Strike's going to come out here. The Arena's going to be out, and the Remnant jump. That baits out the Arena. They get the kill onto the Phoenix. No Supernova now as well. Now, Pablo, is he going to be able to get himself away? Actually charging himself back in. And Xantic, does he want to get involved into this one? The wall's going to be dropped as well. Pablo, one more right click. The multi-kisses start to be dropped. One more right click, and Mikey will fall. He gets the kill onto Pablo before he goes down. But they're going to lose 2 and a tier 1 tower for that, and the Arena timing. That is just a big, big opening for Twisted Minds once again.
And they're not done.
No, not yet. Not at all here. Jive, there's the charge coming through once again with the Stormhammer. It looks like the damage, and MC going to be able to get the kill with the illusion. So it looks like this is going to be a great game here for Twisted Minds. They can't get complacent, though, because they only have that 4k net worth lead, and the Ursa hasn't started to get involved in the fights just yet, because Smiling Knight, he has that Battle Fury up going towards the Blink and the BKB here. So yeah, we'll see what happens when that Ursa starts to get involved.
Twisted Minds got everything they needed, right? The Lina and the Mars are shut down. Sure, the Ursa is having a solid game, but the Ursa is not going to be winning this one. It has to be the Lina that is strong enough that you cannot just dive her all the time, and that's literally what's happening. They're just diving anybody that they see.
Yeah, I would say won't connect there onto the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit will be able to give that Remnant away, and if you're looking at this as well from the T perspective, are you kind of okay with this because the Ursa hasn't been involved this early on? Or are you kind of, is it, I don't want to say a panic, but is there a case of, okay, we need to make something happen soon?
It's the case of we need to make something happen, but we don't know what. That's the biggest issue.
LSA Laguna Blade comes out to Pablo. Pablo's going to be able to get the Nether Strike here onto the Lina now as well.
No.
Supernova does come through, but Seneko, is he already going to be dead? He gets that Stomp off. They break the egg now as well. Mikey's trying to get the kill into MC, but MC's going to be away. One more right click from the grave. He does get it again. Doesn't just joy. The Ursa's going to try and get on top of the Zantic. And Zantic, does he have an Remnant Slash? Trying to go with Sleight of Fist. You've got 4 heroes now as well on Mars. He has that arena up. Does he want to try and go for it? The arena, yeah, trying to trap in, but it looks like the Ursa's just going to use this one to run themselves away. Not fight up against the Sven, not fight up against the Spirit Breaker. And 2 versus 4. I guess it's a good reason to let that one go.
Oh boy, Twisted Minds, it's just them all the way. The Sven having the Blink Dagger is a huge deal. Ursa needs his as fast as possible because his team needs him. Lina is doing a lot of damage, but it's so easy to kill her at this point of the game that you just have no choice but to fight with the Ursa. That's why this Blink might change something in the game, but if it doesn't, things are gonna be looking grim for Team T.
And I'm surprised. I mean, with all the space that the Ursa is being given, you know, it is a nighttime now as well, so you might wait the next 3 minutes for Roshan to come down. But it feels like here, Twisted Minds, they have that map control. I wouldn't be surprised. They've got a really deep ward as well. Yeah, they're going to be able to make another move. Icarus Dive comes through. Stomp might be here to connect. But again, no arena here for the Mars just yet. They don't want to fight around this one again. Twisted Minds is moving us 5. They're ready to take this aggression. They're saying, okay, the Ursa wants to farm up for like the first 15, 20 minutes of the game. Cool, we'll fight 5 versus 4. We'll force you into these engagements.
Ursa got a blink, so that could be something that surprises his enemies, especially because you're going to have the egg and the arena in 20 seconds. If you can mount up a good team fight, that is the way to go back into this game. So we talked about ways to come back in this game for Team T. It's through team fighting.
Do they... I mean, they look for this one, right? Oh, Sven actually going to be close towards this. There's going to be the Twin Gate out for the ET. Scan is going to be used as well. Doesn't actually see the Lina or the Mars, and they look like they're both backing themselves away. They would want this Roshan before, like you say, this timing it might just be too good here for T to ignore. So, before this Ursa wants to get involved, Jibe inside the trees. Mikey's going to be able to get the TP away. Jibe has that blink. Oh, it doesn't connect here, Jibe. He needs to look for that blink TP out, though, on the Mars.
He's fine. He's fine. They're not going to be chasing. They saw Lina, and now charge towards the mid lane. That Spirit Breaker might be in trouble, but this is a perfect time to smoke. You know exactly where your opponents are. You have good vision towards the top part of the map. I don't know if it was spotted on vision. If it was, Twisted Minds can be prepared. If not, this is a perfect opportunity, but I think they saw it. I think that ward actually gave info, and yeah, there's the scan.
I think it was a little bit too short. That's the Radiant scan to see where they're going to be jumping on.
Yeah, maybe it was.
Spawn Knight, like you say, Blink Dagger actually shows in the lane. Okay, so they don't commit. They're just still that tier 1 tower.
They see the Ember.
Do they have enough to make the jump here? Xantic, who's going to be able to initiate onto this one. They have to go for maybe that arena into the spear coming through, but Xantic moving himself away again back towards his own teammates. Is this just going to be a bit of a nothing smoke? It looks like it might be here. And again, MC's going to show... He's not even going to show on the creep wave. He backs himself away before the creep waves commit.
Big dodge by Twisted Minds. This was a perfect timing for Team T, because usually when you dodge a enemy attempt, you know that the enemies are out of position and they're going to be trying to disperse, and then you catch them. So you had a perfect time to get together to smoke. You did it, and you were read by the opponents, or maybe they got spotted on that word. I'm not certain. You're saying that they probably didn't catch them, but I think it was close, and either way, Twisted Minds did dodge, and that in the end, that's the thing that matters. The one possible game-turning smoke opportunity that was given to the Radiant side just got taken away by Twisted Minds being disciplined.
Yeah, there is going to be a charge coming through here now as well. Yule stepped up onto the Ember Spirit. Did he time this one right? Looks like the Ember Spirit going to be able to get that dive away. Pablo as well, whilst charging in, cancels that one off, but they have control on this bottom part of the map here. So, Twisted Minds, do they go for this rush, or is this just to control it up just to make sure this Ursa can't sneak it in?
I think you don't want to go for Roche if you're Twisted Minds. You just want to be around the area where it's going to be, play that part of the map, and it's natural for the Dire side to be playing the bottom part of the map. It's just super easy. So I think at the moment Twisted Minds are in the at the place where they should be, and now they're going for the Lina once again. Poor girl.
Yeah, and it looks like... Do they have enough control here now as well? Nether Strike coming out. That Lina, the arena's going to be here now as well. There's going to be the Laguna Blade coming over the top.
Oh,
Supernova, maybe? No! They don't get it off. They're going to be able to get 3 kills from this one. The Ember Spirit clips himself, but he's going to be more in celebration than anything. He's saying, I'm king of the castle. You know, I'm king of the hill. You have to kick me off. As in the meantime, he's actually just waiting for a TP or one of these remnants to come back off cooldown so he can just get himself down.
They have a 4-staff on hand skin
Oh, the
or
cookie.
a cookie. Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
gonna be fine. But overall, the Phoenix dove in, wanted to egg, and the Sven jumped at that moment, stunned the Mars, and the Phoenix just got caught in the stun. So it was a very unfortunate situation. I don't know if the egg usage changes much, but it is, you know, you still feel bad when that kind of happens, and it does give a little bit of wind to the back of Twisted Minds as well, and they already had quite a lot of it.
Yeah, and this is going to be a 7k net worth lead here as well. Again, Sven just trying to farm up. He's got, what's the Mask of Madness as well as the Blink. Echo Saber coming out for him. BKB, you know, has already been used. So, going to be the Daedalus to be the next one. He's got the Wrath of God as well. So, the Strength gives him extra damage as the bonus damage 0.6 per Strength up to 0.7 here. Leveling up with the God Strength and not too far away from that 3rd level in the God Strength. So, going to have all of that bonus Strength coming through.
Yeah, he's gonna have so much damage. You know, this facet might be a little bit of problematic in the laning phase because you have less damage, but as time goes on, I mean, look at that. Sven has almost 300 damage without his ulti. That was just unheard of before the facets were introduced.
And this is the thing, right? They've taken completely... Like, T aren't even going to contest into this one because they still want to take down this tier 1 tower. Smile Knight's going to be able to get that one on the top lane here, but the tier 1 tower in the mid lane still stands. So they're too busy on the side of T to look for these... You know, looking for the objectives to try and contest this Roshan. And it doesn't matter how long it takes on the side of Twisted Minds. They're going to be able to get it for free.
And that's an Ursa lineup that doesn't get the first throw. Sure, second one is more important, but you want to get the first one as well to utilize this Blink Dagger to its full potential and be aggressive. Things are looking amazing for Twisted Minds with this space. They might be able to force out a game 5. And is he gonna go for Lina? No, Pablo is not that crazy.
Well, let's never rule anything out. But yeah, no, this is like the Ember Spirit that I was looking to see in the first game here. You know, he's what, 7, 2, and 10, compared to, I think the last one was like 2, 6, and 10 or something like. You know, it really wasn't a good one. But Atlantic here having a great time with this Ember Spirit. Going to be going towards the Maelstrom. I assume it's going to be the Blade need to come out now. Charge coming through. Do they want to fight this one out? In fact, Smiling Knight, Laguna Blade's going to be here. Pablo can he get it out? That's a great supernova outside of that arena now as well. Mind control will be melted down. Atlantic trying to do what he can, but the stun will be here through the BKB. Slatterfist coming through. Can he still get the kill onto Jibe now as well? Buyback coming through from the Elder Titan. And I mean, don't forget, he has that Aegis here onto the Ember Spirit. They're going to chase down. And it looks like the Ursa Bird is going to be made mincemeat of. It looks like the right click's coming through. They don't get the kill onto Atlantic now. And Eki, Seneko trying to get themselves where they are close to popping that Aegis, but close isn't good enough.
That's a perfect arena, a perfect egg, and the fight ends in a 4-for-2, whereas all three of your cores died. Not gonna be a Debbie Downer, but I'm gonna be one anyways, because this game is looking almost impossible, right? Ursa, that was his 9-second BKB. Those are perfect timings, perfect conditions, everything working out for Team T, and they just get crushed once again, not even getting the Aegis down.
Yeah, like you say, maybe not a Debbie Downer, maybe like a realistic Ronnie, something like that. You know, they're saying that it's not really how you want it.
I didn't know about that one, but it's now I'm gonna be using it all the all the time.
Yeah, and they get another kill on Seneko. He was just too far ahead, and Hanskin's the one that gets the credit. But Pablo doing a lot of the work there as well. Seneko just could not get away from that.
Yeah, you know how Puppy says, "Stay down." So he's gonna be dead for 60 seconds. That's a pretty long time for a support. 25 minutes in.
Yeah, and again with an 11k net worth lead coming out for the side of Twisted Minds. 25 kills to 15, and like you say, that perfect fight coming out now. They're gonna make another move onto the Mars. The Mars here, the Stormhammer, he's just straight up dead. He doesn't have his BKB. He's way away from that here. You see the net worth wise, he's only got himself, I think that's the Ogre Axe, and that's it for the Mars. Yeah.
With what happened in the last fight, Twisted Minds know that they really need to do something ultra dumb to lose a team fight, so they can dive and play however the hell they want. I'm trying to think of a way that Team T can turn this one around, and I guess Lina BKB is the one timing that you're hoping for, but I don't think it's gonna be enough.
No. Oh, Glemir comes through. They're going to be able to get the lockdown here. The Laguna Blade comes out as well onto that Snapfire, but the Snapfire has the cookie. They're going to be able to turn this one around onto Mikey. And again, Mikey, he doesn't have that BKB. He's a recipe away. And they get another good kill here. Mikey just overextending once again, it feels like here. And what is Alina? Alina 4-9-5. Mikey's just really not had a game on this Lina. Like you say, it all started because Pablo was able to make some early rotations and get some quick kills onto the Lina after the Lina was about 600-700 gold ahead of this Ember Spirit.
Yeah, Pablo, the X Factor. Ever since he joined the scene, he has always been this player who can solo win the games, and sometimes he falls flat. But overall, during the duration of this tournament, I mean, it shows that they're in the grand finals, looking to force out a game 5. He has been looking really good. And in this game, if it wasn't for him, if it wasn't for his rotations, the game might have ended onto the other side just after the laning phase. But he changed everything with his rotations.
Yeah, and now they get the charge onto the Ursa now as well. Coming through, Ursa pops that early in rage, but again, just trying to back himself with a Nether Strike. He's just trying to get out as best he can here. And he has that BKB if he needs to pop it, but really doesn't want to in a defensive situation like this. And the Sven dives himself in, the right-click damage coming through Smile Knight. He has to pop that BKB, he's going to go down anyway. Xantic gets a kill. The Laguna Blade gets thrown up, but again, the BKB up for Shad. They're diving at tier 3s. Still a tier 2 tower for you to take, lads. You have to back yourselves away.
You have to? You're telling these guys that are destroying everything in their wake that they have to back away? No, Rob.
Well, that's just the rules of the game. You can't dive tier 3s. You can't break a tier 3 until that tier 2 tower goes down. It's just not the way it works.
But you can assert dominance, show your deeds, show your muscles to the enemies. And this Sven, he has quite a lot, though. Yeah, he lost a lot of water weight there after his ulti ended.
Yeah, and that's the Aegis down now as well, so I say that, like, the Ember Spirit hasn't died anyway. So, 2 deaths, and that was early into the game here for Ember Spirit, so he's going to be going back for that Shivas. Mage Flare's up, Gleipnir, BKB, you know, he's even got that gem just in case, and having an amazing time here on Atlantic.
So they're still waiting on this Lina BKB, and then they're gonna try to do something. That's what Team T are hoping for. Of course, Lina is a good high ground hero, and you can do immense amounts of damage. The thing is, the second that they jump on her and get the stun, she's just gonna die. We saw it multiple times. Sven just cleaves a couple of times, and the Lina has no chance of surviving. Even the Ursa is in trouble without the Enrage, not gonna lie.
Yeah, like you're saying, we'll see what they're gonna be able to do here with these, you know, if they can get another good arena up. But it looks like, again, it's Twisted Minds taking the advantage here. They're going to be able to get the scans out. Oh, Smiling Knight, stunned up. Pablo has that Nether Strike now as well. Going to be doing a lot of damage. This is just straight up gone for a minute.
And you have creeps in the mid lane, so you can most definitely go for a push.
Yeah, and this is maybe the idea here for Twisted Minds, you know, to try and force out a buyback, but there is no buyback to force out, so they're just going to be able to go for tier 3s, maybe even a set of lane of creeps bracks here as well.
And there it is. It is the tier 3 down. Arena, they're trying to fight.
Onto the Sven. Supernova, is it going to be enough here? Nice. They do with the Earth Split to get the kill onto the Sven. And now Slide of Fist. Does it still break? He's out of range here. Xantic could be able to get himself away. But they at least do take that Sven. It stops the aggression from Twisted Minds and gives them... How much gold did he actually give away there? 7 for nearly 2k. That is a big pickup for the side of T.
That's an 18k gold lead, but your Sven dying is a big deal, and maybe now you're gonna think twice about going high ground. We mentioned it, Lina high ground. If you have a good positioning with this hero, you can demolish people. It's just what the hero is good at.
Yeah, and that was the quick spear arena as well, just to stop that BKB coming out from the Sven. And like you say, that arena's up now. Can't see inside of it. You don't know where you're trying to aim, like the Mortimer Kisses or something like that. Or even dropping the wall, to be fair. And Mikey. Got to be careful there. I mean, it was only a one-shot coming out from the Ember Spirit, but he was so far out without any backup that if that was 2 or 3 heroes, that Lina is just straight up dead.
Let's see. Is this kill good enough to put you on the track to win? You have the BKB on the Lina. If you get that Hurricane Pike, it's still super hard to see. I'm trying to, but maybe now with the Lina having the BKB, if you get another one of those arena eggs that you got once, maybe you can actually win the fight, because Lina won't be taken down that easily. Not impossible, but I think the win probability of 5% from Dota Plus is pretty much accurate.
Well, we'll see how they're going to play it here. Roshan's going to be a quick respawn. That charge coming through once again. They have the vision here. Ursa trying to do what he can. Get that farm and get out before he really does get picked up. So the charge going to be cancelled off. The Ursa going to go around the long way back to the base. He's even got those Fury Swipes, the overpower going just in case. And in fact, Pablo, he's on a big hunt. I think they actually saw Smiling Knight. Yeah, they have the control again. Nether Strike comes out here. He's got that BKB. Do they want to try and fight into this? Seneco's going to get low. Seneco's going to go down. Gem on the deck here, but it's in the trees. I don't think we saw if it dropped. And Seneco's saying, yep, this one's... Look at how quickly that Torment is going to go down as well.
I mean, when there's a God Strength, you just double hit it and it's gone. What about the gem? Did they recover it?
Yeah, I think Eki went and got it there.
Yep. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
At least you
or
don't
his
lose
Curry
it.
did. Somebody did, yeah.
Overall, Seneko there, he made a mistake. He wanted to go towards his spirit because he got the shard from the Tormentor, the first one.
Oh.
But he didn't manage to escape. He didn't click the right buttons, and well, then he died. Not sure if he would have lived anyways, but it was a mistake. Ember. Oh,
yeah,
what
they
a
waited
play.
for him. They saw him coming through. This was absolutely cheeky coming through here from the side of T. They just waited. They all TP'd to the outpost.
The
long
Roche?
TPs. And they just waited. And yeah, they're going to be able to get themselves into the Roche pit here. And even if the Ember Spirit buys back,
Did he leave
the
Remnant?
Sven, the Darkseer, they are going to be coming through. Scan will be here. But this Roshan is going to go down to an Ursa so damn quick. We'll see if they want to actually go and fight into this one. The Spirit Breaker actually TPs himself back here. Multi Kids is going to rain down. There's going to be the stun. They instantly break that Aegis. Charge. Oh, Lina. Lina. There's going to be a Spirit, the Splitter being used now as well. Mikey uses that BKB. Supernova comes through. Then the buyback coming through from the Ember Spirit now. He's got that rim to jump to onto the high ground. Supernova, will it crack? It will. Won't be able to get the damage off. Jibe backlines. It looks like they're going to be able to go. Smiling Knight now trying to do what he can. And Xantic's going to get low. But he gets 3 out of this one. Smiling Knight's just going to disappear. So even with that Ember Spirit going down, even with that Roshan kill, Seneko, man, it's going to be a full 5-man wipe.
Yep, the thing is that when the Sven destroys Ursa from half HP to a 0 from just the double strike of the Echo Saber, without his ultimate, without his freaking ultimate, which is on cooldown for 10 more seconds, you know that the game is going pretty badly. Look at that, he has 400 damage per hit with the Daedalus.
Yeah.
That's pretty much insane. You don't even need the God Strength, you already have it.
They're going to buy back here on Seneko, but it's still going to be a lane of racks. In fact, is it going to be 2 they lose? It looks like it is. They're just going to try and get these racks down at a similar time to deal with that fortification that comes back up here. And yeah, it looks like 2...
They're waiting.
Yeah, 2. And again, yeah, you time it right. Fortification will be coming up. You can get both of those here. And now Seneko, this is going to be a dieback on the ET. ET gets that stomp off. You do have the Lina backup. You have the Phoenix backup. You have the Mars with the Arena backup. But the 2 lane of racks down now. They still don't have that Ursa for 5 seconds. And Twisted Mind's going to be able to back themselves away.
And this Kemper, he knows he just wants to live. If they won't be able to purge that one off. And also this reminded me of a World of Warcraft, like, you know, those bosses when you have to kill them in a span of 5 seconds or they enrage. Yeah, that's how they went for it, and now they're going in again.
Yeah, Multi-Kids is going to rain down onto all 3 of them here now. So the BKB is going to come out from Mikey, but Mikey's just going to be taking care of the physical damage coming through from that Sven. It's just way too much. They clean through absolutely everybody here, time and time again. 34 minutes in, a 35k net worth lead, and 40 kills here. Twisted Minds, they put another one on the board, and they force it through to that game number 5.
Yep. So after those game 2 and 3, I thought the Team T got this one, that they've actually understood how to play versus Twisted Minds. And then when the laning stage started, or when the laning stage went into like minute 3-4, it looked for a second like Twisted Minds are gonna get ran over. And then Pablo, man. Pablo just charges the Lina multiple times, makes sure that the Ember has a good game. They open up the map, they allow the Sven to farm, and they actually get an easy victory. So that was just some awesome play from Pablo himself. I mean, all of these heroes doing a lot of damage, buffing each other, stuff like that, but it is him being the MVP. It is him making the game-changing difference that allowed Twisted Minds to have a pretty straightforward game.
Yeah, and you look at it again, you had 1 kill on the Ursa, you had no kills on the Mars, you had 5 kills on the Lina. On the other side, 9 kills on the Sven, Atlantic had 10 kills. In fact, no one had less than 6 kills here. Yeah, say the Spirit Breaker picked up 6. So the only one that was picking them up on the side of Team T was in fact the Phoenix here, making those dives and making those good, okay Supernova plays, and the early kills coming out for him, that Phoenix. But in the end, Twisted Minds, they just did way more than they needed to pull this one out of the bag, and they are going to be able to force it to that 5 games full series coming out. That's exactly what we wanted here. But first, we are going to take a break. We'll be back with this one to see what the final game is going to bring after this break.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the 5th and final game here in this best of 5. We are going the distance. We are going all the way, and we're going to see who's going to be coming out on top, who's going to be sent home in second place. And Hurry, looking at it, we've had 2 games of FT looking amazing, 2 games of Twisted Minds looking absolutely brilliant here, and it all comes down to this final game, and it's now a best of 1 to see who's going to get that first place. And what have you seen so far? What are you, even before the drafts, even before we see these lineups, what have you seen? Who's convinced you enough that you think they're going to take it?
Overall, I think Team T has looked better. That's how I feel overall. I think it was some weird approaches to the games that allowed Twisted Minds to take the initiative in 2 of the games and ultimately get the victory. So if I would have to put my money on somebody, then Team T would be the one that I would favor. But Twisted Minds have shown more adaptability than Team T, and that's why we are in this situation. But, the rules of Dota state. If it's a best of 5, 2 games, 1 team stomps, 2 games, the other team stomps. The last one is a close 80-90 minute game to decide the victor of the tournament. That's how it goes. It is a rule. It has to be followed. We get a first tiny of the best of 5 grand finals. So, Rob, you should be ready for one of the hypest games ever.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, though. This Tiny has been absolutely immense at just being that, we talked about it, the stompy hero that you get the crash landing out, you play it as a support, you play it as a mid laner, even as a carry sometimes, and you just go around, you get that quick blink dagger up, you just blow heroes up, and there's nothing they can do. Crash landing, I'm going to say it, it's a little bit broken. It's a little bit too strong, and I think they might need to tone that down just a little bit here. As we do see Underlord coming out on the other side.
Like 30%. Tone it down 30%. That's what they need to do. So there will be an Underlord pick, and I think this kind of secures that it's not going to be a carry Tiny, but it still might be a mid lane Tiny or a position 4, so it's still somewhat of a flex. But yeah, I've heard a lot of people talk about broken heroes, and then they mention 15 different ones. So when there are 15 different broken heroes, I'm fine with that. I don't want there to be 2, 3, 4, right? There's a lot of heroes that maybe even have some broken things that people haven't figured out yet. So I'm still looking forward to a lot of tournaments that are coming in the next few days that we're gonna be finding out if there's something undiscovered yet. Sure.
But I think the Tiny is the only one that's getting like a 99% ban rate at the minute here. There are heroes like the Rubik, the Monkey King, Batrider as well, the Beastmaster, that have maybe like a 67%, 60 to 70% ban rate. But this Tiny is just like, I don't know, man. Was this a mistake from Twisted Minds letting this one through? Did they just forget about it? And yeah, they let it through, and it's going to be picked up from T, and on the other side, Rubik as well as the Underlord. That's going to be a good combination coming through there in the offlane. But I just, even with the one hero being picked up, I can't look past this Tiny, just how strong it is.
So, Rob, when you went to school, could you ever, and would people ever forget about the biggest, baddest kid in class or in the entire school? No, so they didn't forget about the Tiny. They just think that they can beat him, right? 5 of you wait for him after school, then see if you can do it, and then next time you just be like, yo, can we at least be friends? Because you screwed up, right? We can make a copy paste out of that one. But overall,
here's the thing, Harry.
Yeah,
I went to a nice school where there weren't a lot of bullies, and I was actually, there probably were, but I wasn't.
I'm gonna tell you something, Rob. When there are no bullies, that means that you are the bully. So you were the biggest, baddest one.
I actually no, I was just like what's it? I was just neutral. I was Switzerland, is it? That nobody really bothered with me. I didn't bother with anyone else. Yeah, I just kind of got on with everybody. So.
Yeah. If somebody would say something to Switzerland, just saying, Rob. But okay, if
somebody said something to Switzerland, there were other people, other countries behind Switzerland, but Switzerland themselves didn't actually do anything.
Yeah, that's fine. So okay, you are smart. We're gonna be staying with that. This was also smart to get a Veno, to get a Monkey King. There is some flex there. For sure, I mean, there's a lot of flex here. I think the only thing that we are kind of certain about is the 5 Veno, and even that doesn't have to be the case.
Yeah, and I'm seeing the plague. Was it plague bearer? What's the actual name for the facet? Just the Klingons for the wards coming out for the Venomancer. I'm seeing that more and more now. Yeah,
Yep.
plague carrier. It's not like a like 80-90% pickup, but it is there. It's there or thereabouts. And I wonder if actually they like this a little bit more on the Venomancer. Just be able to throw that one out because it does help the Venomancer farm up a little bit more, especially if it's going to be like that 3 or the 4 where you can throw the plague wards up. You walk into the jungle and you do get that quicker farm. So I wonder if that's something they're thinking of here.
And I mean, real life wise, the snakes usually are hidden between rocks, so tossing that onto the tiny is gonna be pretty cool.
Yeah, and we'll see if. I mean, you toss them back into the snake pit, right? So like, yeah, the Venomancer's waiting with like it's 20 heads. It's a Hydra now. It's not a Venomancer. It's not a snake. It's a full Hydra, and we'll see if the CK on the other side is it going to be the Hercules to slay that Hydra.
I like the CK here. Really, you don't have much to deal with illusions. Avalanche is always nice, but you see the illusions running in. If you're Rubik, you know that the Tiny will use the Avalanche. That's going to be a nice steal as well. And then even more stuns to keep people in the Pit of Malice for the CK to destroy them. So I like it. I'm actually surprised that the CK was ignored throughout the whole Grand Finals.
I was questioning myself whether it was just the first CK we've seen today because, after 5 games it all starts to melt into one. We're going to see the Jakiro as well as that Tidehunter coming out. And I wonder if it's going to be the Krill Eater or if he thinks that Kraken Swell is going to be good enough here because, I mean, early you need to be getting those early kills with the Tide under the effect of the Anchor Smash, right? And it's not the easiest hero to get those early kills with.
I think you get the Krill Eater. No, sorry, the Kraken Swell here, because if you go for the Krill Eater in the laning phase, the CK will destroy you. Right, yeah. You're versus a Jakiro CK. I think it would be ballsy to go for the Krill Eater. People that don't know, you start off weaker and then you get significantly stronger later on. The Kraken Swell is the one that gives you more block per kill. And to be honest, versus a hero like a CK, one would assume that you want more damage block because you want to survive the illusions longer.
Yeah, and it's kind of going to give away here that either the Monkey King or this... in fact, it's going to give away the Venomancer as a support because you don't really see the position 1 Venomancers. It could still be the Monkey King as a support too, but I think this might be that off lane here with the Venomancer as well as that Tidehunter in the lane.
I actually wouldn't mind a carry Monkey King here, right? Because you have a Tidehunter who is a... tanky boy, right, at the front, so you can Wukong command around him. You have a lot of AoE stuns to keep people in place. You would be laning versus an Underlord Rubik, who both reduce the damage, but with the Jingu stacks, you can get him on the Underlord and actually be able to win this lane. So I think there's a lot of arguments to be made for the Monkey King to be put in the carry role.
Yeah, okay, and you could still run that Tiny, maybe not with the Monkey King or the Tide. I think this might actually be the Tiny too. Just because I don't see it really matching up with either the Tidehunter or the Monkey King, if that is a Monkey King core.
Jakiro, Rubik are actually decent heroes to burst down, but Jakiro tends to be tankier sometimes. So, there's some for and against for the Tiny core here. I'd rather see a core in general. It's just better at the moment, though. Twisted Minds are banning out the mid laners, so they disagree. Yeah,
we'll see. I mean, both teams ban out those mids here. Looking like both teams maybe thinking the Phoenix actually comes out here. So, Phoenix with the Monkey King in the... maybe even with the Tidehunter lane. I don't think it matters which way you're on. You put these supports here for the side of T. I think they're both pretty good in the lane with the cores that they're going to be matched with.
It's definitely a Phoenix with the Tide. I think the Monkey King wants the constant slow onto the Underlord so you can get those Jingu stacks. That makes sense. You don't have anything to deal with the egg. You banned out the Lina yourself. This is a scary situation to be in. And any range heroes that are kind of glass cannons, think sniper, they don't do too well versus a Tiny. So what do you do here?
What do you do here? Is there something? I'm just looking at the hero list now, just looking through if there's something that they want to be picking up here. Maybe. Yeah, Weaver's gone, Lena's gone, Invoker's gone. I mean, you could play with. There has been a couple of players that do play that mid snap. So that still something you'd lean towards? They're taking a lot of time. Yeah,
it's okay. I wouldn't mind it, but I guess like a Void Spirit is probably the better way to be able to go in and out. So they really don't have any catch for you, so something mobile like that on Twisted Mind Storm. Sure, that's Storm. the same thing.
Okay, let's see where everybody's going to be laning here. Yeah, Mikey on the Tiny, so he's going to be that mid lane Tiny. Confirmed now. Seneko on the Venomancer and Eki on the Phoenix. So, with the Seneko on the Venomancer, do you think the Monkey King builds up a quick Orb of Corrosion as well? So you've just got that plenty of chase down with the slows?
I wouldn't mind it, though. I've seen Monkey Kings go for just the Orb of Venom, so I think that's gonna be more likely in this game because you really don't have anybody's regen to reduce. So I would rather just stay with the Orb of Venom, and that would be good enough. But the Storm, man, is gonna be a problem, right? I maybe would have preferred the Void because the Storm can sometimes struggle versus the Tiny. But if he gets to a point where the Tiny cannot kill you from 100 to 0, the Storm becomes a problem for everybody. And this is I think an Orchid game.
Yeah.
Also, interesting thing, Smiling Knight went for the Wukong's Faithful, so it's not gonna be the jumping around the trees, which is weird. I don't know if I've seen the Wukong's Faithful once or twice in the meta, and like there's a Monkey King almost every game.
Well, I suppose you've got to be aware that there's going to be the Vortex Drag, there's going to be the Telekinesis, Lift Up, and there's going to be the Reality Rift as well. So, yeah, he wants those extra seconds that maybe if he does get dragged out of his Wukong's command, that he's going to be able to get himself back in and keep that fight going there. So, yeah, I kind of get it in this instance that the Simeon stride is really nice, but maybe here he thinks he just wants that Wukong's command, especially being the carry, wants that going for a little bit longer.
Yeah, makes sense. I guess that makes a lot of sense. Other than that, the facet doesn't give anything, so just 3 seconds after you get pulled out, you have 3 seconds to come back, and it persists for 3 more seconds, so that's also a big thing. I think the Monkey Warriors, they still attack, even when you are outside of it.
Yeah, they do. And it is going to be, like I say, it's just nice to have, right? If you are going to be controlled like that, you can get people out. But looking at the two now, you've got the two lineups. You've seen how they've played so far. You've seen everything for the final time today. Harry, are you still leaning towards T, or do you think Twisted Minds, do they have enough here with this lineup to take it?
I was wrong every single time today. So let's see.
Okay.
So let's see. I know you kept track, but you were a nice colleague and you kept your mouth shut. So thank you, Rob, for that. But I think I'm gonna lean towards T, just because I think they're a better team. I think these are drafts that are very close. I really love the Storm Spirit last pick, or any kind of mobile hero I would have loved anyways. But I think the Tide Hunter in itself is a hero that can change quite a lot in this game because they don't have anything for him. So if he has a good time, and he should with the Phoenix, I don't think his lane should be all that bad. I think he's gonna be a problem for Twisted Minds to deal with.
Okay, we'll see how this match is going to break down. Here's Mikey in the river, though. It's Zantic as well as Pablo making the move in. Mikey, he throws out the high five, or is that just the hand waving goodbye as he does get the tower to get involved? Yeah, that's one of the saddest feelings in Dota, right? Nobody high fives you, so you have to go for the tower for the high five. That's just one of those that, yeah, okay. He'll also go and eat his dinner alone, I guess, too, as we get ready to get into it. Eki, to take that. Did that dual breath out? I don't actually think that connected onto Eki. Oh, it did. Just didn't do a whole lot of damage onto the Phoenix.
And the wording with the Jakiro is so dumb. He just gets 2 attacks out, and you're like, thought with the Phoenix, oh, I got to his ward first. Doesn't matter. Yeah. He's faster. He has 2 heads. 2 heads are better than 1.
And that's a thing that we forgot about, right? In the draft, and we say, oh, what's the Phoenix counter? What's the Phoenix counter? The Jakiro can do that with the 2 attacks because it's not a health bar. It is literally just how many attacks does it take to break the egg. So Hanskin might be better placed here on the side of Twisted Minds to be able to siege down that Supernova.
He's decent, though. Imagine a Supernova surrounded by a Ravage and a Wukong's Command, or a Tiny coming in. You know, you are probably going to be food if you come towards it, but there could be some situations in this game where Hanskin gets the opportunity to bring down the egg. It's not too... I'm not saying that it's impossible, but overall, I would love Twisted Minds to mostly run away from it.
Okay, we'll see how it's going to play out here. Early on in the lane stage here. Storm already up to 7 last hits. Dual Breath comes across again, but you see that Eki's just trying to wind up Shadi. You'll get those denies in here. Shibe trying to do what he can with the Anchor Smash as well. And what actually did he go for? He did actually go for the Kraken Swell here on the Tide. So we'll see if we get those early points of those early extra blocks. Because it's what? 1, 2, 3, 4 years. So early on, just getting those extra 1 points in the block here for the Kraken Shell.
Yeah, it really does make a difference because your Kraken Shell is already pretty strong, and if you get a couple of kills, it can really be an amount of block that's hard to go through. CK, sure, with the crits he can do it, but the rest of the heroes, their right clicks are just going to be tickling the Tide if he has a good game, but that's not always going to be the case, obviously. Tiny is really struggling in the mid lane. I understand it's Storm versus a 0 armor melee hero, sure, but Tiny just has so much damage. He should have been able to CS maybe a bit better.
Yeah, you'd think he's going to give it a go here, and maybe once he gets a couple of levels under his belt, the Avatar's coming through. But the fact that the Storm Spirit doesn't have to walk up into melee range now as well, and it looks like, oh, Shad, though, underneath the tier 1, Blood Grenade comes through. That Anchor... Oh, that was close here. 1 second less on the Anchor Smash, and maybe the Tide gets that first blood onto Shad and Shad. He's going to be fed some regen coming through from his supports. Got those tangos, but it was awful close here for the CK in the lane.
I don't know if you've noticed it. Team T has been playing good Dota today, but Mikey and his individual performance has really been lacking, and it is a problem, right? We're used to Mikey having these amazing performances overall, and today it just hasn't been happening. I don't know if it's the Azantic factor, if he just has his number, or if it's not a good day for Mikey.
Telekinesis on the top lane. I think they're able to go here now as well. Seneco's going to try and drop the Venomous Gale, and it looks like he will be away. But yeah, no, you are completely right here. Azantic, he's just, I would say, 4 out of the 5 games so far, he's nullified Mikey in this mid lane and just made him look a tier below.
And overall, Mikey has had better matchups some of the times, even most of the times, and just hasn't been able to utilize that advantage whatsoever. So that's a problem. And this time around, this is the biggest Tom that we've seen. Let's see, maybe some tossbacks. Nope, not gonna be good enough.
And yeah, no, I don't know how. Because, I mean, in the last game, maybe it was down to the rotations from the Spirit Breaker. You're making that Lina, you're putting the pressure on. But for the most part, Azantic, he's been the one on the board from the very get-go. The Ember Spirit having an okay time until Azantic, he got a couple of levels and was just able to pressure out Mikey there as well. And it feels that that's been the state of the game through every single game. And Smiling Knight to be able to get that first blood on the board, taking down Pablo there. Pablo going a little bit too far on the Rubik.
Yep, well, Mikey might not be doing too well, but the rest of his teammates are playing incredible Dota today, and I'm impressed by Team T. And even with Twisted Minds, both of the teams, even in situations when they're losing, they've been able to recognize what their lineup is good at, how to approach the game, and they've played even under bad circumstances. And Hatskin is going to be in some trouble, or is it the other way around?
Chaos Bolt comes in. Now, one more right click. It should be Phoenix. Is going to go for the Icarus dive. Hanskin still gets a kill onto Jibe. And with the Blood Grenade coming out now, Eki, can he get the return kill onto the Jakiro? Jakiro's going to get low. They do. Looks like Shad actually doesn't want to go commit onto it, or does he? Was that reality? Was the Chaos Bolt? Was that drive back onto the Phoenix? The Phoenix is pretty down low. No Icarus dive. But it looks like the Chaos Knight doesn't want to overcommit. No reality drift picked up actually 2 points in that Chaos Strike at level 3.
Phoenix is such a strong hero, dude. It's insane. He was 1 second away there from his Fire Spirits, and I thought for a second, oh, the CK was gonna kill him, but the second that he got the Fire Spirits, you just cannot do damage to him. And very interesting that the Tyrant doesn't get a single point in the Kraken Shell. Pretty much the reason why he died. The block would have most definitely kept him alive.
Yeah, maybe. Hanskin going to be aggressed on here now as well. The chase down. Is he going to be able to get the damage out here? Jibe looking for that chase down 1 second away. He still doesn't commit onto it underneath that tier 1. And now gets that 1 point into the Kraken Shell. And
going
it
for
looks like,
Azantic.
Do they actually get the kill mid lane? It looks like there's going to be a rotation to come through here. Toss up into the air. And Azantic, that crash landing, Mikey will be able to maybe just shift his fortunes a little bit in this mid lane.
Oh, this is huge, right? The Storm was crushing the mid lane, and now the Tiny's ahead because of that kill. And this is just it. Storm hates the Veno before he's level 6. Once he gets the level 6, he doesn't care. But before he's level 6, he's so slow. He cannot move. It's so annoying playing versus this hero, and that was a perfect time rotation. Just not respecting the possibility because the lane was going so well for him.
Yeah, and if you're kind of okay, did you get the kill? Hanskin's going to be up onto the high ground. Does he even proc those neutrals? He doesn't. Eki, he burns them down. Maybe just a little bit of hesitation there from Hanskin to try and get those mud golems attacking. I mean, you right click it anyway, you try and do what you can. They see those stacks as well. The Venomancer here in the jungle getting these wards down. The Plague Ward will be dewarded, but not before they see there's at least the double stack here coming through in the jungle already. And it looks like the Monkey King trying to get the chase down. Does he get the kill into the Underlord? The Underlord's going to take a little bit of harass, but nowhere near low enough as close as he was to that tier 1 tower.
The more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm surprised that there was no Kraken Shell early on the Tyrant you're playing versus the Jakiro. When you have a Kraken Shell, the Jakiro cannot do any damage to you, right? Because he attacks twice with 33 damage. He literally does 0 damage to you, so I'm I'm very, very, very surprised that he just didn't go for that earlier. But now, of course, he's gonna have it.
Yeah, got the 1 point in it, so it's only to be about 15 to 18 damage there on the right clicks. But I suppose the big thing from the Jakiro is it's not the right click damage, it's the dual breath, you know, it's the liquid. Did he go for the frost? I think, yeah, he did. So the movement's slow as well as the impact and the bonus damage come through from that one now as well. But look
Monkey
at the
King is
chat.
bottom as well.
3 heroes, they're going to try and make a move onto this one. There's going to be the dive in. Jibe will be able to get the kill, and that's the first Kraken Swell on the board here for the Tidehunter. But Smiling Knight, with a really nice kill, is just going to be able to go straight back through this Twin Gate, and it's almost like he never left the lane at all.
Do you increase the physical damage block by 2 once you get level 6 per kill, or is it just is gonna stay 1 now and then gonna be 2 later on, or how does that work? I actually don't know. I can't wait to see.
Oh, I'll come back to it in a second. MC's going to be chased down. Do you mean like, okay, Storm's actually going to jump in as well. Smiling Knight, he might be wishing he left that lane a little bit longer there as the 3 heroes rotating, get the kill. So it's effectively like dual damage where it just stacks up on the top. So yeah, you get 1 per for the kill. So yeah, you could be, and then the next one maybe you get level 2, so it's going to be up to +3.
Okay, makes sense. So it's not like a Pudge flesh heap, let's say.
No, yeah, you get it. What does it level up with? It levels up with is it the Kraken Shell itself? I think it's the Kraken Shell itself it levels up with. And yeah, so it's per kill you're going to get. It just keeps on adding up, yeah. As jumping onto the Venomancer here. The Venomancer just out of the picture that will be taking care of Pablo. Just get the credit for the kill. The Seneko will fall.
Yep, that's a nice pick off, and Storm now being level 6. Even though he got killed, I mean, the Storm is still having a decent game, so it's time to utilize him. The problem is that neither of your other 2 cores are having that grand of a time, and even the Jakiro had a bad time, so Storm doesn't have many people to play with. And that is a problem. Twisted Minds are gonna have to find a way for this Storm to get killed. So he is very happy that he got 2 of them already with his rotations, because on paper it shouldn't have happened.
No, and we will see how that continues to play here for the Storm Spirit. I mean, you look at what he's got, 1 death, 2 assists here. He's going to go into the jungle looking for the extra farm out as well. Item-wise, I wonder what it's going to be first for him. He's already got the Baltalio. He's going towards the Noltali as well. And just give him Pablo in the mid lane, so Pablo can get some quick XP as well, getting towards that 6. And already level 5 on Pablo. That's going to be big for him if he can get that quick 6 up.
Mikey is halfway towards the Blink Dagger. He's the highest net worth hero, and while I'm looking at these poor supports, they need to be buying the raindrops. Rubik has them, but the Jakiro, I don't know if he has the luxury to go for it, but you should, because once this Tiny gets the Blink, you are just gone.
Yeah, this crash landing now, he's going to be able to clear through creep waves with this, and I think it's what level 12 is like the big power spike as well. You're going to have the extra cast range to come through. Oh, Xantic's going to be able to get the vacuum back here, the vortex, excuse me, onto Eki. But with the crash landing coming through, Mikey just deletes him. And they get the kill onto Pablo now as well, and I think that's another one on the board for Jibe. And now they might be able to go for more. Mikey was that Avatos. It's going to be 1 second away. The toss up into the air, the crash landing comes down. Anti's going to be taking a lot of damage, and yeah, Eki will get the kill.
Well, the Storm, they're underestimating Crash Landing. I don't know when people are gonna stop doing this. This spell kills you. If you have less than 60% HP, you die. So get the hell away from it. And, well, the Storm Spirit just not respecting it, so he's gonna be taken out. And Mikey, we did poke him there a bit, say, oh, you're not doing too well. And now he's very, very mad, and it's actually Twisted Minds that are paying the price.
Yeah, the second time in 2 games that mid lane rotation has actually turned that mid lane around for one of the heroes here. Xantic in the last game, Mikey in this game now as well. So he's going to be 50 gold, not even 50 gold, he's going to be 10 gold away here for this Blink Dagger. And I expect that to be Mikey. You know, obviously he's going to have other items that he wants to farm up, but this is kind of like your perfect time here, Mikey, because the Jakiro's squishy, the Rubik's going to be squishy, Storm Spirit's still squishy. You can hit all 3 of those up with the Crash Land and look to take them down in pretty much the one combination, the Avatos with the tree throw there as well. The heroes are just going to disappear under that.
Sibe loves the Aghanim Scepter on the Tidehunter. Whenever I watch him play this hero, he just always gets it. A lot of other people, they go Eternal Shroud, Blink, Shard, right? No, every single time, he just goes for the Aghanim Scepter. No, don't know why, but he really does prefer this item.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, it's going to be nice up against the CK, right? And just being able to get that AoE gush out, or like the in a row gush, I don't know what you call it. It's still kind of AoE. Did he make a move here?
They got
MC.
the Underlord. He's
Yeah,
dead.
he's going to be coming forward. Balance strike here into the Icarus dive forward. In the Pit of Malice, it was mid-animation. Gets cancelled off here. Mikey gets the kill. So, not even the squishy heroes. You're still going to be careful if you're one of the tanky heroes now as well. They do get the response. Getting Eki down in the mid lane. Eki is at level 6. Wasn't able to get the
No
supernova
mana,
off.
Zantic.
Yeah.
And they're
Gush
coming
onto
over.
Hanskin.
Both the Monkey King and the Tiny are running over.
They won this one. Hanskin's going to try and go for the avalanche into that crash land, and it's going to be the Soneko gets the credit for the kill. I'm surprised that the Tide's not walking himself up, getting those the anchor smashes off to try and get those extra stack up. He's just letting his team get the full credit without getting those stacks. You know, maybe just a little bit of mistiming on that, but for now, I mean, I suppose it's not going to matter when you're this far ahead. 6 kills and a 4K net worth lead in the 5th and final game of the series. You're going to be happy with this.
Arcane Rune Mikey, he wants to use this one. You use Zavatos twice in a fight, and the fight is just over.
Yeah, and in fact, Jibei, he might see MC now as well. There's going to be the Firestorm coming through, but slowed down by the Gush. And there's going to be the jump in as well from the Monkey King. Backlines, Mikey's trying to find an angle onto this one. He comes in, he actually clicks onto the Twinkie. Rather than he's going to be used, they're going to be able to get the kill. MC's going to go down here. Can he go for more onto this one? Like you say, it's not a lot of mana left, though. There's no mana boots, but he does have the Soaring here for Tiny. But not going to be able to find the opening to use that a second time. It doesn't look like having to go around the long way. Just have that Blink Dagger. Who's he going to be able to find with the Icarus Dive? Avatos comes in. Even the Supernova. Pablo actually lives through this one. But the Supernova, it should be effective. Do they get the kill with the balance strike?
No.
Can they do? Really well played by the Monkey King. The toss comes out again. They get the kill onto Hanskin. And now Shad, he's caught out in no man's land. They're going to be able to take him down. He tries to do what he can with the Reality Rift, but it doesn't matter. Eki gets the credit for the kill. And all of a sudden, that Kraken Shell up to +7 on the swell.
It's looking so easy right now for Team T, and they just recognize the opportunity. Ever since that Tiny got the kill on the Storm, that rotation of Soneko to the mid lane was impeccable. Right, last time it was Pablo making the plays to the mid lane, making sure that Azantic was ahead. But this game, Soneko, he's the one that makes the difference, and Mikey is not throwing it away. This game, he's playing impeccably.
Look at this. Zantic's trying to get aggressive. Pablo's going to be rotating in now as well, smiling at though. Does get low. The toss stolen by that. Oh, it goes through the Mischief. Balance strike's going to be here. They get a really good kill onto the Monkey King here, but Storm Spirit, not a lot of mana left here on Zantic. Can they go from any more into this one? Piggy Pole coming out from Pablo now as well, trying to get himself away. Zantic, the Pit of Malice actually catches onto 2. There's no Ravage, remember, but Mikey, Avalanche will connect that last little bit of mana here. The Storm Spirit could be taking a lot of this one. The stolen toss right back on Mikey, but Zantic is going to be taking down Shibi. He gets it with a shield crash now. Can he get himself away? He's low health. Now that's the Ankh Smash, excuse me, to carry on using here. And Pablo caught out. There's going to be the Plague Wall on top of him, and the toss comes through. Soneko is going to be able to get the credit for the kill here. It's only going to cost him a Tide.
Freaking crash landing. It's just different. It's funny how differently people now play the Tiny, because you really don't have to get into the face of your opponents. You just need to be tossing the creeps or whoever away from afar, and the damage is going to be more than sufficient. So I'm loving how Mikey's playing this game. His positioning has been beautiful.
And actually changing up the build as well on the Tiny, it looks like as well. Going to go to the old Echo Saber, and not that phylactery to start that you usually see from those mid-Tinies.
Interesting. I guess he's seeing an opportunity to actually burst people down, right? We've been seeing, I've been saying here, he is positioning himself like that to just use the crash landing, to use the toss. But if you get an Echo Saber, I actually think in this game that 3 out of 5 heroes just die from the Avatos combo, and that's a really good position to be in, to be able to delete them. And I don't think it's going to be changing, not anytime soon. No,
165 gold away from picking that up on Mikey. That's going to be like a creep wave away. In fact, another crash landing on this next creep wave to come through. He should be able to have the gold to pick up. Yeah, the Avatar is going to be used. He gets that. And backing himself. I mean, Eki's close. Does he even want to back himself away? Hanskin's going to be careful. In fact, he's going to be the one that has to back himself away.
Oh, they need this Orchid on the CK. I thought the Storm was going to be going for it, but he just didn't have good enough of a game, so went for a Witchblade, needs the BKB. Shad needs this Orchid. Before the Orchid, you are incapable of making plays, incapable of getting kills, incapable of really threatening your opponents. And then, I mean, Team T can get away with whatever the hell they want to do on the map.
Yeah, but for now, Shad, in fact, they might actually get a catch out here. Smoke's going to come through from the side of Team T. Are they going to be able to make the jump? Smoke breaks here. Shad's only on about half health. The Avatar comes in with the right clicks, and that's the reveal of the Echo Saber. In fact, he's going to be able to go into MC. MC, man control. He's trying to go for the Fiend's Gate. Is it going to be anything to interrupt? There definitely is. Mikey with the damage here gets a good double kill onto the Tiny here, and it's going to go back for the BKB on the Tiny as well.
Yeah, the thing that you use to interrupt is the He's smacking him down into the ground. That's what you do. That's 2 cores dead. Pretty much a disaster, as well as a tier 1 falling too. So also Aghanim Scepter is done on the Tidehunter, so that's gonna be another thing, and very dead Rubik as well.
Yeah, Telekinesis will be here. It's not a fully dead one now, but with the Supernova, Exantic has to use his mana to get himself away. He's going to be able to go far enough here. He's got just enough. He's got more than enough to get back towards behind that tier 2. But the Supernova will just be able to put the fear into him. And now, you look at this one, a 9k net worth lead here, 18 kills to 6. They've not even lost a tier 1 tower just yet. Hanskin might be able to change that one on the bottom lane here with the damage coming through onto the creep wave. But the TP comes through and Hanskin has to back himself out. Yeah, Mikey... he just didn't get a vision. Hanskin through the trees could be able to break some ankles here. Mikey, though, did he just throw the avalanche? No, he goes for the lotuses instead.
Picking flowers. Instead of murdering your opponents, he's picking flowers. Yeah, I guess, you know, there's just some people who don't like violence, and there's even some amongst the players.
I wouldn't say that with him being 6-0-9. Maybe he's just, again, just a warning shot coming out saying, next time, if you come on my land again, and you'll see what the damage I can do.
Get off my lawn. There's 2 heroes that say that. None of them is the Tiny. Do you know which 2 heroes say it?
It's the Gyrocopter, and I want to say the Sniper.
Elder Titan. He says it like a very deep one. Get off my lawn. Like that. So it's very weird. Oh, really? There's 3. There's a Coddle as well.
Huh. Yeah, I know the Gyrocopter said it. I wasn't sure on anyone else, though. Hanskin, is he in danger? Well, he's on the map and he's not dead, so of course he's in danger. The Avatar Splint comes through, and Mikey just straight up deletes him.
Orchid Phoenix, that's a huge one, right? So it's another way to catch the storm, and really nobody's gonna have a Manta or anything of the sort to be able to remove it for a long period of time.
Supernova, it's going to be 13 seconds away. Can they get the catch out onto Pablo? There's going to be the crash landing coming through. They've got the control here as well onto Mind Control. Mind Control, he's going to be controlled up himself to get another. And with the amplified damage in here, Mikey,
they're not done.
9-0-9.
Look at bottom lane.
Yeah. Can they get it onto Shad? Shad's going to be hit by that gush. No Blink Dagger though onto the Tidehunter, so he has to close the gap the old-fashioned way here. And it looks like, at least this time, the CK might be away. Yeah, I mean, again, he's still alive and on the map, so of course he's in danger, but for the now, he's found some reprieve.
Good read from Shad to get out. Sometimes those kind of speed moves, you do not recognize that they're coming your way, but he had the presence of mind understanding that their enemies just want to crush him. But I think this is just the showing of the difference between the 2 teams. If Mikey's having a good game, Twisted Minds are, well, they're screwed. Monkey King on top! Oh no, they don't get him.
So Avalanche comes out here. Do they want to fight into this one? And again, like you say, there's going to be that Orchid up there. The Phoenix on the other side now. The Supernova is available too. So if they get the catch out into the Storm, I mean, even without the Supernova, they're going to be able to get the kill into Hanskin. Storm throws right back into the base. No mana left here, so he just pulled all the way back and just giving up more map control here to the side of Team T.
So the Fiend's Gate actually takes down trees, and Mind Control used the Fiend's Gate towards the top lane, and it took down the Monkey King, but they didn't go through to try and kill him. So that would have been a very cool play.
And now looking at it, Seneko,
Radiant are scanning.
how's it looking here? Because, you know how it's looking like Exantic losing most of his health here. Pablo tries to come forward. The Balance Strike will connect. They should be able to get the kill. Rubik's going to fall. And they're just waiting for the creep wave to push up, right, to go towards these tier 2s. And it looks like the Rubik Plague Ward actually might... It's not going to be enough to get the kill onto the Venomancer Curry here. They're going to be able to clean it up, as well as a Tormentor. This creep wave pushing forward. The Gush comes through. Balance Strike as well. It's not the quickest Tormentor in the world, but it's going to be uncontested. Sure. But it looks like they know that they're playing this one safe. They're just going to leave.
They'll wait for somebody to get left behind, and yep, it's going to be Seneko.
Okay. Poor Seneko. In fact, Jibei's not out of this one now as well. Mikey is close, though. Jibei, Reality Rift comes through. They're going to have the
telekinesis. Are they going to kill all of them, the 2 of them?
Ravage gets committed. Mikey on the back lines here. Dives himself in with the Avatos combo coming through. Mikey gets 2 in the trade for Jibei. But now Mikey's left alone himself behind enemy lines. Pit of Mars will be here. Does the Tiny get himself away? He's going to pop that BKB. And I was going to say TP, but yeah, sure, get that toss away first.
That doesn't even TP. So 2 versus 5, and you kill 1 hero, they kill 2 of you. It was only the supports, but it's gonna be the emotional damage that actually gets inflicted onto the side of Twisted Minds.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Orkin of the CK, that's a big one, right? That's the one that we've been looking for, but he hasn't been able to use it for a pickoff. He gets very lucky with the Phantasm again.
Okay, and looks like it's going to be the Shadow Blade now as well. They're going to be able to make it's just onto illusions here. So Somali Knight doesn't actually make a dive here. The Tiny's going to go back for the Shadow Blade to come out. Or were you seeing just like a pure, maybe like an Ag Scepter to come out for this Tiny sometime soon, Sue? Or is that just going to be Silver Edge?
I think Silver Edge or maybe even a Moon Shard. The game is going well for him. He can get away with the right click.
Okay. And Mind Control. He might be caught out. No, actually, who have they dove on there? It looks like they don't actually connect onto anyone, but it will set up for a tier 2 tower in the mid lane. As fortification will be used, do they back themselves away, Team T? Looks like they do. Not wanting to overcommit. In fact, this time, will they finally be able to make the jump shard? His Spidey senses are tingling once again here. So it looks like Mikey might be able to get the count to the tier 2, and everybody's going to go through this Twin Gate and away from the Monkey King, and the Titans are not going to be able to get the catch either. He's away.
It's good. That's fine. There in the behind the tier 2 in the mid lane, it was actually Pablo that they jumped for, but he was super quick on his fingers with the Blink Dagger. And why did the Jakiro come back through the Twin Gate?
To get to the other side? I don't know.
That's the first time that joke was actually funny, but sure. Yeah, either way, he's just dead. And unreal that he just gave a freebie there, but luckily for them, the other side isn't like the best at taking Roche, but I think they're good enough with the amount of lead that they have, and of course the minus armor from the Tide. They can most definitely do it.
Yeah, a minute and a half. They've got the zoning capabilities coming through from the Monkey King's Wukong command as well. They've got a lot of damage here. Soneko with the Plague Wards as well. The Tide with the minus armor once he gets through on that gush. It is going to be, yeah, like you said, not the quickest, but Supernova as well. It's not something that I don't think Twisted Minds can contest here, even if they knew it was going on.
They can't do it. You're so far behind. You run into a Ravage and an Egg, and you've pretty much lost the game already. Here, you're living to fight another day. There's low chances of you to win, but there's still some chance, and you're gonna do your best to make them a possibility, as Storm has a 9-second BKB. The CK will have a Manta, so he didn't rush his BKB, and that means that you need to use these illusions of the CK to shove out the waves to delay the game as much as possible. It's just super hard to do so versus a Tiny. The Avalanche toss back, it's just gonna be very easy to pick people off.
Yeah, and yeah, the Storm as well, like you say, being forced into that early BKB after the Witchblade. That's really not what you want to see on the Storm Spirit. You want to see the, like you say, the Orchids coming out, the Parasmas being picked up, the full completions of the big damage items, not the... oh, do you think it's a kill onto Hanskin now as well? You do. Smana gets a credit, but yeah, not the Meteor Hammer too much anymore, but like a Kaya in there, like a Sanjin Kaya or a Yashun Kaya, something like that. And the Storm just being forced straight into the BKB isn't great.
Definitely not. 2 heroes dead, taken out. Things are there's looking more and more in favor of Team T as we go forward, and they seem more and more like they're gonna be the champions of the first CCT. And Pablo, his blink usage and escaping the death narrowly, he has been awesome on it. As Shad.
Yeah, he just loses like 3/4 of his health there from the... I know Mikey was that the AD rune he had on him, but it's just... That's a CK, man. That's one of the tankiest heroes in the game. And he just loses everything from that one combo.
Yeah, 3.1 strength gain per level, right? Plus he has very high base HP. He has 3k HP with the armlet. And you, what the hell is, like, you took away 2.5k? You took, what?
I like to say, I think it was with the AD rune there as well. You had the Echo Saber into the tree toss. It is a little bit dumb. It is, this Tiny is it's probably going to get the Witch Doctor treatment in the next patch. I do believe, as Mikey, maybe he thinks it's so dumb he just needs to go take a walk away for it, just a minute, just to kind of get his mind around how dumb this hero really is.
It depends, right? If Ice Frog plays the Tiny and is raising MMR, he's going to be leaving it as it is. If he doesn't like it and is losing to it, then it is going to get nerfed. People tend to come up with all these, oh, he nerfed it because it's good in competitive Dota, oh, he nerfed it because it's good in pubs. No, we are all human. If I was Ice Frog, I'd be nerfing only heroes that I don't like.
Yeah, and No, it needs nothing. It's just way too much. I mean, he's going to be going to... Is that a butterfly he's got queued up next? He's just going pure right click, and yeah, it's the Chrysalis. Okay, so the Chrysalis is queued up. He can sell the Soul Ring, he can sell the bottle. Does he go for the Daedalus here? Because it looks like he is going full right click. So yeah, maybe not a Kanda. Just go for that Daedalus.
I still think Kanda is better for a tiny overall. That's just how it is. I wouldn't mind the Daedalus, but I just think it's better. Also, did you see that line of the Tidehunter? I could eat a walrus, poor Tusk. Imagine if he was in this game.
Well, it's a good job he isn't. Yeah, because that is one hungry Tidehunter.
Yep. And it's a big water beast. But anyways, the game will continue. Our 5th game of the Grand Finals is gonna continue, but it just seems the Twisted Minds, they don't have anything to do. The only thing they can do is shove out waves with the CK illusions, but that's not how you win a game. The question is how you do you win this game? I guess Aghanim Scepter on the Storm, even then, the damage output just isn't high enough.
Yeah, and it's just, yeah, like you say, they're not going to go to... Pablo's actually trying to scatter around onto Jibe with the Tree Dance, Stolen Tree Dance, but how do you now, with this Aegis being on the Monkey King, you've got the Tiny is just going to sit behind as well, do that damage. How do you try and stop this pressure that's going to be applied to your tier 3s, or at least that mid lane tier 3 with the creep wave pushing in? It looks like they're going to stop it for them. They're backing up. They're looking to hunt out onto Hanskin.
The thing is, this is a last game of a best of 5 grand finals. You've pretty much won if you are Team T, so why would you risk it? As Rubik gets into the trees, he'll be fine. There is really no reason to risk it whatsoever. So yeah. I would say you just take it easy. Finish off more heroes, choke them out even more, put Twisted Minds in a position where they feel like they have to leave the base or they're gonna get so out-farmed that they cannot win, and then you win a fight and they GG out. That's probably what the Dire side is looking for.
Okay, and a minute 40 left on this Aegis. We'll see if they're going to be able to find a fight from this one. And again, Pablo through those trees, just trying to scout around, just trying to be a bit of a pain in the arse here. This Rubik, you're trying to find what he can find. Going towards the Force Staff as well. He's got the quick buy on the Dagon instead of the TP scroll, but I don't think that's going to be coming out anytime soon.
So, Monkey King got the Wukong's Faithful, and I don't think he has used a single Wukong's command in this game.
I don't know. Maybe?
Yeah, I don't remember. The usage of it whatsoever. So he's just been smacking creeps with his Battle Fury.
Okay. And Jibe. Oh, do they have the damage here? It looks like the Tidehunter. He's going to be controlled through this one. It's going to be right by the Reality Rift here, and they will be able to burst him down. So Jibe just a step too far here, and he can't even call it a great bait because his teammates not going to be coming across, as Rubik just playing on those trees again, trying to be a pain in the arse here. Pablo, he's got himself that telekinesis, he's got himself the Fade Bolt coming out as well with that Primal Spring, and just trying to clean up these creep waves, stop the aggression coming through on this top tier 3 tower. Just keep this creep wave back, it looks like.
That was a perfect Orchid usage, right? They waited for the Tidehunter to lift his arms, the way he does, to go for the animation of the Ravage, and they just stopped it with the Orchid. So that was the idea while they were still hitting him. So they didn't really care about the Blubber, right? They just wanted to slow that down, and then when you got super low with the Tidehunter, there was no reason to do it anyways. Nobody was coming to assist him.
Yeah, and we'll see. Do you think that prompts him into like a Lotus Orb? Because he's got it's actually going to go for the cloak, so maybe like that Eternal Shroud come out here for the Tide.
Yeah, I don't think you necessarily need a Lotus Orb. Buying a Lotus Orb on a Tide, it's admitting that your innate ability does nothing, and that's not really true. So I would say is probably gonna get the Eternal Shroud for himself. Okay.
And let's see how they're playing this one. They're actually going to go back behind the tier 2 tower here, so looking to hunt Monkey King on the trees once again. Shad. Oh, Smoke, does it break here? Do they want to try and make a move here? It's actually going to be diving into the base. Tiny going to be lifted up into there. Do they have the control of the Ravage? Is going to come through now as well. Supernova to the perfect point. It looks like, do they have enough damage here though? Pablo's going to try and back himself away and maybe get that off himself with the Ravage, but it looks like they're all going to be losing too much. And do they finally get the kill? They do. Smiling Down takes down MC. It looks like Shad going to do the buyback here for the Jakiro. Not lost anyone yet on the side of Team T. Dive comes in and Zantic, what's he going to be able to do? This Monkey King's going to get low, and Shad, that BKB's down now. Do they get the damage to get the kill onto him? They do. The crash landing takes down Shad, and Shad has no buyback here. They're going to be able to force out, what's that, 3 buybacks, I think? Tiny, gonna get low, but not gonna go down. Just waiting to be forced after or anything. Just saying, please, guys, give me a way out. Just let me. As the Stormstorm makes a dive in, so Jibe comes back in. And maybe a great bait mate here. He's gonna be able to get the toss up into the early. Take down at Xantic. He's dead 50 seconds. Does have a buyback though, and now they start to leave on the side of Team T. They do need to finally start to leave. Mikey going to be invis for a little bit longer, but the Sentry's
need to be careful. Orchid is coming back up
with the Vortex, and yeah, Mikey's going to go down here. That damage, is he going to be able to get the kill? Avalanche can be thrown out once again. He's got some protection, and it looks like no final. He does go down, and that's enough to get the kill. But at Xantic, yeah, he's dead again for 75 seconds. So was that really worth it in the end?
Well, 3 buybacks, definitely not worth it, but at least you defended your base. At least you're still in the game. As long as you're in the game, as long as the throne hasn't gone down, you can win it. That stolen Ravage from Pablo really did make a difference. He got it. He waited for a good opportunity. Obviously, you couldn't turn the fight completely around, but you bought time. Still, the dieback on the Storm for me is the biggest hit, because this is maybe the hero that could change the game in the later portions of it. Now his item progression is gonna be demolished.
It ain't great. That buyback was the Sanj to come out here if he has that Kaya, but yeah, no Sanj for him now. Going to be 1,000 gold away, and like you said, that buyback just puts him on the back foot as well when he wasn't really on the front foot to begin with too much.
Well, this will work.
20k gold lead. The Team T are just in such a dominant position. You know what? The good thing is that the CK is farmed, right? So in terms of being able to burst people down, it is there. If he gets the Silver Edge, the amount of damage that he's going to be able to do in a short period of time is going to be insane. Maybe even greater than what the Tiny has been doing for the majority of this game. And that is the way, right? You start out the fight by deleting somebody. The game is instantly different. Plus the break onto the Tide. Oh, it doesn't work on innate abilities. Yep. So, yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah, it's, I mean, it is nice, but it's going to be a ways away for the Chaos Knight here. You're looking at it, it's only on 1,500 gold here. For a full Silver Edge, he's going to be a ways away. I mean, if he can get the farm out, might be perfect for this 2.5 minute timer on the Roshan respawn here. You'll get a couple of items out and just continue to farm uninterrupted, but I don't think T are going to let them go uninterrupted here for the next 2.5 minutes.
So the Tidehunter went for the pipe rather than the Eternal Shout, wanting to protect his teammates a bit. I mean, there is a lot of magical damage on Twisted Mind, so it does make sense. You want your Phoenix to get the egg off, you want your Veno to get his spells off. It really is an insane amount of AoE that the supports are going to be able to do if you do not allow them to be taken out.
Yeah, and it looks like both teams here are going to try and group up around the Roche Pit. In fact, Tiny, does he want to come through that Twin Gate? It looks like it's going to be activated here, but Mind Control, Jibi is on top of him. He's got that Pit of Mars coming through, the Tiny through the Twin Gate. Who's he going to have to find with his jump? He's going to be able to jump on the backlines. The 2 supports. Well, it's going to be at least one of the supports here. Supernova will be cast as well. As Xantic Mind Control have to back themselves away, but you can see that Hanskin as well as Pablo, they're going to be separated out from the rest of the team. Going to be stood up by that Supernova now as well. And yeah, Pablo, he actually might be controlled and killed off. He can't get the TP away. Can't hide himself in the trees. He's trying to do what he can with the Ghost Scepter for a little bit longer here. Blink out, but it looks like Telekinesis only going to buy him so much time. And who's going to be able to get the jump in? There's going to be the Shadow Blade coming through. Mikey with a tree toss inside the Roche Pit. It's more than enough. And Pablo gets taken down.
Yeah, that's 2 supports with dieback. And, oh no, they're going to be finding the Underlord as well. He didn't escape.
Mind Control, what are you doing here, bud? What are you doing here? The Sunrise is going to come through. He pops that Crimson Guard, but there's going to be a really nice gush. Slowdown, and Eki gets the kill. Pit of Malice not going to be doing enough here. And again, 57 seconds before that respawn. Might just be an okay time for the side of Twisted Minds here, with that respawn clock on Roshan being a little bit longer than all the heroes that they've got on the respawn clock. But yeah, again, just a really nice fight coming through. And they still have the Ravage as well on the Tide.
Yep, and only the egg was used, right? So that's not that big of a cooldown. Team T should have all of their spells if it does come down to a Roche fight. And at this point, you might just have to fight Roche, right? I don't see you winning this game if there's an Aegis on the other side. Already, you're in a very bad position, and if there is an extra life on the side of Team T, they will be able to take this one away. Also, it is going to be a dire side Roche, so plus the cheese as well.
Yeah, it's... If you're looking at this, yeah, like you said, they just need to fight this one out. And who do they need to target here? Because it feels like everybody on the side of Team T has some level of impact that you want to take away from them.
Eki.
Is it Eki? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
The Phoenix has to die before he uses his egg. I wouldn't even be surprised if he just buys an A on this, though. He wants a Hex. He already has a Blink and an Orchid, but the Glimmer Cape with this kind of a lead might just be enough for you to live no matter what the enemies throw at you.
With the courts out here, Jimmy's just going to walk himself in, gets that Ravage onto absolutely everyone.
Stolen.
Supernova's going to be coming out now as well. Do they have enough damage here with the Supernova? The BKB's going to go here, but it looks like the Supernova is going to be able to get the stuns off, and that's going to be through the BKBs of Xantic as well as Shad. Shad tries to get that runaway. He's going to be inside that Shadow Blade form here, so he gets away on just minimal health on Shad. The Plague Ward coming through. I love that from the Plague Ward, trying to right-click onto the Tormentor. Stolen Ravage trying to keep himself alive, but it looks like he's going to be able to get
Stolen
Micro
Avalanche.
out. Not going to be able to stop the aggression, though. Avalanche will, yeah, like you say, being thrown right back out here. But this tower, it's just going to be, even through the fortification, you wait for this next creep wave. With your big CK being dead for 47, don't know if they have enough to push the way and protect the set of racks.
Pablo's positioning has been perfect, his spell stealing has been perfect, but it doesn't change the fact that you're just way too far behind. Even with the Stolen Ravage, Stolen Avalanche, usually that kind of a team fight is won by the Rubik solo. There's just not enough to give on the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and I like the idea in that fight as well. You know, I only just caught it at the very end. The CK's walking away in this. So the Venomancer drops Plague Wards and starts attacking the Tormentor with it. And the CKs start, you know, taking damage from that. Just on the very edge. It wasn't enough for the kill. But it was just great thinking for Snako.
Yep, very nice play. You know, it's some of the things, especially armlet heroes can die too. Right, you just toggle your armlet off and suddenly you're dead. You don't even know what the hell happened, right? And at this point in the game, if you're Team T, you don't really need the gold from the kill. You just need him dead off the map so you can push the Raxes and get Roche.
And we'll see how they're going to play this one. It might just be Butch and Sundance time coming out now for Twisted Minds. You know, they're coming to that last chance saloon and even more cowboy metaphors, as it looks like they say just going to be claimed by the side of Team T with no BKBs, no buybacks. It looks like coming from the side of Twisted Minds. How? I mean, they dropped the Fiend's Gate into the pit, but again, it just already be claimed. And I guess that was a way to put a scare and a bit of a threat on the side of Team T, but nobody commits through the Twin Gates. They already see the Roshan being taken. Won't be there in time.
Yeah, when you don't have the Ravage or the Egg, and it was the case there for a second, you could get spooked, but no, you're just way too far ahead. I think that Team T are more than aware that losing a team fight in this game, especially when the opponents are running into you and you have a Wukong's command in an area that you are organized in, it's just next to impossible.
Yeah, they're at least going to be able to get the Tormentor here, so Hanskin gets his shot on the board. But I don't know, I'm looking at this. It's beginning to look a lot like a T-win.
Yeah, very much. They're gonna take out the last outer tower. You have no more glyph refreshes as the melee axes went down as well. Now it's just a matter of time. Monkey King with the Aghanim Scepter is very good at pushing without committing too much.
Yeah. And you can see that, I mean, yeah, like I say, the Ag Scepter of the Ag Shot as well. Going towards a Refresher, he might just be able to walk up, pop that Wukong's command here, and just be able to zone out. In fact, he's going to be the Force Staff coming through. Do they have the control to take him down? He does have the Aegis, as well as a BKB to come out now. They might have the control to take him down once. No Smiling Knight. Is he going to be able to turn himself around with this one? You've got more than enough to keep him going here. And the Monkey King, they finally pop the Aegis.
He's pretty deep.
He's got that BKB though. What are they going to be able to do here? He just pops that BKB, going to be able to walk himself away. Pit of Mars comes out onto the Tiny. Do they have the reveal here onto the Tiny? Tiny has his own BKB. Just on the edge of the Pit of Mars now. They might be waiting out Shad's BKB. Jibe's going to get low. Gets that Ravage off, though. Jibe immediately stolen once again. They get the kill onto the Tide. The Tide's going to fall down here. Tossed back. They take the tier 3 tower. They might just give this one up. In fact, Tiny, Mikey, he has that TP away with the BKB.
It's smoke time, now or never. Go, go, go. Twisted Minds, shove out the mid lane and get out. Don't even wait for the top lane. You need to make something happen. You have this Ravage. The enemies don't have their spells. They're missing a hero. You have to make something happen. You can already see that Shad is hunting even when his team is showing. And this is huge if he can get Eki. He got him.
Yeah, Eki, the Phoenix is going to come out now as well. And Eki does have that cheese, but they looks like they're going to be able to control him through it before he can get that extra regen out.
They need more.
What can they get from this, though?
Just go for more. Just hunt for heroes. That's what you need. Send somebody on the top lane. Jakiro can deal with it, or the Storm himself, and just continue with the hunt. You cannot stop right now. If they go for a push, if they focus on a tower, that's going to be a mistake. You need more heroes. This needs to snowball out of control, and you need to force your enemies into a mistake. Look at what the CK is doing. That is the case. Make sure that you find the kill. Unfortunately, well, Team T are also aware that this is the only way that they lose, so they're going to be dodging it.
Yeah, look at this as well. You've got the Titan in the bottom lane. Fortification is going to be used for this tier 2 tower here because they can. First tier 2 tower to be aggressed on the side of Team T, and they just want to use that creep wave. They're not committing the heroes into pushing these lanes out, but just going to let the creep waves push in a little bit. And yeah, keep Twisted Minds from guessing. They have to maybe back themselves away because they say, okay, if we don't go back, we're only seeing the creeps, but the Tiny might just jump in, be able to take down the second set of racks with his tree, and all of a sudden it's just like that game of, yo, do you commit? Do you get out? It's the mind games coming out here for Team T.
The problem is that Twisted Minds then wasn't able to shove out the bottom lane. This is Team T showing their experience, right? Because they knew that on the bottom lane it is very hard to be caught. So you shove out that wave. And now, even though Twisted Minds dealt with the mid lane, they dealt with the top lane, they now have bottom lane to deal with, which is going to allow the super creeps from the top lane to push things out. And of course, the mid lane is going to be fine. Did you get pushed out?
Everybody looks like the our observer. I did. I assume you did there as well.
Yep.
So yeah, we're going to be taking just a quick, you get to look at our pretty faces before the end of the game here, but shouldn't be too far before we get ourselves back into the game. The game is paused. I've reconnected. Looks like even the players all got kicked out as well. Yeah, everybody is reconnecting in, and it shouldn't be too long before we're just going to be able to get ourselves right back in, because a little bit of a weird one there. A little bit of a hiccup on the server.
Yeah, don't wanna point fingers, but Twisted Minds, what are you doing? What are you doing, friends?
Oh, you say that, but it was the Twisted Minds players reconnecting in as well. So yeah, just maybe testing it out for a future. But no,
you know what, Rob? If you're losing the game and you crash the game, that's good for you, right? So even if you crash the game for yourself, there were, I remember there were some was it cheats to be able to crash the game? Oh, poor guy.
Yeah, there's always been that. You remember when Dota 2 Lounge was at its peak? I remember this because it was before I quit to start casting, right? There was Dota 2 Lounge, and it was a plague because you could find the game's server address or whatever it was, just by viewing it. So people used to go in, if their team was losing, that they bet a load of the cosmetics on or whatever, they used to crash the server. And it'd just be like, okay, well, we're going to go for a week. No, we're going to crash that server again. We're going to crash the server until I get my items back for free, effectively.
Yep, I remember the Bugatti's era in Dota. It was quite nice, but the gold lead has been reduced, and Twisted Minds have shown that they have what it takes. And really, some time has passed since they bought back, so now they have their buybacks back. They don't all have the gold, but only the CK is the one missing. On the other side, it's the Phoenix and the Tiny, who haven't been good with their finances.
Yeah, and we'll see what they're going to be able to do here. Smoke coming out from the side of Team T. They're looking for a big jump in. If they can find this, it looks like they'll be able to get the jump in. Do they get this instant kill off? There's going to be the Ravage actually be thrown out. And it looks like that might... Is it actually going to be enough to dissuade this fight now? As it looks like the Ravage here from Jibby will be thrown out. Only connects onto the Rubik. The Rubik, though, you pay the price for stealing that and getting a great Ravage like that. Going to cost you life. Supernova is going to come through on the other side.
MC.
Toss up into the air. Yeah, they're going to lock down into MC. The sound's out now as well. The Wukong's command will be used. Do they have enough damage to get this kill? It looks like they do. They've got the kill onto the Tiny, though, from the side of Twisted Minds. Can they go for more onto this one? The buyback coming through from that Rubik, and Hans has to back himself away. Chad, you can't get too far forward here, mate.
And the CK and his damage output is so stupid. It's a level, 23 Tiny with an AC, and he just went through all of that armor, through 35 freaking armor like it was nothing. Right? It's insane how much damage he does, but the dieback on Mind Control isn't really going to be that much of an issue. Tiny doesn't have a buyback, he cannot rejoin, and you're going to have to wait. So for the Roche fight, I think Twisted Minds are going to be ready.
This is kind of the thing, right? No one knows when that Roshan's respawning because we all got kicked out, so there's no timers here. They're going to be able to get the kill onto the Phoenix again. Twisted Minds on a bit of a comeback here. They were 40k behind, and now only 27. That's a big jump in net worth for them.
The win probability is still only 2%, but there we're looking at their banner. It's not going to be taken down that easily. They will fight for their flag, Rob. And I mean, you need to be a champion of champions. You thought that it was going to be a stomp in game 5. Think again, Team T. They really need to try harder. But level 25 Monkey King, that is a big change, right? Also, Tiny's level 23, that Hunter level 24. Those are going to be some huge timings. On the other side, nobody's close to their 25. So that's the next advantage, the next big advantage that the Dire side will be getting over Twisted Minds.
What did the Monkey King go for? Did he go for the additional ring? So effectively, he just can't be can't be pulled out of that at all. And even if he does, he's got 3 seconds leeway. So that is a really nice one to have here for
And
the
the
next set
refresher.
of fights. Yeah, really big. And then I'm going to go into the Abyssal Blade here. So I guess consumes that Aghanim Scepter to get the Abyssal Blade out, and we'll just be able to control everybody inside that Wukong's command.
Pablo is going for an Aghanim Scepter. The Storm already has it. I mean, Pablo, that's 3 Ravages stolen, right? It hasn't been the Ravages that changed the fight completely, but it did allow Twisted Minds to not come out of it completely demolished, right? So he is the... Man, he won that previous game for them with the Spirit Breaker. He changed the outcome of the entire laning phase, and with that, the game. And now with 3 Ravages, he's the only reason they are still in this game and in this series.
Yeah, and you can see that, like I say, he's not going to be too far away from the Ag Scepter now as well, about 1,500 gold, which if the fights carry on going this way, it might be over the next fight or so that he's going to be able to pull it off as long as he survives. He's already used the buyback right here for 5 minutes on the sideline, so no reason not to fully commit the gold here to buying that one out if you do get it in your pocket.
Let's see. CK has that Bloodthorn. That's the reason why he went through the Tiny, like through butter, but that's a good
That's going to be a quick glove. Hanskin now. It's going to be the Vortex coming back onto Tiny, and Hanskin's going to buy back. Ravage comes through. They're going to be able to get it onto that CK. CK going to be controlled through this one, and now that extra long Wukong command does come out as well. Fiend's Gate gets used, maybe just trying to get people away from this one, but do they get any more lockdown? Looks like they don't. And you see the Pablo on the back lines. In fact, yeah, they do see Mind Control. Mind Control, I thought he was away with that one, but it looks like he's going to be locked down. Do they have enough for the kill? Of course they do. 5 heroes on 1. They absolutely do.
Yeah, look at what the Rubik is doing, shoving out the waves. You need to do it. You need to do it now, because Mind Control doesn't have a buyback. And sure, CK can get back into it, but you don't have that fat frontliner that is going to be baiting people, that is going to be showing you what's going on so that the CK can find an opening, so that the Storm can find an opening, and so that the Rubik can continue stealing those Ravages. So, overall... Twisted Minds still continuing to do everything that is in their power. There's not a lot that is in their power, but they're doing everything they can.
Yeah, and we can see that, I mean, this Tiny, he's so close to this overwhelming blink as well, which is going to be another big one. Add so much more health to the hero. Are they going to be able to push him? Macropie going to be dropped here as well, like from the Jakiro. You're just going to be able to go. Did they go for the dive into the base, though? Looks like they're just going to try and avoid. With the fortification coming out, actually onto the creeps, it avoids a lot of that Macropie damage here. They still have the siege creeps for a few seconds. But it's going to be used here from the side of Twisted Minds. They want to commit everything here, but it looks like they're going to lose another lane of racks.
Look at the Tiny is pushing the bottom lane. They're going to lose everything if you don't go right now.
Yeah, you've got everybody back up. 3 seconds away from this Underlord. You've got to go. It is go or...
they're out.
Jump in! Mikey pops his BKB early on, though. If they can wait this one out, they might be able to make a move onto the Tiny. Tiny just has to back himself away.
You can't. There's just too many Plague Wards. They're slowing you down. They're not allowing you to blink. And you are going in blindly. You just can't do it during nighttime. If it was daytime, maybe. But during nighttime, no way. You know that you're going to be running into enemy vision. And you're going to get demolished even with the spells not being ready. That was scary because the Roche is up. But now with the Mega Creeps, that should be an easy thing to end this game, though. I thought that even 10-15 minutes earlier, and Twisted Minds just haven't let go.
Yeah, and I mean, they can't, right? It is do or die time. It's not like, okay, we GG, we go next. There is no next. This is it. And it looks like they might actually be ambushed coming out here, but Shadi moves himself back. Even the Shiva's not going to connect from the Phoenix, and maybe just a little bit of nerves coming through, but there's going to be a Wukong's command, a deep Wukong's command now as well. Shadi is going to lose all of his life. He has that buyback. Immediately commits it now too. Macropie comes out. They're going to be able to get the catch onto Jibbe. Jibbe has that Ravage though. Can he catch up to Hanskin? Hanskin, the Supernova, it will slow him down. Looks like they're going to lose this Jakiro. Jakiro did actually buy back, so no availability. And they lose the Storms right now as well. Ravage is still up. Jibbe, is he looking for that jump in here now? There's going to be a good Ravage being thrown out to get the stun onto Shad. There's going to be a dieback from the CK. That's going to be a rampage for the Monkey King. That is going to be game number 5 going the way of Team T.
Yeah, in what style? This is gonna be the second rampage for Smiling Knight. The first game he got it, but he couldn't win the game on his Wind Ranger. Monkey King, a completely different beast, and what a way to end it. So I like that Zebe decided not to be using the Ravage at all in that fight. Of course, he didn't have it for the majority of it, because the Rubik steals has been something that kept Twisted Minds in the game. So his team probably told him, "Yo, dude, just don't use the Ravage. That's the solution." And they kind of won the fight without it. Came out in the end. Didn't really change much.
Yeah, and in the end, it is going to be enough here for Team T to take that victory up against Twisted Minds, but taking it to all 5 games here, and not even, there was one run over that was like a 35 minutes, but 4 out of the 5 were, some great skirmishes, some great fights between the two, and it came down to that last game, so I'm really happy we got to see all 5 games, because both of these teams deserve it, and it's just Team T in the end that are going to be able to edge it out and get that 5th game on the board. So, Hurry, final thoughts on this Grand Finals?
I still think the Team T were the better team. I think they won deservingly, and I thought they were gonna win in 4 games, not gonna lie, but Twisted Minds, I just am super impressed by their adaptability. If they just fix the small problems they have, this is one scary lineup.
Yeah, they looked absolutely amazing. There was a reason they came through in the grand finals. But again, Team T just doing a little bit better. And that is going to be it, guys. That is going to be CCT 1 over. So don't forget to follow all the social medias, me, Hurry, and then the Banner Blood stream to get yourself over to the CCT social medias as well. Well, there's going to be much more to come for the rest of the year as well. There's going to be way more CCTs. Me and Hurry are going to be doing way more work, and you can find everything with those banners and, again, the banner below the stream. So, yeah, don't be shy and follow along. And that is going to be it for now, though. So thank you very much for tuning in. We'll see you next time the CCT goes live. But for now, bye-bye.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle barracks is Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant victory. Radiant victory.